Welcome, everyone, to the ALGS NA Pro League Qualifier for split number 2. I'm Tenrek. Tom, it has been a long flight from London, but in our final send-off before the Revelry patch hits us, we have to figure out which of those last 8 spots, or which of these last 30 teams will be taking those last 8 spots in the upcoming split for North America.
I'm so excited to get into these 8 games today. We've got, what more could you ask for? We've got teams that have just snuck in, teams that have played in the Pro League, maybe have made some roster changes and are now competing against teams that they probably haven't really faced before. There's meta changes, there's people who are testing things out. We've had weeks and weeks of scrims, the teams know each other, everybody's prepared. It's going to be a fantastic day of action.
Yeah, definitely a lot to talk about. So before we can overload you with all of those details, let's just make sure we're all on the same page for how this format is going to work. Of course, it's starting today with our winners bracket. The top 20 teams out of the 30, including the 8 that dropped out from the previous split by being the lowest placement, and also the top 12 placements from the previous challenger circuits, including the winners and point accumulations and all that stuff. They are playing today. The bottom 10 will be relegated to the losers bracket, which will also be played today, and the top 10 will be relegated relegated to the grand finals, which takes place 2 days from now, which includes points. But along that way, of course, we have to play through 8 matches today, starting out in the winner's bracket, and points work about the same, with these placement points being the same, as well as 1 point per kill as well. So, Tom, especially for these players that have been here before, which everyone has at this point, nothing new here.
No, I think everybody's used to the ALGS scoring and the ALGS system that is used across all tournaments. But something that is, a bit of a quirk, a bit different today, is the seeding points. It's not just top 10 advance to the next round. Just like you might have seen in the playoffs in London, teams are going to receive seeding points based on where they're finished. So it's not just about sneaking into that top 10. Of course, that's great. You want to get there. You want to avoid that loser's bracket. It's about how high up can you get. If you get the maximum 10 points, because our finals on Monday are played with a match point format, you're already a fifth of the way towards that match point threshold. That can make such a difference going into a really hotly contested finals lobby.
Yeah, these next 8 games are going to pose a lot of potential for progress for a lot of these teams, and among them, of course, being the top 20 to qualify for these 8 spots, there's certainly a lot of teams that Tom, you and I have already gotten to talk about a little bit in the green room, and certainly want to talk about more today. And, here are those rosters, of course, some familiar, some slight changes, which we'll be able to get to over the course of the stream, but, teams that are not unfamiliar with even the highest stage in ALGS.
Yeah, I've got my eye on probably some of the lesser known teams. Team Blackhand, they finished first in the overall standings of the ALGS Challenger Circuit. They are the team to watch outside of those Pro League teams. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them. They're such a good fighting team. I mean, just look at these stats. They were first for kills, third for points, but 16th for average placement. The question is, when these extra Pro League teams are coming in, when the pressure is on, will their game plan still be successful? They've had plenty of scrims, they've been working it out, but will they adapt, or will they thrive with the style that we've seen across the Challenger Circuit?
It took a lot of work and a lot of pressure as well, because I think that Blackhand also placed second in 2 previous Challenger Circuits before finally winning that 4th and guaranteeing the placement. But it was no question they were going to make it anyway. They were just so consistent the whole way through. They finally took that victory in the guaranteed spot in the last Challenger Circuit. But like you said, they've been working so hard since then. On this first page, for me personally, E8 it has got to be one of the teams that I'm paying attention to more than anyone else. Of course, with DivQ being that addition, Golden and Presley, I think, are now super bolstered with how they'll be able to take these rotations as well as those fights, but still a lot more of this lobby to pay attention to, including some of those Pro League teams like SCS, X Sentinels that just stacked on Slayer after Tech left for another team, which we'll be able to get to.
Yeah, SCS definitely, there's a lot of pressure on them. Really, if we're being completely honest, with all due respect, Senox and Crust should not be in this lobby. These are players that should be aiming to qualify for LANs. It was a very big surprise that they were relegated when they were with Sentinels. Maybe not a surprise that Sentinels chose to go in a different direction as a result. But that means the pressure is on. When you're the best team in the lobby, everybody's looking for you. Everybody's gunning for you. Slayer was a last-minute acquisition. How have they managed to gel? Are they prepared? How seriously are they taking this lobby? Are they coming in here with an attitude of, we are better, we should be at LAN, this is going to be, an easy ride for us? Or are they, worried? Are they unprepared? We will see exactly how they perform today.
Yeah. Among these other 10 teams, again, some of which have been up on that pro stage before, but all of which relegated themselves via those challenger circuits. These teams have absolutely been grinding out. A couple more love triangles to pay attention to is TSS losing Plugged Cube in favor of Boop, while Plugged Cube has moved over to Risen Rose, a team that has already been performing really consistently as well. But Tom, I can't stop looking at Team Intel. They have been on such a grind during this offseason for them, while they've had to wait for this qualifier to come through. And on Twitter, they've been posting nothing but dubs on the LCQ scrims as well. If I'm a team that's had to already play against these 3 so often and has had to watch them take that top level on the pedestal for so many of those scrims, I would definitely be scared having to drop near them, which a lot of these teams are starting to confirm.
Yeah, I think Intel will be a really good litmus test for how accurate are scrims towards the quality of lobby that we're going to see today. We've seen over the years of Apex that sometimes scrims do not represent the tournament at all. Apex does have a little bit of a problem when it comes to replicating tournament behavior in scrims. We saw the international scrims ahead of the recent playoffs were probably the most aggressive lobbies of Apex I've ever seen. And then we're getting towards 20 team zone 3 when we actually get to LAN. So I'm really interested to see both how Intel perform, but then how do those scrims stack up? How good of a preparation have they been for all of our teams today.
Yeah, a lot of prep going into this. And on that note, talking about the prep that these teams will have to go forward with, only 8 of these 30 teams over the course of today and the 13th are going to be able to make it. But the second they hop in, Tom, like you really well put in the green room, there is really no better time to qualify than now because of how many changes are coming through with the Revelry patch. Everyone is going to come from a pretty similar spot with a near clean slate.
Yeah, it can be really intimidating as a, less experienced or a Challenger Circuit team to walk into Pro League. You're going to be facing players that you've probably idolized, players that you've definitely watched play, you've studied, that have been competing at the top level for a really long time. But when the meta is basically getting thrown into the air, everybody is going to be starting from a level playing field. We're going to have complete new class system, new legends that can scan beacons, a complete rework of some legends as well. Some new mechanics like crafting banners are going to be added to the game. So if you can get into that Pro League, you're going to be able to gain experience in that new meta alongside everybody else, and that's going to massively level the playing field.
Well, until we get to that point, everyone going to continue to play at their best for this patch. I think regardless of how much these teams have been adjusting over the course of the offseason, everybody's been practicing for the current patch for the PLQ because you need to be your best here in order to have a chance to be your best on that bigger stage which all of these teams are searching towards. So, Tom, talking about how the meta has shifted towards the tail end of this era in it, you and I got to talk about this a lot as well. The shift between MNK and controller players, which it seems that Respawn has started to rest with stuff like the buffs to the shotguns in the upcoming patch. But until that point, I mean, you put it perfectly. Everybody's really starting to get converted to the roller lifestyle. It's just there's so many more pros on that side of the field as it appears.
Yeah, I think particularly the North American region just seems to have an endless conveyor belt of new controller talents. People just seem to be born holding a Scuff or a Battle Beaver these days. But I think that it's half and half, isn't it? Because you've got, yes, controller is, a strong input if you're good with it. I think controller is potentially a more forgiving input at times in terms of actual fighting. But controller hasn't had any changes since the start of the game. It's not like Respawn turned around and went, now we're cranking the aim assist dial up to 100. Yeah. Controller's always been the same. No changes were made. But what has changed is the meta. What has changed is the legends that people are using. What has changed is the weapons. We've seen weapons like the Vault, weapons like the Car SMG, the Prowler, was substantially buffed as well during Apex's life cycle. And we've seen legends like Horizon, like Seer, like Valk. Instead of that Watson Path Wraith meta that we saw a long time ago where it was a lot more poke, a lot more calm, we're now seeing, people are aping everything. People are playing Edge. Edge is a lot more of a viable playstyle. And there's a lot more fighting. And it's just facts, right? That the more close range fights you take, the more likely you want to be on controller because you do have that extra assist. Where mouse and keyboard players excel is, the movement, the tap strafing, the super gliding, and things like, long range G7 Scout, charge rifle. And it looks like we are about to head into our first game, but maybe not quite. Just a little bit of a tease there. Just teasing you for the excitement that we're going to have in 8 more games. But we'll head back to that controller versus mouse and keyboard debate.
And if you looked really quickly, if you paid attention, you will see that we are going to be starting on Storm Point. Those are going to be our first 4 games today, and then we'll go over to World's Edge. So, Tom, going into that, we just talked about how, there's a lot more skirmish-based meta impacts going on right now in this season in particular. And so when it comes to teams that practice that volatility, that may do, a lot better on something like Storm Point, to have it appear first, which is still something that I think a lot of teams are adjusting to. Do you think any particular teams or players are going to be really affected by that? Or do you think the volatility is still going to come out when it needs to?
I think the volatility is still going to come out, like you say, because even Storm Point we've seen can play out very passively, very calmly. It's not quite the same as World's Edge. You don't have as many buildings. You don't have POIs like Skyhook, like Fragment, like Thermal that can house, an endless number of teams. But at the same time, when the pressure's on, people tend to, it's just a natural human instinct. People tend to play more cautiously. People tend to take a step back, especially in game 1, game 2, where you're really trying to feel your way out. You're seeing how people are going to play. We might see Storm Point not play out like it gets pitched. People say Storm Point is the more aggressive map. It definitely can be because it's larger. There's a lot more space for teams to move around and take isolated engagements. But if everybody's running to zone because they want to just get a good spot and lock in some placement points and, take a breath, not put too much pressure on themselves, not take too much risk in their gameplay because they're nervous because the prize on offer is, a spot in the Pro League, guaranteed prize money and the opportunity to head to London for playoffs and maybe even champs afterwards, so much is on offer, that's naturally going to have an impact on how people play. So I'm be very interested to see when we eventually do drop into Stormpoint, how teams approach it, how teams are going to play. Will we see a more aggressive Stormpoint, or are people going to prefer playing Zone, even if they maybe didn't play Zone in the Challenger circuit?
And a lot of that, again, circles back to the meta that we already got to discuss when it comes to legend picks, when it comes to champions. And I agree with you in the fact that Stormpoint, despite how crazy of a map it is, that because of that lack of natural cover, a lot of the skirmishes have been, results of very big lulls of combat between teams just trying to get their position right and then finding a fight, because so many of these fights are hell-bent on stuff like tacticals. And that's why people like Bangalore and Bloodhound have also come back into the forefront, especially that smoke bomb coming from Banga that uses either a BH tac or a Digicide in tandem has been so crucial to winning those little mini fights to get that extra edge over your opponent, because that's how much you need when the skill ceiling has become this high. But of course, with Horizon on that queue as well, Seer, of course, with the tactical too, there are so many different pivots that a lot of teams can make, but they're all so instantaneous, they're also instantly rewarding, and a lot of them are getting patched out.
Yeah, I think Bangalore and Stormpoint is a really, really good point that you've mentioned there, because one of the things that makes Bangalore so much more powerful on Stormpoint than Will's Edge isn't just the wide open spaces and the playstyle of the map, but actually it's the extra access to more targeted loot. If you do spiders, if you do those hounds, if you do the armories, you're getting smart loot that is representative of what the game thinks that you need. So if you've got a Vault, a Car, an R9, a Prowler, and you already have some pretty good attachments, you might get digital threat scopes from the armories, from the spiders, and they are so crucial if you're a Bangalore team, because that means you can use smoke not just defensively, but aggressively. And that's why legends like Bangalore are right high up on which legends are dealing the most damage, just behind Maggie and Loba there, as we can see on our graphic. Because if you can find a digital threat attachment, or you have a Bloodhound who is able to deal those scans to help you see through smoke, you can be so aggressive.
And bringing up another point, by how consistent these legends have been, regardless of how often they have been picked, Tom, you brought up a very good glaring point leading up to this PLQ, which is the fact that Loba is still kind of a question mark. We saw her come out a couple times, including all the way up to the grand finals in London. But, you also said that, and this is also a really great point, that there needs to be that balance and that respect from other teams who can't pick Loba, because otherwise, if it's oversaturated, then no one's going to get value.
Yeah, one of the benefits of Loba is that you have access to, basically any loot in your vicinity. If teams fight near you, you don't have to, if you need loot, if you're a fast rotate team and you maybe don't have time to craft batteries, to, go and make sure you have the weapons you want, the ammo you need, you're prioritizing getting the spot. Loba lets you do that looting later. If teams die near you, just, suck up the ammo, suck up the weapons, suck up the shields. If you're playing maybe a charge rifle, or that's why we saw Loba's done so much damage on average, because you can take a sniper and just continue to bring in ammunition throughout the game. So it's difficult as a Loba team, because if nobody else is playing zone, if people are playing more aggressive, there's no loot. If lots of people have clocked on, hey, NRG played really well with Loba at LAN, maybe Loba's a really viable pick for us in the PLQ. If everybody plays Loba, then you're all competing for the same loot, and you don't have that major advantage. You can't pull ammo onto the floor. Anything you drop can just get... I've seen teams literally drop a shield and watch it get whisked away in front of them and have to run around completely shieldless because another Loba slurped that up straight away. And another thing that doesn't get talked about as much is you can loot care packages with Loba's Black Market. So if a care package is in the vicinity, you can't run out and get it because everybody's going to look at you. But you can just safely loot that weapon, and having something like a Ree, having something like a Kraber, having something like a bow consistently as well really can make a difference over an 8-game series if you can get a care package weapon in most of your games.
A lot of questions for sure. We hope to find some answers as we finally get to enter the very first game in the NA ALGS Split 2 Pro League Qualifier. Everybody having their set drop spots everybody was able to claim over the course of these past couple weeks, although I have a feeling that might not stop us, Tom, from having a contest or two, as it looks like we might already have one or two coming in on the western end.
Yeah, I'm seeing maybe a little bit of a contest at the mill. Of course, one of the most powerful POIs on the map. There's guaranteed armor. As you can see, all the players have landed at the middle. and we'll just brawl it out because that's where the best loot is. We've got Blackhand here, one of our most successful teams of the Challenger circuit. They are one of our best fighting teams, the most kills across the Challenger circuit. They're going to feel confident contesting for this POI.
For sure. Yeah, they absolutely feel good about it. That confidence already raining through here as Blackhand once again came to every Challenger circuit, wasn't able to win and guarantee that spot until the very last one, but everybody knew they were making it here. Everyone knew they were making this far because of their consistency, despite not grabbing those wins. And, you know, not winning here is not as unimportant, but like you said, it certainly helps to grab that top 10 spot, to grab those placement points, and also alleviate yourself of that pressure from already having to play from so far behind and then continue doing so in the very same day.
Yeah, and I think this is a really interesting contest we're seeing here because, you know, Slepton giving Blackhand some respect, backing away. But, you know, Slepton are not to be slept on. Zerbo's qualified for the Pro League multiple times. He's made it out of Challengers into Pro League. He has Pro League experience. Song played for Absolute Monarchy, has played in the Pro League. There's some real experience on this team. And I think it's that experience that is, you know, encouraging Slepton just to take their time, not to, you know, ego chow at Mill straight away to make sure they have the loot. Because just like Blackhand, they're going to back themselves in an engagement. They're going to fancy their chances. But you have to minimize your RNG. Doesn't matter how good of a player you are, if you don't have a weapon, you're not going to win the fight.
I slept on, victim of a couple pot shots, so may have to stay a bit more sedentary for the time being, but with the ring slightly more northeast, they will have to travel a little bit less than some of these other teams. Like you said, Blackhand allowed that respect, afforded it, at least for now, but that doesn't mean that Blackhand doesn't know where Slepton is, and Yasto gonna find a little more damage with this wingman at least to begin. Tried it nearby for Slepton, so they could make a rotation if need be, and actually there's no one really in the way below them unless Revival Games decides to poke out, which they may wait on, they may not. But everybody, like you said, kind of just dipping their toes, seeing how much they can get away with, seeing how much they can do, and we're seeing a lot of slow rotation because of that. Also just how safe people want to be now.
Yeah, I think what also might be a factor there at that Mill contest is we're seeing Team Diverge, who are landing down Beast. You know, Sleepy Panda is another really experienced player. That side of the map is completely stacked with lots of experienced players. You know, Team Diverge are absolutely going to be third in that if it's a messy engagement. So both teams just at this point prioritizing their rotations, trying to join the likes of LTC Esports, who are one of our fastest rotate teams in the region. And look, 20 squads, 60 players. People are playing more cautiously as it stands in game one.
Yeah. Gonna have a command center Stormcatcher circle that Litecoin has already made themselves very much aware of and tried to settle in with that Crypto Watson as well. Just wants to get that natural cover. We've still seen Watson and Crypto around in the meta, but they haven't become as much of a frontline pick as a lot of people were necessarily hoping they were for a while because of, again, just how dominant Horizon and Valk have truly become, along with, of course, Seer. But Watson has still found her spot for sure, very secure in the meta. A lot of people still opting for her. That Pylon's still such a powerful tool, especially in such an open space, because you'll be able to get rid of those Rolling Thunders. You'll be able to get rid of those frags that so many people just often wantonly toss into the background. Everybody, once again, finding their stability. A couple teams opting to continue playing this edge, but everybody, I think, has gotten really comfortable with beginning to converge now that they've gotten their loot runs, and now that it's just about time to begin these skirmishes.
Yeah, I think the Crypto Watson composition is a really interesting one because a lot of teams who play zone, they really want to minimize their RNG. They want to minimize the impact that the game can have on them. And Crypto Watson both do that in absolute bucket loads. Crypto means you can scan beacons even if you don't get one at your POI, even if you're not near one. You have the EMP, which is a good stopper of pushes, but also is a great way to level up your Evo shields in the early game, like we saw LTC do there. Just go and EMP your neighbors, get an extra, potentially up to 150 Evo points on your shield. And then Watson with her Pylon, just like you mentioned, does block those nades, which is so important, but it also provides a lot of shield healing as well, which means if you've not had time to loot, if you're not using a Loba who can, suck up heals throughout the game, it's allowing you to heal off the gent, save your heals for the all-important battles. So when you combine those two legends, you're really minimizing the impact that, the game's RNG can have on you, which is just so important if you want to be successful consistently.
Got to take a look at Cozy there, who is already over in Stormcatcher. Having that low, I believe Vize might be the one using it. So already we see one or two black markets in the map here, as still no fights, no deaths, everybody playing super safe, but it's getting to a head. It's coming to a point where there's not going to be enough space, especially in a circle like Command Center, that already restricts so much of that movement.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see some action, sooner or later. The zone cannot pull into Command Center. If you're, like Team Intel are, in Command Center, you are going to have to move. We had all that wonderful drama about data mining zones invalid and then valid areas, but it doesn't take a data miner to work out that the zone is not going to end in Command Center. The zone is pulling out of there. Those teams, it can be a power position at the beginning, but we might have an early fight here. KSP taking an engagement in the wall.
Taking a couple nades for the time being, and that's one down as Risen Rose attempting to continue the breach. Luxon waiting outside the door, waiting for the heals up. Trev Stacks is going to fall on the other end, and they have to invade the upstairs as KSP chooses to hightail it for the time being. One going to be relegated to Rez, while other heads up. Then Plugged Cube trying to barrack the doors down, and it will work for now. Risen Rose going to be able to gain that altitude as KSP will fall.
Yeah, Team Diverge clearly just getting involved there as well. They obviously made their rotation in from down beast, and for Risen Rose now, it's all about resetting, and the power of Bangalore really being shown there. Throwing down that Rolling Thunder, buying yourself some time to reset, accepting that you're maybe not going to get all the kills, but taking that early game KP, and then resetting, and maybe now taking another fight on Team Diverge here in Warp.
They certainly have the space for it. Not too much longer to rotate, and no one else really in their way on the western end. Blackhand may rotate up before heading right, but severely doubt it. It may just beeline. Is everybody continuing to find
Diverge are out, doesn't it? It looks like they're heading up the hill towards High Point, getting up that really, really long hill, but they're going to run into a number of teams that are already set up in that tunnel.
Bots are going to be the first to meet them there, so definitely a lot of danger posed. As Karasuno, in the meanwhile, has seen Cozy over in Stormcatcher and is wondering how they should rotate in, because they don't have a lot of space to work with at the moment either. But they do have that Valkyrie, so they should be able to GTFO if they need to, which, I mean, the situation might demand it if this Cozy team refuses to move, which right now there's no pressure to.
Yeah, and you can see Karasuno here just making sure that their back is clear. We can see that Seer heartbeat scan, which is, of course, not been nerfed yet. We've still got a few more days that we have to endure, Seer being one of the best legends in the game. And they're just making sure that their back is clear. But here's Team Redeem trying to reset, and this is not looking good. Z Davis, no shield, Mollusk, barely any health. Are they going to get the reset off here? There's still 19 teams alive. There's a lot of people in zone. And Team Diverge, they're racking up some kills on the edge right now.
Yeah, we've got some chaos, and it's starting to show. As Redeem continuing to try and evade this cover. Now have to play with distance on the other end, though. They have to rotate. Got to do it now, because there's still this chaos with the two teams above them, as Risen Rose is actually going to try and chase Panda down here to find this last kill, I believe. As Redeem up to 2.
That reset there is just a complete example of how cautiously people are playing here in the first game. In any challenger circuit, that is getting absolutely deathballed on.
Oh my god, Panda made it out.
Yeah, because everybody's been able to get away.
Oh, there he goes!
Risen Rose also involved there.
I saw him.
Run,
Sleepy Panda has like one way in. He's on the run, but Risen Rose has to give too many resources in order to heal up, and they still know that there's this other threat still directly below them, and they've actually been filled in as Blackhand has also taken the reins. Risen Rose could run into a massacre here.
I hope Flux is popping a med kit. That boy's low.
There we go.
There we go, excellent. Nicely timed. That is some professional med kit popping there. But yeah, you see just exactly what happens on the edge when everybody's playing so cautiously. You just cannot take an isolated engagement. There's always going to be somebody looking at you, either thirding you, maybe just poking you. There's a lot of pressure on these teams on the edge. So you can see, look, there is another team on the edge working their way up the hill. We can see on the map plenty of teams inside that spider cave, plenty of teams up at the north of zone. Pace is really running out.
Sleepy Panda might run into Blackhand here, who just rotated away from a disadvantageous fight against Risen Rose. As Risen Rose debating over where exactly they should head. E8, in the meanwhile, super chillin'. After a crazy rotation from the north, they are looking super secure for the time being. But SCS is slightly nearby on their other side, so when their rotation is also necessitated, much like so many of these other teams, it's going to certainly get dangerous. As indeed, Sleepy Panda will fall the hands of Blackhand, who will now take up some home territory in the wall for the time being before this next ring really starts to come in.
I think SCS are above them on the outside of Command Center looking at the map. But neither team,
right.
I think actually SCS are going to be in for another zone. But that means that E8 have to walk out in front of SCS if they want to make a rotation down towards Thunderwatch.
And Crust with that high ground the whole time as well. They're going to have to look behind them the whole way that Synox and Slayer are firing on them the second that they recognize that.
But they're also, E8 might get some help from Team Intel who are inside Command Center. The zone, they have two ways out. They can either hit a Valkyr outside the far side of Command Center, the gravity cannon launches you out, or they have to walk out and fight SCS. So SCS can't look everywhere all at once.
True. Bots engaging in a little bit of a skirmish outside Stormcatcher. They have some good sight lines to work with here still. Again, not too much pressure, but Karasuno is going to try and wall them out here, but they actually may get blocked as Cozy is starting to scout out for the potential third party as well before this next ring even starts to come in. But bots still have a lot of distance to play with, so they're going to use it to their full potential before they absolutely have to head inside. And that exhibit is going to do a great job of making sure that that space is afforded, but the counter exhibit as well. Feels good to know that we're still pre-Revelry.
Let's go, wall hacks. Woohoo!
Good low ground advantage taken against bots. Stomp's forced to move away already while Jay and Stunny try and take the reins, but again, the front line isn't necessitated just yet. They know where each other are, and now it just comes down to winning that fight out, and with Stunny recognizing, hey, there's some low health here, we can maybe do something. Fire into that fray, get inside that smoke regardless, see what you can find, and Stunny's getting at least a little bit with his gold body shield, should be able to manage a little bit more, and as both exhibits fall, now comes down to the fight itself. Huge nade hitting Stunny though, and that might necessitate another reset as another ultimate's gonna come in, this time the bombardment.
That is a huge Gibeon as we see Stomps here with the Peacekeeper through the smoke. He's not going to find the shots, just Stunny left alive. Karasuno
he was
also getting involved.
The bubble on the back away as Karasuno now back under that pressure too. Trying to fire inside into this bubble. Looking for another way in. Low health gone. That's a good amount of damage done by Wave, but hit by some frags from behind. James Fearless taking a good chunk of damage. Wave now continuing to invade. A lot of nades still in the table for Karasuno and bots. And it is chaos inside the smokes once more as both teams will try to rotate each other inside this circle. But now, here comes Revival Games as well to try and get in on the fun.
Look at Stunny there just hiding behind the rock, but he also has to move. We've got Zone 3 moving in, pushing all these teams into that one spot. That is a big cleanup there from Revival Games. They walk in, they profit. They might now come under some pressure from everybody else. They have become the center of attention. People looking at them with charge rifles. Can they reset? Can they find somewhere safe? Stunny with the gold armor actually might have a chance here at outliving the zone for a while. Maybe collecting a couple of extra placement points. Maybe even getting those banners and, whizzing off, finding a respawn beacon.
Yeah, fun rat that we've gotten to see from them is in the northern end, a couple teams have started to make their way in as well. I think that's drug-free as well as Deadass. Actually, Deadass just got eliminated, yeah, up in that northern end with that skirmish. That's another third party going on, but Revival Games, especially by the time they got there, there's already so much noise happening down there that, yeah, already certainly a couple eyes on them. Cozy, most prominent one. DivQ, the last remaining player for E8, gonna get finished off here on the top end, and it is SCS that remains on the northern side of that circle, but they also have a lot of rotation to do, and they have other teams like Revival, like Intel, in the way.
We've still got SCS up on that high ground. I don't think they've dropped yet. They're gonna have to push down and fight these teams all in Thunderwatch, because they have to get past Thunderwatch to make it into the next zone.
And they've already started to do some good work as Chick has taken a good couple shots and having to retreat before Crust, as well as the rest of SES make the invasion already. So much damage done. They got up here so fast, and Chickis is going to get felled here. It's already a 3v2 before the setup can even commence. And this may be an immediate rotation and retreat from No Name in the 2v3. They have few resources, very little reason to get off this high ground, but also they need to get off it in order to get inside the circle, in order to find the safer spot. And SES has just ceded control of this after one singular kill. Denpride and Gyozi forced to the other end of the building for now, as Crust is continuing to find some shots on a Gyozi, while Denpride is going to try and make this invasion happen, but Slayer covering the off angle. Sinox also playing with that distance. Crust one-manning right now on the front line. And speaking of frontlining one man, Cody Gami, the one remaining player from Blackhand, gonna have to rat it on that western side, while Denpride and Gyozi finally decide to make the drop, but it'll be right into the arms of Redeem, a full squad. But they instead have moved over to Thunderwatch as well, and so SCS has some more teams to pay attention to.
We can also see Team Intel there just took a Valkyr out of that spot in Command Center, and they're gonna fly straight into the best spot in zone, it looks like. That is quite the rotate.
Oh, wow. Oh, Intel's trying to find the off angle on the SCS as well. They were trying to get behind, but I don't know if there's enough space afforded to them, especially with this ring already coming in. As Drug Free will fall next, Intel has this nice choke spot. If SCS looks behind them, then it could be dangerous. But they still have another team in Redeem in the way as well, as Kodagami will finally fall. No Name is now in another struggle, this time against Cozy on that eastern side, while SCS still debates on what to do next. With Redeem still in their way, they're going to launch that exhibit down, try and find some airwaves, and get out of there, while Intel keeps the sightline on high. And the rest of these other squads, SCS now heading over to that slightly higher ground, and right below them, Redeem, and they've started taking some shots, though not completely at each other.
It does slightly feel like Redeem are delaying the inevitable here, but they have those Watts defenses down, which is stopping SCS from dropping. And I think we still have Team Intel in that corner as well. They're gonna provide some crossfire if SCS decide to do anything too aggressive. You would feel like SCS are in a really strong position here, but actually, they can't really do anything cleanly here. If they drop and try and fight Redeem, Team Intel are gonna absolutely fry them on the cross. If they try and fight Intel, Redeem are probably just gonna third-party them in the back. So it looks like they're trying to plan a rotate away here, maybe. If they can get down that hill and turn and face these two other teams, they can just hold them out when the zone starts to close.
Yeah, SES forced to play preventative a lot of the time here. They're trying to flush out every threat because they can't really make one of their own right now. They have to play this slower game. As Cozy Vize was trying to scout out the potential third party, but recognized that Revival was still there. Or Redeem, excuse me. Redeem was still there, so not going to chomp at the bit just there yet. As Intel continuing to have that spot, that pressure, and so neither SES nor Redeem wants to really move. LTC, though, meanwhile, has complete control over this southern end, but is going to start to meet Cozy on that eastern side, and that may actually be the first clash before this ring comes in, simply because of how much they're itching to. But no! SCS! The fall will finally come through. They make the rotation, they scout out the area, and they'll figure out where they head back to. In fact, it looks like they'll actually drop right back on Redeem.
Wow, that is when you know that there's plenty of teams in zone. When you hit that Valkyr, you see those scans, and you think, actually, we're just going to have to U-turn here and go back. There is nowhere to land. I don't know if people... I guess Cozy has been firing his Kraber because he does have limited ammo. Benefiting from that Loba there, getting that Kraber, which could come up really, really big. But here comes Team Intel now on the top of the hill, looking down over everybody, wiping out SCS and Redeem. They were the team that blinked last. They are the beneficiaries. That is a zone team right there. 72 damage, zone 3, 1 kill. I'm loving it. That is the way to play if you want to minimize your risk, clean something up, get those points. They're making a great start here without putting themselves in too much danger. And now they're at the top of the hill, and the zone is moving very, very beneficially for them.
Yeah, they did it in such a really great way, just such like inches worth of time as well, because with SES and Redeem both up there, Litecoin and Cozy kind of had their choice of who to shoot at, but as Intel was able to make such quick work of those two squads, and now they're the ones sitting atop this pedestal, they have dealer's choice now, and it looks like they're going to start with some pot shots onto McLovin over from LTC, who's trying to make this extra space with these fences, and is actually doing an okay job. Cozy is already pretty walled out, but they have this black market to keep themselves sustained, and nobody is moving until this ring starts to converge.
I love Apex, man. We've got somebody on 1,800 damage. We've got somebody on 87 damage. Not that much. 72 damage. Sorry, I'm slightly over-egging it there. But it just shows the flexibility in the way that you can play zone in this game. Team Intel chose to take a very safe spot in Command Center. All you have to do is hold the zip lines and hold the door. Whereas, LTC chose to go into the middle of zone, keep teams off them, clearly had to do a lot of damage to keep people away from their spot and, own that space. But who will benefit which style is going to, trump here at the end? Is it the team that's warmed up, the team that's been fighting all game, or is it the team that, flew in, cleaned something up, and are now sitting at the top of the hill?
Vizay has taken a great deal of preliminary space at the moment. Intel trying to pay attention to it while simultaneously having to fight LTC, who are trying to make a bit of a move on a different vantage spot that, again, Intel had almost taken previously, but instead, it's just that same middle ground that they have to fight over. The natural cover still assisting them a while, and Cozy may get away with just waiting this out to at least get the top 2 spot, but LTC, they've been fencing the whole way through. They've been making their presence known the whole way through, and now that EMP stacked on top of Intel places that extra pressure off of LTC, but now comes the approach from Intel. They're going to try and make this happen now and prevent that third party from Cozy in time, but LTC has so much space, so much damage. EMP comes through on the other side, though. Not Daniel and Dan Matic, the only ones remaining. Intel just lining up for the majority of this damage, and it's going to be Jet waiting in the wings, trying to duck behind the shields, but it's LTC that falls next, as Cozy now chooses this to make their jump. It's a preliminary third party, and Cozy uses it to take the dub after having arguably the worst spot out of that top 3.
I mean, Team Intel just got absolutely colluded on there. 2 EMPs in the space of 20 seconds. Teams having to fight. Clearly, Team Intel made the call there that they just had to fight LTC and at least try and take second place. And that is music to the ears of Vizay, Kosei, and a Senpai there. They get an absolutely easy cleanup. Fantastic. Thank you so much to a Loba team for winning after we highlighted Loba as a great legend to choose. They moved into that spot. LTC and Cozy both rotated into the zone really early. Fantastic zone calls. They set up, they leveled up their Evo shields, they collected that loot, and then they all 3 of those teams, by playing zone, by playing positioning, guaranteed themselves at least a handful of points as we head into the remaining 7 games.
And I gotta hand it to Vizay more than anybody else there from Cozy, just always being that scout, being that brave frontline to establish that presence on the ground that Cozy knew that they were not only gonna have to take, but make that threshold possible in order to make it to that next fight. Such a great step-by-step process. And like you said, it alludes to a benchmark of Loba being an integral part of how this PLQ is going to play out. But again, that may mean that oversaturation going forward. And so even Vizay right now is in his own head wondering, should we continue this comp pick right now, or should we delve into something different?
I mean, Vizay, really showed his experience there. We used to play for Lazarus, appeared in the ALGS Year 2 online playoffs in North America. He's been there, done it. He's seen it all. He runs scrims for the region. He chose to wait, to hang back, to give Intel and LTC just that little bit of confidence to fight, and then brought in the EMP, then engaged, made sure that they were fully committed before Team Cozy showed their hand.
This fight down near Stormcatcher definitely had to be the most exciting part of the matchup. For me, that long-winded rotation coming through from Revival was really admirable, but unfortunately there was already just too much noise made, so they couldn't really springboard too much off of that. But still, able to find 6 kills in that first lobby, and on that note, the kill spread among all of these teams is really, really interesting, actually, with, I think, a good, half of the lobby, at least getting it a little bit on that KP. So much more fragmented because so many teams were willing to play more conservatively, were willing to play for the rat out, and willing to just retreat the second they lost that advantage, and it leads to a lot of teams exiting this first game with 1 point or 2 points or 3 because they got 1 kill and then that added placement from the top 10. It's just, it is a kerfuffle that cannot get me more excited for the next 7 games.
There we saw it there. We can just see that Cozy are only just moving up when the fight is fully committed. We can see them just hanging back, hiding by that fence line, making sure the other 2 teams felt confident to fight, and then they swooped in when everybody was committed, when you couldn't back out. And I mean, how tight is this? That is so tight.
Wow, anything less and Cozy would not be on top right now. The measly 4 kills compared to how much work LTC and Redeem did along the way. Intel also with that second place going to grab 3rd outside of that game. Redeem, of course, doing that good job. Revival having that 6 to bolster them to that current 5th place spot. And again, even in this first game means so much. Again, cannot be stated enough. Top 10 teams are done playing today and will go into the finals bracket with an advantage of points so massive in this match point format, where after that one person crosses that threshold and wins that game, point totals will be locked.
This leaderboard just epitomizes what we were talking about before the game. These teams are feeling the pressure. These teams are nervous. People aren't wanting to take risks. We've not got anybody, stomping the lobby, dropping in 25, 30 points. And these teams also know each other. A real difference here is in the Challenger circuit, when you've got so many teams and so many rounds, you don't really have much time to prepare for those finals because anybody could make the finals when the Challenger Circuit is so competitive. But teams have had weeks and weeks of scrims, weeks of preparation. They've been able to watch the playoffs in London, probably take some inspiration there. Everybody knows each other. Everybody's playing cautiously, and that's why we don't have a super top-heavy leaderboard right now. We've got a really, really tight, tense leaderboard, and that just makes me so excited for the next 7 games. Everybody has a shot at qualifying for the finals at the first attempt.
The respect among all of these players, absolutely massive. They've met in scrims, they met in ranked lobbies, and they will meet again in Storm Point for game number 2 after we take a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS NA PLQ for split number 2. I'm Tenrek. With me is still Tom, and if you're just joining us, we had a wild run through our first game on Storm Point. Every team so scared, so respectful, and so stingy with those picks, leading to a pretty scattershot scoreboard. But Tom, I don't know if that'll necessarily change, and so I want to get right into it. I want to chomp at this bit immediately and say that there's not any contests other than one right now on Storm Point, and that's over at the Mill, between two teams that played very differently over the course of this first game. Blackhand, who has made it barely into the top 10 after a solid run through that circle, unfortunately couldn't find too many fights, and then they had to rat it out for that latter half. And then on the other side of that, Slept On, who played the biggest Storm game I think I've ever seen on an Eastern Circle, staying on down beast for the entirety of round 2, and then not even making it through checkpoint for round number 3. They stayed out for so long, and yet they still only found 1 KP. So much needs to change for those two teams in general, but in the meantime, still a lot to look at going into game 2 with Cozy once again at the top of the leaderboard after that win.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether we're going to see that contest at the Mill again, because they kind of just tickled each other and then ran away.
Yeah.
I think whether the pressure got to them, I don't know if this is maybe a recent contest or whether they've been scrimming it out. But clearly, it doesn't benefit either team to be in that situation. You're not getting kills, so you're not getting points towards your total. You're sharing the loot, and sure, Mill has, decent loot, probably enough for 2 teams. But both of these teams will be used to having a whole POI to themselves. Slept on playing in zone for that long, probably because they felt like they needed to craft, they needed to, loot some scraps from other teams. It's just not a great play style for either team. So are they going to back away? Or are they going to, full send, engage head-to-head, and are we going to see a little bit more of a proper fight this game?
Yeah, we'll see how these teams enter and escape their own comfort zones as we head into game number 2 here in the PLQ winners bracket. Once again, whoever is in the top 10 of this match after 8 games will move on to the finals, which is in 2 days, with those bolstered points, which goes 10 for first place, 9 for second place, and all the way down to 1 for 10th place. The bottom 10 teams relegated to the losers bracket, which will take place right after this winners bracket on this very same stream. It should be a banger match as well as, Tom, it does appear that nobody is changing course just yet. Still 2 teams on the mill, still 1 team everywhere else.
And they're all literally landing right in the middle of mill. We are holding hands. We can smell each other's breath.
Is that 2 triple takes?
Yeah, that's a hex double take right there.
Oh man, Blackhand has taken more of the space. The smoke is going to be able to shield a lot of Slept On for the most part here. As those nades coming in, good shot taken by Yasto, but it's not enough. Rest of Blackhand having to make that entrance. His Psycho is going to be able to fully down Yasto, and the shot's not found either. Kodagami, the last hope, Slept On. All 3 members still up, and Blackhand is going to be the first team down.
And that was so quick. Everybody landed together, and instead of running off to their respective mills, they actually engaged completely. And because they have, fought that so quickly, Team Diverge over at Down Beast, they haven't finished looting. They aren't coming to third party. They're concentrating on their own rotates. And nobody got knocked either, so nothing in the kill feed to encourage a third party, either. What a great wipe there, and, that is really not what Blackhand would have wanted. Maybe a bit of false sense of security by how calm the last fight went, and now they are going to be forced to sit there, watch this game, and really think about if it's worth fighting for Mill.
I mean, such a ballsy play to just follow Blackhand down to that middle ground between the 2 buildings of Mill and just decide to contest. Like, that is so brave by Slept On, but they recognized they had that slight positional advantage and they were able to utilize it to a T. Remember, Slept On is the team that has come down from the Pro League. Blackhand trying to claw their way out, and this game will certainly not help. And just being on that cusp, even so early in the match, gonna feel painful when they inevitably slip a little bit after this game, as Slept On is already literally right behind them in the rankings.
Yeah, I think that, this is obviously an 8-game series, so each game is slightly less impactful on the overall standings. As we see Team Intel and our leaders, Team Cozy, our first and third team there, are they going to coexist or are they going to really fight it out here? They're both zone teams. They both want to prioritize placement, so we might not see an engagement here. But there's not a lot of teams around right now. This could be an opportunity for an early engagement.
Yeah, there's a lot of presence down here as well. No Name is directly to their southeast as well. So there's that added risk of recognizing how much noise you think you're allowed to make with who's near you, and a lot of the time that's just a guessing game, unfortunately, for a lot of these teams, just because of that lack of knowledge. Of course, the teams that they're seeing being anonymous until they are fully eliminated as well. An important part, despite how good these teams have gotten at understanding who is there and who is not, as this is something that we've seen a couple times in the Challenger circuit, especially from a team like that ass, but it's against Revival Games, a team that absolutely popped off the previous game. And now inside this armory, when the camp comes, RG is going to be in a good spot.
And Deadass, I think we had this exact same situation, maybe not with the exact same teams the last time we casted together in that 4th Challenger Circuit Finals. If Goat can throw, this happened exactly last time.
I think you're right,
Goat can throw that Horizon Q onto the launch pad, the Horizon Q takes precedence and it's just going to present Revival Games up. Here you go, have some kills. Yep. So will he do that? They're going to know that they have a Horizon. They've probably heard audio cues of a Horizon. So it's a bit of a standoff here. You're kind of screwed inside, unless they can use that Bangalore Rolling Thunder to clear Deadass off their roof. And there you go.
There it is.
Perfect timing, absolutely. absolutely timed to perfection. And if Goat has to use his Q to clear it up there, he doesn't have it for the... oh, there you go. They're gone. So that was a perfect use of Bangalore there. Excellent timing. Fantastic escape. And Deadass there will be slightly frustrated at an opportunity to get 3 very easy kills, but they're going to enjoy their scraps. Thank you very much for those.
That was such a good clip that you can just stick in your reel, Tom. That was such perfect timing.
Noted. Hold on.
That is the complete opposite of a caster curse. I don't think I've ever seen more perfect timing in a cast like that. Redeem also joining the fray. This is becoming a really loaded next zone just because of how much of the center of the map it is. Everybody already trying to converge towards it. Redeem, though, in a bit of a weary spot, unfortunately. Kind of stuck between a rock and several hard places. I mean, straight up just surrounded by teams right now. They literally see hostile Watson fences in open view just a couple meters away. So they are really going to have to play slow and safe in order to have a chance in continuing here and hoping that nobody really wants to make that approach. But as we've seen, that can be dangerous if it lasts too long with the potential to 4th party and 5th party and 6th party. One team is going to decide to plug the hole at some point. The question is when.
Yeah, Redeem, they're really on some borrowed time because if anybody takes the roof of that building just to their north, then they do not have a safe spot in between those rocks. They've already lost Joey, but they do have that respawn beacon nearby, but I think a team is playing around it, so you can't even get access to that. They don't have the crypto to do a remote plugin. You can see there, they're just absolutely surrounded, and Crummy, Mercy, Enemy are now playing in that building. If they choose to take the roof, they have absolutely nowhere to hide.
But in the meantime, there's so much natural cover anyway. The amount of buildings that have been taken by these teams already is so unprecedented, I think, compared to the last game that we saw, as Slept On is no longer playing for the Storm. Instead, they're playing just outside that ring. So they are still playing slow, but they're not playing as slow. They recognize that they're willing to get in on this action a lot quicker now. With that first burst of KP, they're certainly hungry for more. But in the meantime, only a couple of kills each and every way. Again, Redeem losing that one member, but everyone else basically at their best. As I believe Diverge in the meantime is actually grabbing that res at the moment. As Deadass gonna make that rotation in with the Skyward Dive. Goat already losing a heap of damage due to that initiation onto, I believe, Revival Games. I believe this is the same fight we were gonna see anyway. As Goat will fall first, Orioles next, it's down to El Karma, and it is indeed Revival Games! The team that Deadass tried to camp is now trouncing them a second time in a 3-1 deficiency.
Revival Games might as well rename themselves to Team Revenge because they are getting some revenge right now. How dare you camp our armory? How dare you chase us into zone? We're gonna kill you and we're gonna survive. They're bunkered up here in the orange
El
ball.
Karma's out.
Yeah, there you go. They're running, they're out, and they've just absolutely short-handed Deadass for the rest of the game, and they've survived. They're living, they haven't been thirded, they're 3 up right now, they have that loot from the armory, and they are going to be laughing all the way to the end zone.
And a pretty good angle that they have against KSP right now, who is on the run as well, after they were able to find a couple kills in the skirmishes so far too. But yeah, RG right now, they have the pick of the litter, they have a great angle heading into this next zone. They have a lot of vantage points, but not so many teams to worry about outside of it. Slept On, of course, going to be one of those threats. Diverge going to become one of those threats after they move a little more north. And depending on where bots rotate, they might actually be a problem as well, although I'm not entirely sure they'll head up there. They might just go towards the south instead. Revival Games, thanks to that one fight, thanks to that little kerfuffle that they were able to escape unscathed in like record time. They're in a bit of an island right now until a new team comes to approach them, and that team might again be Slept On, as they are in the island adjacent to them at the moment, ready to make that jump at any waking moment. Is Team Diverge engaged in a little bit of distance play themselves with KSP, who is now rotated over to that southwest side of the circle.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing in this game how many teams are in the zone. There's so many teams who early rotated towards the center of zone. Obviously, this zone being in the bang center of the map, this means that basically everybody has access to this zone if they wished. So that means that we are going to see some edge engagements like we're seeing right here with Risen Rose, because there's very few teams on the edge, which means that you can take fights without being third-partied, and that is exactly what SCS are doing here. They are absolutely wiping Risen Rose. Senok surviving with a slither of health, showing his experience, showing his mechanical talent, and they're going to have space here to reset. There is not a third party on the horizon.
That was really comfortable from SES. They controlled that entire fight, just beams on beams on beams. Made it look easy against Risen Rose, who had a lot of tools in the bitter end there, even so. But all the territorial control and all the aim going the way of the X-Sentinel squad. A lot of teams in their way, but there's a lot of passivity in that presence anyway, because it's not like randoms are going to want to exit all of a sudden to take down SES when they know they have 3 teams behind them in a better spot in that circle. So SES, they could be in plain sight for a good portion of this next round without actually receiving any engagement. Teams like Slepton, teams like KSP, who's actually doing that right now, are perfectly capable of doing the same thing. But on that note, one of the former is going to start skyward diving over towards the northern end of the circle, while it looks like Diverge is debating over whether or not to actually engage.
And it looks like we are going to have potentially a couple of engagements here in what has been nicknamed Jurassic Park. Teams fighting either side of those gates, and it's really, really difficult rotation if you're being held out through one of those gates. It's a pure fence. There's only a couple of entrances, but that Bangalore smoke is going to clear those sight lines, but then you might get countered by the Bangalore ultimate.
Yeah, interesting how they're letting everything go now. Tossing those smokes on the gate, revealing that presence really soon. KSP may have known about it, but they weren't sure on the timing of Diverge, and I think that Diverge had a couple more tools to work with. But like you said, getting to gatekeep this specific part of the map is certainly difficult, as Diverge are getting walled out after all the resources have already been implemented. That being said, exhibits on the other end have also been used, so Diverge may just be able to walk into a raw fight if they can heal themselves back up. Now comes the potential diversion by Sleepy Panda, finding the off angle. 81 on the purple. And that's a good way for Diverge to kick things off. But in the process, Bots is going to start coming in for the potential third party as well from the other side of that gate and re-engage with Diverge and KSP simultaneously.
Yeah, this is a really difficult spot to be because you've got that zone on your back. You don't really have time to back off into zone. So if you're getting pinched in this position, then it's really dangerous for you. But it looks like Bots are just going to concentrate on getting into zone. They know, again, that the zone is not pulling. KSP eliminated here. Revival Games. Moving on, they're gonna rotate north under a bit of pressure here. They've got some open space, but they're thriving right now. They've picked up some kills. They've got pretty decent armors, and they have a fairly clean rotation for now.
Yeah, how interesting is that? Just heading up instead, not having to deal with that for the time being. Again, trying to figure out where they should head to as Diverge still locked out. Now by Bots instead, so they have 6 sets of eyes on them at the moment. But none that can really make too much of an impact because everyone's getting pressure to move simultaneously. Diverge, a little bit of damage as the ring is going to start to come in. But it looks like they'll have to opt to rotate the other way as they're running low on options. And Bots really has them locked down by this point. But, I mean, they're going to be heading into drug-free territory anyway. So, what a trade-off.
Yeah, and then also getting a little bit of a sort of a budget third party there from the Prowlers as well. You really do not want to fight at this POI. You can see here, Team Diverge, as much as they're wanting to play on the edge, they're clearly just looking for a way in. They've managed to survive what was a really difficult push, getting gatekeep through the gate, pushing up the hill. They then saw that maybe fighting Bots in a house, maybe not the best way. If they can shoot you from the window, you have no cover. Bangalore smoke can only do so much. It's not, it's not a guaranteed protection. So they're just trying to work their way in right now. They're trying to thread the needle, and teams like Drug Free are able to hold them out here. But both teams have to move to zone, so it's going to be another situation of who blinks first, who moves first. There is that one little house that we can see just north of these teams. Maybe that's going to be a vantage point for both of these teams. But they both have to move, and they're both running very, very similar comps. We're going to be relying on that Bangalore. We're going to be relying on that Seer to get information and be aggressive. And it looks like Team Diverge have snuck past and have managed to find their way into zone. And the gate kept now become the gatekeepers.
Yeah, but Smiley is also still staring them down anyway, so they may still be a little bit sandwiched here. The problem is now Drug Free will also be walking into that double sightline, and Diverge is going to be a little bit more prepared for it as here comes a little bit of the pre-fire on the southern end of this circle, but Diverge, they found some security, and so it looks like instead Drug Free going to opt to just take this lower end of the gate, play the slow game as well, be forced to not have to be proactive because that poses such a potential disadvantage from the angle that they've now taken. In the meantime, Slepton is in a fight of their own now with the randoms over in the northwestern side to be able to rotate more efficiently here. And it looks like Slepton has the better beam, and Amigo is going to fall next, but it's Zerbo and Psycho versus the world. Couple good shots taken, going to be able to at least finish off an Amigo and Crummy, but it's not a full team wipe, I believe. Oh, there it is. Randoms is going to be fully eliminated now. but Slepton will lose a player in the process. They don't have time to pick up because they have another set of eyes on them. In fact, a couple. Revival Games the first to check them out, but LTC is going to try and counter that. In the meantime, Intel and E8. E8 are about to meet them halfway here as it's just Zerbo remaining in a potential 1v3 after Psycho has fallen and now stuck in the middle of so much pressure. The charge rifles beaming from both directions. Zerbo, an active rat he must be in order to increase those placement points for himself.
Yeah, and we also have LTC as well, they're faced with a really difficult decision here because they could come out, they could push into Revival Games, they could maybe clean up this side of the map, but they've also got bots behind them who are going to be trying to push them and get through. We've got a very small space here, and the zone has pulled slightly differently to what a lot of teams were expecting. So we've got a lot of people here who suddenly realize they have to rotate, including E8, including Zerbo here on the final member of Slepton. Who's very brave ratting, absolutely. Wow. I respect it. This guy's got the experience. He's qualified before. Control a demon. And look at how long he's given E8 the runaround, but that is going to be the end of it. And it's Zetavis who steals the kill. The team that's been a duo the whole game managed to sneak out of that situation, reposition, and are able to pick up a couple of kills.
They'll head back away. And talking about this final circuit, Smiley, who was able to guard against Diverge and Drug Free, is now in arguably a pretty good god spot. Save for one contest on the other end by Karasuno at the moment on the eastern end. They basically have all the control of this upcoming zone and all of the territory that comes along with it. They could gatekeep both ways if they wanted to, as long as they were able to break through this core of Diverge, Drug Free, and potentially bots if they don't decide to engage on LTC instead. Intel, in the meantime, is going to try and take some pot shots at Cozy. That's a good amount of damage to begin over at this gravity cannon, and already the hideaway going to force out Cozy down, and Intel will have their revenge, at least preliminarily, but they have to grab the dub on top of it.
Yeah, and they now have a difficult rotate, though. There's not a lot of cover ahead of them. They'll be very grateful for the kills, very grateful for the loot. But because they're running that Seer, they can be more flexible on the edge, and that's helping them take all these fights here with their fantastic mechanical talent. Flinzar opening with that vault, taking a Valk Q, under a little bit of pressure here, and he's going to get swung! It's No Name, the duo, leveling the playing field. We're in a 2 versus 2 here. Yeah,
this was after TSS, who was a duo themselves, tried to engage first, but then they headed out once they realized that No Name was going to try and get on the prowl. They knew that they had that advantage, and so instead, they're going to head back out as Revival Games is finally going to get in that engagement with E8 over on the northern end of the circle, but in the meantime, No Name in such a bad spot. Den Pride finally down. Gyozi, no shields in that. Rolling Thunder is still coming through. No Name is down. Karasuno on this eastern end, gonna try and invade Intel next. James Fearless on the off angle while Oxy and Wave push that front line. Knowledge from the exhibit. They get so much damage to start things out. Intel in such a crucial position. They have to complete, but with one already down and so much pressure onward here, still through the smoke, Karasuno looks poised to take a top spot here in the game.
They are just cleaning out this side of the zone, showing that the Hemlock still got something inside it, even though it hasn't quite gone into the care package yet. They're going to get all of that loot, and they're just going to keep pushing. They're going to keep sweeping. They're on a rampage here. They have the digital threat on the vault. They have the Bangalore, and look at this aggressive smoking forwards, even then with extra information on from the Seer Tactical.
Karasuno is on the hunt. TSS, the next prospective victims, but recognizing that Revival Games is also in their way, and so they don't want to lose anything across this. But you could say the exact same thing about Blur Flavors and Hambino, stuck down here, coming into this game with 0 points from the previous one. But in the meantime, while that stalemate resolves itself, as none of those 3 teams want to make the move on the southern end, closer to this gate, Team Smiley is about to get swarmed by an onslaught of other teams. We have Drug Free down here, we have bots down here, and Diverge, all just triangulated, or I guess I should say quadrilateralated, or whatever. 4 teams, yep. 4 teams outside this gate.
Yeah, and it's because they have to push through that gate. The fence is giving protection to the teams on the other side. These 2 teams are going to have to fight. If they cannot Valkyrie, are they going to get away? Okay, so they've done the easy bit, they're up in the air, but where are you going to land? Can they find a spot? Can they settle down? They do not have any real defensive capabilities beyond the smoke. They've used 1 smoke. And everybody's just in the air. Everybody's moving. Bots, they're going to hide here behind that leaf. They're going to fight. Can they turn it around? Can they steal some kills? It's a surprise attack from the air. And I mean, if you're using a vault, it's just not fair at that range. absolutely shredding, and they're going to get a reset here, it looks like. Bot's going to get those kills, going to get the shield swap. Now they're going to work their way towards zone. We've got Gibby down, we've got Seer exhibits down, we've got Watson generators being taken down, as bots are on a rampage here, sweeping the east side of the zone.
Right now, looking at Drug Free and Karasuno on this bottom end, while... no, Smiley, actually, as James Fearless is actually the only one remaining from Karasuno after that skirmish in the southern eastern end, while Diverge instead decided to head out. They still got eliminated anyway, and now the duel between Smiley and bots as well as Drug Free will end in Smiley taking the majority of that damage. Revival looking to take this final kill onto Karasuno, grab another squad wipe. James Fearless, the only one in their way, but again, no motive to move just yet. Bots having so much control over this positioning from the southern eastern corner, and they will be the ones to finish off James Fearless. Smiley not soon after, and we have a final 3.
Yeah, now we're in a little bit of a standoff here. We've got all the teams perfectly spread out. The zone is ending in the middle of all of them. Bots maybe with the slight advantage here. But sometimes being in the best spot, as we saw last game with Team Intel, means everybody focuses you, everybody colludes on you, everybody wants to push you. The other two teams can't really see each other right now. You can see that Shinny has a spot here where he can purely focus bots, but cannot take damage from the other team in the zone.
Oh, bots are going to find Impulse!
And they're swinging around.
They found Impulse on the initial off angle, and now Drug Free is already down to 2. Revival Games choosing to make that the starter pistol for them to head in, as there's already the wipe on a Drug Free, but bots are now in a 2v3, making a 1v3, and Revival Games, after an absolutely stacked KP Master, will be your champions for game number 2. Masterful patience in that off time to be able to come out the victors in both KP and the game itself, and absolutely stacked grand total there for game number 2 will boost Revival up to the top spot right now in the PLQ.
That was an absolute edge masterclass from Revival Games. They hit the armory, they looted up, they escaped from being camped inside the armory, and then they just edged their way in. They took a spot, they turned around, they held it. They killed the teams behind them. They then moved in again. They took the spot, they looked behind them, they cleaned it out. They didn't overcommit, they didn't push in. They avoided being the meat in the sandwich at all times by not overcommitting, not getting too deep into the zone, trusting themselves, fighting their way in, cleaning everything out in front of them once their backs were clear, and always being the last team into every engagement right to the very end where they cleared up that final fight. Absolute beautiful edge play right there.
I want to talk about that penultimate fight before that final circle really came through, because we didn't have too much time to really talk about it. I'll break it down a little bit. So there was the gate on that southern western end of the circle that you had 4 teams stuck in. 2 chose to leave. Bots and Karasuno. They both tried to rotate via that skyward dive at nearly the exact same time. They both saw that southern eastern end was nearly vacated. Only one team on it, and it happened to be Team Diverge. Bots and Karasuno both simultaneously swarm Diverge, and it becomes a 3-team mini battle royale that Team Diverge opts to get out of as quickly as possible, recognizing that 2 teams have spotted them and are trying to make them their next meal. They skyward dive up. On the way they take too much damage, they head down to the northeastern end, and they get finished off by who else but Revival Games, who was already on that prowl. Diverge playing a crucial fulcrum in interrupting the stalemate pace that Revival Games had with both No Name and Slept On, I think, or also E8. E8 was also up there. It broke that silence so quickly, and Revival Games were able to turn that into such a momentous push into the rotation, and then the stick when it came time to hold down and bunker up, and then perfect waiting for that rotation from bots in the bitter end. Like you said, just a masterclass in patience and timing. They took every fight at the exact right moment, but I mean, across the way, outside of Revival Games, who did take the lion's share of those fights and those kills, so many other teams had such stellar moments, and that first one, especially from Slept On, meeting Blackhand right at the moment when they both dropped in. A great way to kick off that first game, turned it into a bit of a solid rat that they were able to turn into a couple points. But yeah, so much chaos, so much action that a lot of teams I think are happy with coming out of game 2.
Yeah, I think that was a great display, not only from all of our edge teams, but actually some of our zone teams as well, for being able to position themselves, being able to get there. We saw teams set up, but then the zone moves away. You think you've called the zone right, and it just slightly pulls into the open, and that hands the advantage to those Sierra and Horizon teams. Those teams that have just that little bit more aggressive capability, can get that exhibit down, and there we have it again. Look, that fantastic Valkyrie. I do not know how they survive. What I do, it's pure mechanical skill. If you can land on someone's head and just one-clip them, then you are going to find success. But look at Revival Games there as we look at our replays, how they cleared out their side. They never committed in. They always stayed on the edge. They always made sure that the angles that they could be third-partied from always closed off. And look at them there. Look how excited. You could just tell the excitement as they saw those other teams fighting as they moved up. Bots, in my opinion, successfully identified that they were just going to get focused in that spot and played for second. And sometimes in a battle royale, you have to just accept that you can't win the game. And grabbing those extra kills, grabbing those extra placement points by locking in second can make the difference in an 8-game circuit. Those few points that they gain right there might be the difference when we close out this tournament.
Yeah, Revival Games definitely played that perfectly, but bots played it as perfectly as they could up until that bitter end, recognizing that those sight lines were already on them. They had to find what they could, and they got second place out of it. Karasuno grabbing a solid KP to get themselves third place in that game. Drug-free, also the placement really helping them out as they will make it to, I believe, third. But this leaderboard has been super shaken up. Let's take a look at the finality of it after these first two games, halfway through the Storm Point run, and obviously Revival Games, after an absolutely incredible run through that second game, they are now up to 33 points. I believe they just got like 25 in one singular game, if not more. Absolutely nuts. Cozy not falling too far, but they're down third place. A lot of work still to do. On the other end of that, this bottom 10, couple teams that a lot of pressure now on them to really perform. I mean, you see Blackhand, who was first place out of the Challenger circuits. You have Slept On and Team Smiley, who are coming down from the pro circuit, unable to break through that top 10 just yet. And there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered here.
Yeah, but, you know, even though we've had a couple of teams dropping those bigger totals, it's still so tight. We've got 3 teams on 11 points. We've got a team on 9 points. We've got teams on 7, 6, 5 points all the way down. It's so tight. It really puts the pressure on all teams. Especially when there's 8 games. You know, if it was maybe a 4 or a 6-game set, Revival Games would probably be chilling now. They probably think, you know what, we've qualified, we've made that top 10, but there's still 6 more games to go, and they're fighting for those all-important seeding points as well.
Yeah. Revival certainly taking that first step up in the point totals, but still so much to do. How will these gaps widen? How will they close? How will the pace of these scorings affect the rest of the PLQ? Those questions and more will be answered over the course of these next couple days. We have Game 3 of Storm Point coming your way after this short break. What's up, everyone? These teams were ready to go faster than we were, so we're heading right into Game 3 over on Stormpoint. Tom, we've had a wild 2 games, very different from one another, dictated by zones and the team's mentalities among them, but the drop spots, I believe, may remain the same, but how they approach them, that will be different. As Slepton were able to track down Blackhand in the first full seconds of game number 2, deuce them out, and force Blackhand to the bottom 10 going into Game 3. Something's got to change there.
Feeling a bit more confident, you've shaken those nerves off. You know, I can tell you that once you get that first game out of the way, you feel so much better when you're approaching a tournament. But we're going to go for a little bit of deja vu here. We are landing in the middle, we're 6-man landing, and that is an RNG moment right there. You've only got a P20, but you're still going to try and make it work. Huge P20 damage. And Blackhand now, they've gone in, they picked up a Prowler. They're scraping around for whatever weapons they can find. You've got the Prowler and the Mozam here. But you are short-handed, you're a man down. Slepton are still 3 up. So what are they going to do here? Are they going to force the issue? Are they going to push? They're just taking their time to reset. But they don't want to allow a res here. And he's going to take a 1v1. Alternator, big damage, but not enough. And it's leveled to a 2v2.
And now that sightline has been reopened up by both Blackhand and Slepton, deciding to diverge for that crucial second in order for the remaining players on each side to get themselves back up. But it looks like Diverge is actually going to head in on the action early. Sleepy Panda is here as well, trying to get it on the action while Slepton and Blackhand finish up their feud. It's down to Sungwin for Slepton in order to hold it down, as Blackhand is also down to 1 in Yasto, who has a couple death boxes to work with, and will also try and thirst this out, but both teams so much worse for wear and completely aware of the fact the Diverge is on the way to clean up the scraps. So Yasto gonna try and make it out, but no, Sleepy Panda finds the shots. Blackhand is down, and it looks like Slepton is not far behind. Psycho still around, but Sungwin is ways away, ready to fight another day. But, I mean, another very different ending to this interaction on the mill, but Diverge taking perfect advantage of it, recognizing, okay, we are not going to have that kind of time to invade next time. We need to grab our loot and immediately head over to see what they can find, and I think the Diverge is very happy with those results to start things out.
Yeah, I alluded to the experience that particularly Sleepy Panda has. He's played in the Pro League before. He used to play for Absolute Monarchy at one stage. He's been a veteran of the Challenger circuit since its inception, and he's really showing his experience there because he's recognizing the opportunity. But he's also lulling those teams into a false sense of security. You know, they fought the first time. Maybe they were a bit nervous about Down Beast third-partying them. They didn't. So then the next game, they choose to take a fight. No third party from Down Beast. So you're thinking, fine, you know, clearly Team Diverge is focusing on themselves. They're not interested in third-partying. Psych, here they come, running straight at you. Excellent tactics there from Team Diverge. Really waiting for those teams to feel comfortable and confident to fight, and coming in, cleaning up, grabbing some points, and clearing out their side of the map so they can go back, loot, and take their time. One of the many benefits of being an Edge team in those situations.
Speaking of the Edge, the circle is headed up to Checkpoint and North Pad this time, as Risen Rose is taking on their own armory at the moment. Over in there. And that's certainly made a lot of noise. Potentially a camp up here is, I think that is Cozy, No Name, and Intel. All up there on the northern end, with also Redeem and E8 not far behind. So if a team wants to commit to this contest, post-armory, they absolutely have the freedom to. Gonna make sure that Trident is properly parked.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, I don't want to get a ticket for it.
Make sure you engage that handbrake. Oh, we're just gonna ram that in. Are you gonna make it inside? Okay. Yes, you are. We love game physics. Let's go.
Interesting way to, I guess, save a little bit of time on the blockade, or maybe force somebody to move that to make sure that nobody can come from your 6. So yeah. I totally get that.
Abilities from Wish right there. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Who needs Catalyst? You can just ram a Trident in the door.
Well, they have their black market, they have their fences, as Den Pride is running that Loba. And again, although we've seen Lobas on, like, different teams, I think, over the course of these games, we haven't seen too many of them at any point in time, Tom. I think everybody has kind of happened to find that happy medium every time.
Yeah, I think Loba's definitely less common on Stormpoint because the map is a little bit more spread out. You don't tend to get those end zones with lots and lots of teams concentrated into one POI. But actually, I just want to come back to that, what we'll call Trident placement. I think that actually that makes that spot so much more viable, because that spot is basically just a corridor.
Oh,
as I'm
Intel's
going to
gonna
get
move
rudely
in.
interrupted here by Redeem, by E8 taking an early game fight here. E8 will try and reset, but it looks like that white knockdown might get thirsted by Redeem.
Yeah,
Z
that
Davis on controller now. Team Intel also getting involved, and E8 really are just between two teams right here, and they are going to get taken out early. They just cannot take that much damage flying in. Everybody's able to look at them, and Team Intel, they're under a little bit of pressure here, but they are going to get back to one of those many little houses we have here. Oh, not quite. Intel Jet getting taken down. Can they reset? Seer Exhibit is going to give them some information. We're going to have some inspirational crawling here by Jet. Bit of punching as well. Friendly love punch there to your teammate. But I don't know if they're going to get a reset. There's a lot of pressure and a lot of heat on them right now.
Yeah, this is Randoms waiting on the other side. Intel was already contested by No Name in there. Black Hole going to be taken down basically immediately, but they know that that pressure is coming, and now here it is. Randoms are just going to move in on this. Jet will get thirsted, and the Rolling Thunder out immediately after. Remember, No Name is still paying attention to this. Flinzar on the run, down. Icy on your full health, on the run as well. Have to rat it out and hope nobody else spots him, but considering the concentration of teams over on those tunnels, it is quite possible that he will anyway as he heads farther north into the circle, which arguably has even more teams, as Diverge will take their foots off the pedal, and Randoms will now set up shop where they were able to take down Flinzar and Icy. Or Flinzar and Jet, excuse me.
And that just shows how punishing this level of Apex can be. All Intel did was take 10 steps forward to look at a short-handed team in E8, and they get punished for it massively. You cannot even rotate back to your little hidey hole without getting punished, and once you get a knock, you're getting wiped so quickly. It is so punishing to make a slight mistake, and that's why you see teams playing so cautiously, because that is the risk. Was that worth one kill to Team Intel? Are they going to be happy with that play in hindsight? Probably not. But going back to Team No Name and what they've done with that Trident, just quickly, because there's a few of those spots on the map. We saw Redeem playing inside there. We saw Intel playing inside there before they were evicted. Those buildings are really difficult to play because they are essentially a corridor with a post. There is no real cover in there. One grenade in the middle of the room can completely clear it out. But by putting that Trident in there, by replicating maybe what a Newcastle ability or a Catalyst ability, you've made that spot so much more viable, and that is great use, great use of your abilities. But it looks like everybody's called the zone slightly wrong. We are pulling slightly more to the west. There's a lot of teams on that very edge of zone, so we might be in for a little bit of carnage in a couple of zones' time here.
With a lot more open space as well. Yeah, everybody going to have to move back from these corridors. But like I said, especially with the amount of Watsons we've seen in those corridors as well, putting down that Trident and then sticking that pylon on, another, like you said, great plan there. As Deadass is looking to finally make their push here. Slept On are the team that stands in front of them and absolutely knows that Deadass is here. I think they're absolutely willing to take this fight as well, despite how proficient Deadass is with these fights. But Sung Nguyen already taken a good chunk of damage, forced to back away, and that might actually be the go button for Slept On to say, okay, we don't have a good angle, this is not worth it, let's GTFO, see if we can take a better one. But Psycho, already taking some bullets, might have to contest this anyway.
Yeah, he's going to blend in there, become a fish, and try and get some heals off. But when everybody has Seer, you cannot hide. They might not spot him, they might be moving past him. You can see excellent Seer scanning there, really making sure everything's covered. And yeah, Psycho is just not going to be able to make it. You just should have worn a green skin or something to blend in with the leaves. That is a poor forethought there. How dare you not think that was going to happen? Outrageous.
Yeah.
Cannot get the Phoenix off, and Slept On are probably not even going to be able to get the banner, to be honest with you. They're going to have to play as a duo. They're going to rotate away here towards checkpoint.
Revival might meet them here, actually. Yeah, they're staring him down. Slept On might still run into some trouble here. But meanwhile, let's take a look at bots who are currently fighting up against SCS. As also KSP is also taking a look in here, and oh, it is carnage on SES. Bots had every angle under the sun, and only one falls. Easy shield swaps, but now, does the third party come in time here from KSP?
Great angle there under the stairs from
So much
Kine.
damage.
Sync
Oh,
gonna
there they
launch
go.
in there, using that flatline. Absolute decimation, and all of that comes from Seer. Even though he is set to be nerfed, one thing that is not getting nerfed is his ability to cancel revives, cancel abilities, cancel heals. And that bought KSP the time to move up, to generate an angle, to stop a full reset there, and they benefit from 3 KP, a decent spot as they rotate into the next zone, access to a beacon, and plenty of loot. They are not going to be wanting for anything. It looks like it was SCS there, one of the teams taken out. That's two big hitters sent back to the lobby here early on.
Yeah, bots moving in first, and then SCS getting third-partied as well. KSP is now the only team completely outside of this circle, as Karasuno has seen drug-free, trying to fight inside this lower tunnel. A lot of damage done out the gate here. James Fearless, the beam onto a sewer first. Very little health left to do, but the quick shield swap is going to afford a little bit of extra time. And now Risen Rose on the other side of the action over in the northern end going to try and get a piece of it. But Revival Games is starting to move in on Karasuno now that Drug Free is gone after Karasuno find that solid wipe. But they still have a lot of those shields up. They'll be able to have a little bit of time and space to heal this away. And I don't know if they'll be able to third party. And indeed, Revival accepting that, going to move back out again.
That was some crazy damage to the smokes there. That was absolutely huge. They wiped that so cleanly, and they bought themselves the space to back away there. But they're going to go back. They're going to see if they can reclaim some space, reclaim that loot. I mean, that was some crazy damage. Unbelievable. You think a smoke's going to protect you? Not at this level. If someone knows where you are and they know the speed to track you out and they get a little bit of assistance with the scan, absolutely just child's play there from James Fearless with the Prowler.
With the next circle coming in, though, Karasuno is going to have to exit here through the left door on the western side, and indeed they will immediately bet by fire from Sheeny and Revival, who know they were here the whole time. Still in first place right now, and making their way up to the top 10 to find those extra points. So Karasuno going to have to take some extra time, maybe take the right side and take the higher and or longer road on the way to that next zone, but also still a lot of teams in the way on that other end anyway. No Name, meanwhile, still in this northern side of the upcoming shrinking circle, which has since been a little bit vacated due to the fact that some of these teams have been absolutely destroyed, with very few rats, actually, for the most part. Slept On, I think, currently the only team still with that rat available is Sungwin. Has barely survived, but is right next to Deadass inside checkpoint, which is where everybody on the southern end is looking to converge, but instead, indeed, Karasuno is going to head up through the other side and meet KSP instead.
Yeah, this is going to be a big fight. These are two of our most experienced and best teams mechanically. This is going to be a big fight, and they're going to have that side of the zone and that choke clear to themselves if they can win this fight here. This is a really important moment in this game.
The whole time, though, pay attention to TSS, who is also still coming in from zone. I had no idea that they were still inside zone right now, but they just made it into circle. And they will be able to hear and probably see a good portion of this fight. Karasuno recognizing, again, KSP just has such a better position. They're getting fired on, they are getting run down, and they will be once again forced to retreat back over to this circle as KSP taking a step back, actually closer to TSS now. They may run into them halfway synced, maybe cut off beat here. If Hambino and the rest of the team can catch up in time, TSS starting to prowl, and they've slowed down. They will not take this fight. Synced is safe for now, but TSS could get away with stalking one of those teams if they stay out of sight, as long as KSP does not check this 6, which they really have no reason to at the moment.
And it looks like Karasuno are actually going to make it in. It looks like Revival Games have given up they've given up the holdout. They just gave it up as Karasuno turned the corner. They're concentrating on their own rotation, and Karasuno are going to mirror them in and join this 4-way fight, potentially, at checkpoint.
KSP currently taking on Smiley over here on slope. Taking that low ground at the very least. Certainly happy with that to begin. Much more can you do, though, as we exit this upcoming circle. Couple more forced rotations. LTC forced to vacate. Karasuno forced to fully move in, and while Revival is no longer the most imminent threat, Deadass is. KSP finally going to make the choice to move in on Team Smiley, and that is a lot of damage to begin. Coming in on the other door as well is Synced. Some easy beams, but perhaps not as the bombardment comes through. Smiley will still fall, but KSP in a little bit of danger for certain. But still isolated. Revival still has to take a second before they can move in, and they will have all 3 members up.
Oh, just in time.
They barely got it up.
Milliseconds away from getting Seer cancelled. And Sync, they have the Watson gen from the other team there to be able to heal. Sync really benefiting there. Nice little present. But Horizon ult coming in. Sucking Kine out into the open. He's going to get in. He's going to take a lot of damage, though. And they really are struggling here. They're getting shot from multiple angles. There is no cover in this building. And even that Kraber, I don't think, is going to be enough to save them.
Yeah, they opened both these doors up. Revival has all the leisure and agency in the world. They'll be able to clean up KSP on the third party, and now they no longer stand alone either, as No Name has decided to invade for the fourth party. Prophet the first to fall. Saz and Sheeny stuck, choosing to move outside so they don't get fired upon easily outside these doors. Now the shield trading for Sheeny, the last remaining member. No, Revival falls next, and now No Name stands alone on the eastern side.
And No Name, the last time we saw No Name, they were just placing down a Moby Beacon to revive one of their players, and it looks like they got that revive off, they got looted up, and then they've been able to rotate, and now they have KP, loot, and they have a clear side for them to walk into zone.
That is Revival, the current leaders of the lobby, down with 38 total points. No one really close, but certainly a first place will help that out, and a good couple teams still searching for that. TSS has made their way into the eastern end of the circle after prowling the whole way through, may now actually be sandwiched more than any other team, as over in Checkpoint, there are currently 3 teams waiting. Of course, one of them is a rat, but the other 2 teams are Karasuno and Deadass, 2 absolute forces to be reckoned with, who look to actually be scoping each other out, as opposed to Sungwin, who is just sitting below, just waiting it out. But Redeem is going to be the first to take a lot of brunt of punishment, as they are being moved in on double fold by both Diverge as well as Redeem, or excuse me, not Redeem, but Randoms, who are both checking them out. But everybody kind of taking a second, especially after this pylon is up. Redeem will be able to recover, but do they have any space to rotate back out, as once again, in comes Diverge and Randoms to duke it out. Crummy, the first to go, and at least one of these teams is fractured.
Yeah, Redeem there with a really nice reset, and now, using their experience to back off a little bit, but there's just nowhere to go at this stage of the game. They have, the zone is now moving. I was going to say they have only a few seconds, but those seconds are gone. And Redeem, which way are they going to choose to fight their way in? Are they going to swing around in these trenches? Or are they going to go back the way they came? There's a team on high ground. It looks like they're just working their way in, but here's Team Diverge finishing off Randoms. Enemy as a solo just not able to do enough. And we see Dempride in the kill feed using that Kraber that he took from Synced, making full use of the equipment that they gained from that fight. And Team Diverge, they are the only team in zone right now. Only team in the next zone, one of very few teams in the current zone. And that is just unbelievable damage from Bird onto Sung. And we're in a top 5 situation here. Team Diverge with the advantage.
Everybody spotted Deadass as they skyward dove, so they're already getting a lot of pressure to start things out from Redeem, followed by Diverge, while No Name and TSS will duke it out on that eastern side, which is directly across. Joey Blackout is actually going to go take a gander over there and see what the hullabaloo's about, as Redeem may have to duck out of this fight in order to join another one. Deadass is low, but they got the job done, and TSS still waiting on this eastern side, with Redeem now taking a little bit of cover, but this circle is microscopic, and Diverge has the lion's share of control over it. Deadass may be able to camp out a lot of this, but that doesn't mean they have the best angles for damage, and they're searching for these pot shots, having a little trouble finding them, forcing to low ground. There's a good amount of damage done by Goat in order to continue putting this pressure on to TSS, who is still trying to flush out Redeem, who is just down to Mollis. 3 teams with 1 rat in tow. That is your final circle.
That was great. Great discipline by Deadass there. They flew in, they were the center of attention, they just put their heads down, they concentrated on resetting, they held their nerve, and then they were able to peek out and put Redeem into the pinch, and Mollis now is just going to have to rat this out. Can he survive? Can he get an extra placement point? I'll be honest with you, he's right in the middle. Maybe he'll go unnoticed, but we are in a CR meta. I respect it. That guy, that's like alien isolation levels of tension right there. He is holding his breath for real.
Yeah, that is such a tragic cubby to have to subject yourself to, but for the sake of the circle, they have to. TSS is going to rotate along the southern end and meet Sleepy Panda there actually a little bit early if they're lucky. But Diverge, they have so much space to work with on this last circle, and so they'll be able to kind of keep that building going. Instead, it's like Hambino is going to go search for Mollis, not necessarily find them. This might actually be a forced fight against Deadass first. Oh no, Mollis running in.
I think that was Mollis, yeah. I think Mollis moved and Hambino hunted him down and he's been taken out. Honestly, good effort. He had to move. Hambino knew exactly where he was. He was not hidden. He was just on some borrowed time. So we've got 3 teams left. We have TSS, we have Team Diverge, and we have Deadass. And it looks like TSS and Diverge are going to go head-to-head. Deadass will be laughing on the other side of the zone.
These are all teams that would super benefit from that first place right now. TSS has had such a solid game, though, thus far, and has already made their way up to 11th. Can they do a little bit more? Having to last against both Diverge and Deadass, but now comes the Rolling Thunder. A lot of damage already done out the gate here. Everybody forced to take a step back and bat up, but TSS and Diverge so close, while Deadass has all the distance in the world to play with, and still a slightly northern final tinge of that circle. They will get to move incrementally slower when this final shrinkage comes through.
Yeah, I think Deadass are doing exactly what we saw Team Cozy do in the first game. They are just letting these two teams go at it. Orizal is even tabbed in. He's probably on Twitter, or, you know, he's opening up your favorite food delivery app right now to order some halftime snacks or something. They're just chilling. They're letting those other two teams go at it. They're encouraging them to fight. You know, go on, you guys can fight. We went third, we promise. We're just going to sit here. We're playing Angry Birds. We're just chilling. You two go at it, and we'll see you when there's only 2 squads left.
You can see Diverge is starting to scope it out, though. Another Rolling Thunder in. A lot of Valk attacks as well.
That's a lot
and
of
the smokes, too. TSS is actually going to choose to make it happen, maybe. Or at least get away from Diverge. But Deadass is going to start to dissuade a lot of that pushing. Zura already forced to bat up. Hambino on scraps and downed. That may be the ghost signal for one of these teams to move in. Diverge has already taken a little more space. So has Deadass, but Deadass has been rotating back and forth anyway, and Diverge doesn't want to take that risk of the low ground contest before Deadass comes back, because they are just as hungry for that first placement too. But TSS on broken time, on broken legs. Blur Flavors bats back up though. A little bit more time to spend as Diverge and Deadass slowly but surely forced to come in. Bird taking some extra shots. Diverge through these corridors. TSS still remaining alive, but on such borrowed time. It may just be down to this last 2 as Deadass begins to make their prowl up the western end. They may choose to meet Diverge halfway here.
I think they've identified that it's just a short-handed team left, so they're going to take this 3v3, and they're just going to roll them. We've seen their fighting ability all through the Challenger circuit, and Deadass, very clean, all 3 staying up. Can they shield swap? We know it's not a full team left.
It's just Blur Flavors. Gonna be able to grab 1 here, I believe. Oh, it was Zura too, but Deadass overwhelmingly having more resources, having more people, and having the win here in game number 3. Deadass played it to a T, and again, Tom, patience pays off, waiting until everyone else has fragmented each other with that advantageous position, and that skyward dive 2 circles ago, that orchestrated it all.
Yeah, and I think we saw regret in real time from Hambino there. He fired those smokes, he charged into the open and went, tried to U-turn, couldn't quite make it, and yeah, exactly, and they put themselves in a really, really difficult position there, but I think that they were in a difficult spot to begin with, because they had to force something, they had the worst spot. Team Diverge had the trenches, Deadass had all that space at the back, they had plenty of cover, and you could see they were trying to work out, how are we going to not get 3rd place here? And to be fair, I hold my hands up. They did get 2nd.
Yeah.
So it kind of worked. Fair play. The old bait and switch. Because Deadass realized that, wait, these teams are trading. We can go and we can clean up the 3-man. And then they fancied their chances in a 3v2. And we know they're one of our best fighting teams. We know that in 3v3s, they're always going to back themselves because they absolutely rinse the Challenger circuit week after week.
Yeah, it's true. Deadass, such great skirmishers. It's absolutely unreal. And they prove that, taking on a handicapped 3-man and then a handicapped 2-man, basically consecutively inside a pretty disadvantageous spot, and yet able to get it done from that better again. That'll boost them up pretty far in that scoreboard. But on the way through, once again, a lot of different story beats to hit as we've had our penultimate game on Store Point here. Everything is about to change after this 4th game, but everything's already been pretty chameleonic, including this latest interaction between Slepton and Blackhand to start things out, because Diverge came in so much earlier, and now there's that extra 3rd variable to add into that contest in Mill going into that last game.
I love that we're contesting for a POI in the Pro League qualifiers, and the best strategy that we've come up with is let's all land holding hands, singing a song, and right in the middle on 6 bins. I love it. I think that it just shows the strength of those bins, because they have special spawn rates for armors, so you're pretty much guaranteed to get at least a blue or a purple armor out of those bins, so it makes sense why you want to lock in that fantastic armor. But it just creates so much RNG, and Team Diverge are just going to capitalize off that all day. So now we keep our eyes out. Will they do the same thing again now Team Diverge have shown their hand?
This 3rd party after 4th party coming in from RG, then KSP, then No Name, I think also speaks to the potential volatility of those games like this. Anytime you let yourself open up and you're in a spot where somebody else could invade, It's probably going to happen. We've seen that over the course of these 3 games where teams just know timing so well at this point when the perfect moment is to actually initiate, to actually go in and to use those tacks proactively. Oh, poor Hambino stuck in the middle here, resorting to Blur, and Zura having to clean up against a dead-ass team who basically took 0 damage apart from Karma, who had to back out for a second. But Golden Orioles, they had it under control, and then Karma able to come in the very tail end of that. I mean, yeah, Deadass performed perfectly there, and they will get rewarded with 22 points from game number 3, a surge above the rest.
I actually want to point No Name out there in 5th with 12 points, 8 kills. They're the team that we saw ram that trident into that door. They did then lose a player during the middle stage of the game, but managed to revive them using a mobile beacon just outside that door. By putting that trident there, they gave themselves so much extra cover to revive that player, him to drop inside, grab that loot, and then we saw them clean up, pick up a Kraber, and pick up a lot of kills. That was a really, really nice reset from a team that arrived in zone right at the beginning of the game.
Revival games, not unseeded just yet. In fact, not even close, considering that most of the teams that placed really highly in this previous game weren't placing highly beforehand. So Deadass, Redeem, No Name, Diverge, teams that hadn't really had a pop-off until now. TSS, who's now in the top 10, they are now scratching at the surface ahead of Revival Games, who still sits 13 points ahead of the competition at the moment. But like you said, this game is more proof than anything that this match is not even close to over. There is still so much that can happen, and no one is even close to out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of big surprises here, really, because we're seeing teams like E8 down in 15th. Of course, not that far off 10th place, only 6 points, which you can get very, very easily. But Blackhand, our Challenger Circuit champions, all the way down in 19th on 4 points. And perhaps this is showing just to the style of the lobby. Blackhand have been one of our most aggressive teams. They've been fighting on the edge, but people are playing a little bit more tight. People are playing slightly more cautious, so it's just not quite working for Blackhand yet.
Yeah, that contest to the mill has been their downfall twice in a row. They'll have one more chance up there, or maybe, just maybe, we'll switch things up. Our final game on Storm Point takes place after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We are back again with the ALGS NA Split 2 Pro League Qualifier. I'm Tenrek. With me is Tom, and we are about to head into our final and fourth game on Storm Point for the day here in the winner's bracket. So far, Revival Games still sits atop the colony, but everyone has made a case as to why they should make that top 10, why they should make that finals bracket, and why they should avoid playing any more than 8 games today, Tom. They're ready to go. So am I. Are you?
just the whole mill, just that middle bit of the mill. Are we gonna 6 deep land there again? There's Blackhand. We just commented on they're struggling. They're down low in the leaderboard. They've had one game where they've been able to play it out and they weren't able to rack up big points, and they're really hurting themselves by not being able to win these contests. Are they going to make a change? Are they going to put their differences aside and move? Or are they going to stick it out? Do they back themselves one more time? And do they back their ability to gain points back on World's Edge? We'll see in just a second exactly what is going on at the mill. But elsewhere, I think we're going to see, where is the zone going? We've had some really, really good variety of zones. So I'm hoping for something maybe down in that bottom right of your map there. Maybe down in Antenna, down in Shipfall, down at Gale Station. Just so we get that last segment of the map with a zone in it.
Well, in the meanwhile, it looks like Diverge, Blackhand, and Slepton are all rinsing and repeating, as the latter two will head down to the middle boxes and duke it out again one more time for the culture. Psycho already getting a solid swing. So much damage done out the gate here, but the shotgun coming through along with the blue shields will put Psycho down and Sungwin. It's down Zerb, already forced on the run, and Blackhand is taking a step up.
Yeah, much better RNG there for Blackhand, because they
only has a PK.
Yeah, he's up in the air.
Oh, that was a solid shot!
Oh, and it's just not going to be able to make it. Blackhand there. Look at that. Flatline, PK. We had Evas in the kill feed as well. And that is just an RNG moment when you're landing on literally 6 bins. But, you cannot rest easy because Team Diverge are coming. They know you're fighting. They are hunting you down. And they are going to put some pressure on Blackhand here. They are not going to really benefit beyond the 3 points they've just earned if they can't get away.
But now comes Diverge. They recognized they got it early and got rewarded for it the previous time, but they're now walking into a mill that they know is only one team strong, a team like Blackhand that has been able to kit themselves back up in time. So Diverge no longer just has this confidence to third party. They have the confidence to take down Blackhand, which it looks like they're trying to do right now, as Cody is on this other side. Diverge trying to find the right way to condense, to suffocate this Blackhand squad, which, despite grabbing that equipment that was able to boost them up against Slepton, they still have 1 mill building worth of loot to work with, while Diverge is coming off of Down Beast and also is taking this high ground.
Yeah, and, Team Diverge here just playing it carefully. They know they probably have an advantage. They've obviously got Seer to give themselves lots of information, and Blackhand just stalling here. I wouldn't be pushing much if I had an L-Star either. You're really struggling with weapons. They haven't been able to choose what they want. They won't feel that comfortable, but they're just stalling. That Cyril is up in about 10% on that ultimate charge. So they're just stalling here, but Yazto has a Prowler, and this guy is a demon with a Prowler. So we're missing a counter push here. Big swing! Huge damage! Not even a 1 clip, that half clip.
AJ, ISO'd, and Blackhand able to get Trek going. Now the question is, how much more of Diverge is on the way out, because there's no way they're sticking around here if they want a chance at getting those extra points. But down to only 1 player already. Blackhand on the prowl, seeing what they can find. Seer Tack and Horizon Tack still on cooldown, now back again. Trying to find this rat, spots a smoke, and that might be the answer that they need.
Yeah, Blackhand have just completely turned the tables here on Team Diverge. Team Diverge just didn't press their advantage. They're a little bit hesitant. They let Blackhand stall, and now they are on the run. And Blackhand are happy to chase because they're actually chasing into a half-looted POI. Thank you for the flatline. Absolutely going to pick that up and continue to chase you with it. They're going to be happy with this. They're rotating towards a place with loot. Apparently, we're staring at this car. I hope we haven't disconnected here. I hope that... Oh, yeah. Okay. Making me panic there slightly. Just taking a sniff of that car or something. And we're just going to keep moving, and they're going to keep chasing, and they're probably going to give it up and loot the rest of Down Beast if I was making a guess.
5 KP have been awarded this game. All of them have gone to Blackhand. But the Circle has determined itself, and good amount of teams already making their way to where they need to go. Randoms, a team that has already been placing pretty consistently on the top dog spots, and for that has been rewarded with currently 3rd place, or tied for 2nd actually with Deadass, the recent victors of the previous game. Does that consistency reign through with World's Edge? Does it even reign through with Game 4? Can they hold up when so many teams are literally directly behind them? Bots with 24, LTC 22, Cozy 20, Intel 19. So many different teams on the cusp of breaking through, trying to find that top 10 spot, trying to find that security. It is going to be close. the whole way through.
Yeah, and Mercy's going to feel confident. He's using one of my personal favorite weapons to use because of how satisfying it feels. The Gold Devotion, such an insane weapon. Great to get that sort of loot early game, and it makes such a difference when you have something in your hands that you're comfortable with and you know it's powerful. And Sync's going to be feeling the same thing. Purple Mag, Skull Piercer Wingman, a decent amount of ammo, slightly scuffed building to play. It's basically just a corridor, but they're going to work with that. Sync's been there, done it all. He's competed in all levels of this game, and they're going to be thinking about where their next move is going to be.
Well, pretty similar circle to before. Checkpoint and Cascade Falls. Just a little less north this time, so no north pad trenches. But where this circle will drag, these teams have had a little bit of trouble specifically predicting where it could go, and I don't think that'll change here. It really could gravitate towards those 3 different locations on the outskirts. Cascade looking the most dense when it comes to availability, but again, very much up in the air, and that's why so many of these teams trying to take a secure spot in the zone itself, not really worrying too much about rotation, not really worrying too much about fights, just waiting to not have to make a wrong decision. But on the other end of that, a lot more teams have started to take the edge, including our good friend Sleepy Panda, who is able to avoid Blackhand's final KP. So, Diverge currently still in this game as well. Going to try and find some placement points, but could be running into SCS on the wall.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there. Sleepy Panda managed to get away. I think that Blackhand obviously decided, look, because they're still there, they're still just finishing looting down base. I think they decided that they needed the loot more than they needed the 1 point. They've already picked up 5 kills. They have a fairly decent zone, honestly, for them from down base to rotate in. Maybe, clear out the middle of that. We just maybe lose the map there for a second. Apologies for that slight technical difficulty, but we're back. And Blackhand's still in zone. But they clearly just chose, like we predicted, that they're just going to chill. They're going to take that loot. They're going to maybe just try and play a game out properly here. They need the points. They're right down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Even after those kills, they're still, down well outside the top 10. And they're going to want to build a big game here. They've got 5 kills. They just need some placement. They've managed to loot up. They've probably been able to scan that beacon as well. So they've got that extra intel. And they're going to move in. And speaking of intel, we're on board with them right now. They have set up, once again, one of our most successful zone teams across the Challenger circuit. And they've made an interesting zone call here. They are not in the zone, but they're going to fight randoms here.
They comfortably took this spot previously, even when they had to rotate back up north again as well. It's just, again, a little less of a commitment to that rotation. But, oh my goodness, Smiley. Effort till the very end. Randoms caught off guard there for just a moment, but still able to barely get it done. And we are down to 18 squads. But man, just danger around every corner. I mean, you got Bots and Revival Games all the way on the southern end. Bots currently gatekeeping there. You have Deadass still waiting on the southwest corner with literally nobody near them. You have the remainder of Diverge and Sleepy Panda still waiting for SES to move down just a little bit more. But SES is already walled out by teams like E8 and Redeem as well on that northern end too. So they also have an unsafe rotation. Just everybody in such perpetual danger at this point. Now that these lobbies, they've gotten their toes in the water, they've figured out how the competition operates, and everybody is really going 110% for this final game on Stormpoint to make up for lost time or just show what they've got one last time.
Yeah, I think we've really seen people's confidence improving and people have become a little bit more comfortable with playing on the edge, taking a little bit more risk. That was, we've seen a lot more early game action here. And there's a couple of, Revival Games are literally barely on the map. They are so far down south. Sleepy Panda crafting medkits at the wall, I'm assuming. Right up north. And we've got, SCS are just apparently rotating away from the zone, just trying to get around E8. Maybe don't want to take that engagement right now. We've got teams like Intel who aren't in zone. I don't know if they have a beacon. I don't know if they think it was going to be a counter pull all the way back, but it's not. It's pulling hard north towards where we see the armory, towards where we see a lot of our teams set up. And Blackhand, they're thriving. They're going to be so happy to just be alive. We can see they're on triple purple. They have good weapons. And they're in zone, but someone who isn't quite in the next zone is Bots, and they are at Cascades. They're facing a bangle. They're facing a lot of pressure. They're on the back foot here.
This is a product of Deadass and Bots both rotating in from different positions to the exact same spot in Cascade, and Bots are currently taking the brunt of the punishment, but Deadass wasn't able to fully complete, so they're able to heal themselves back up, and it looks like everybody's going to try and find their own comfort spot in these buildings as other teams like No Name and Deadass start to back out a little bit. Bots going to take some steady control inside their own exhibit while everybody kind of just lets them have it, but this will provide for an incredible rotation into that next zone, Tom. So many teams going to be coming from the exact same POI towards basically the exact same little crack outside of that big rock. You have basically two ways of getting into that next circle, and the shorter way is definitely going to be the more appealing one to most of these teams, and could lead to a lot of convergence, especially with the teams that don't have those Valkyries. No Name has one, though, and has taken some pot shots from their own building that is currently supplemented by numerous fences with the Watson, and of course, that Loba on top of things to give them that black market here in Cascade. Certainly important for holding it down in the buildings that even teams like Karasuno are still inhabiting. Meanwhile, Revival Games spotting Deadass after they've had to escape, after Revival Games have finally made their entrance into the circle, and Deadass once again trying to play Gatekeeper, saying, please no, this is my territory, and Revival Games, now the team that will buckle, head over to the southern end, and inevitably rotate.
Yeah, but there isn't really anywhere for them to go, because if they wrap back round, Deadass are just going to have, you know, a clear high ground over them. So this might be a time we see a Valkyr, but there just really isn't any space. Teams are so spread out right now, whether people just didn't want to be in the zone and whether people slightly miscalled the zone at the beginning of the game. We've got teams everywhere, and we can see that zone really just is pulling all the way north. It's going to be right around where we saw Kine and we saw Sync setting up at the beginning of the game, right around those buildings there. We could see Cozy are in there with their low brought down. Rhythm Rose sat in the armory, so the spots playable are taken, and if you're on this side of the zone, on the eastern side, Valkyr isn't really going to make it over that hill. I think there's only one specific spot that you can get over the wall, but if you fly into checkpoint, there's a team waiting there. LTC are in command of the choke, Redeem are in command of the northern choke, and there is just nowhere to go.
Yeah, everybody really walled out. It's forcing a lot of hesitation. Bots went for a long-winded rotation, actually back through zone after getting stuck in Cascade, but now they're just going to meet Deadass again after having to use so many of their meds. Karasuno dipping their heads out of the sand for a second to see SCS on the other end. Some shots thrown either way. Not too much consequence just yet, but everybody's going to have to start moving in, and so there was a lot of preemptive spreading out. As SCS has gone more to the east, Deadass is going to start to move north into the bottom of this rock outside of Intel, Drug Free, and Karasuno, and Bots in the meanwhile may set up to go for a Skyward Dive, or actually try and head in through tunnel here, but Revival Games is going to be waiting on the other side of that. Just someone in the way at every corner, and again, that's just a product of how safe these teams want to play. Desperately want those placement points, desperately want to make the finals. 18 squads to go, and the zone soon to converge.
Yeah, everybody knows that there's still 18 teams at this stage of the game. If you're that first team to start a fight, you are going to get absolutely collapsed on here. As we see EA taking an engagement, and exactly the same, because they're a man down. Golden couldn't stay up. Cyril been saved, though. That's a great use of the Cyril there by Diff.
TSS is on the way,
holding it. Yeah, but by holding it, it puts off TSS from walking up. It means they're going to know when TSS enter that range, and it looks like they are going to get a reset. But Hambino from behind with the charge rifle. Cyril does not see that far away, and they're going to Valkyr. Can you escape? Can you get out?
There's going to be a lot of damage going their way as TSS has made their way in. Golden is down! Absolutely massive here for TSS.
Diff is going to come. I don't know if they got their flight off. I don't know if Diff was able to fly, whether he got brought back down.
They tried to hit it, but now they're going to fight this out against SCS. The exhibit comes down early. SCS going for the third party now. A lot of damage done by Synox on the entry. But now the Rolling Thunder and Exhibit for the counter from this low ground, trying to give TSS some natural cover outside of the very few rocks and trees that they've had to boost them. But Crust is going to find Blur Flavors, and TSS may have to be sedentary on this other end before SCS can make the approach. Stuck, stunned, but SCS knows when they're not wanted and will instead try to take a more optimized angle.
Yeah, and exactly as foretold, as soon as one team started fighting, everybody collapsed in. But people are still playing so cautiously. We're still 17 teams alive, but with only 48 players. There's so many short-handed teams. And you can see that EA actually managed to make it all the way across the zone. And LTC, are they going to survive?
That's deadass gone, and Danmatic is in. LTC will survive. Everyone by the skin of their teeth, but they already have eyes on them. Karasuno as well as Drug Free, both in the area at the moment, but they're busy fighting each other. So LTC, safe for not Daniel, is going to get basically a full recovery here as long as that continues. No one paying attention to them, and indeed, the exhibit placed down on this fight between Karasuno and Drug Free as they'll get the drop and the sweep. Karasuno finding the 3 KP, but now can they spot LTC in time before the 2-man rotates? As it looks like this could be a third party. LTC may get greedy with it, trying to find these points as in they track, and Karasuno not spotting anything just yet. The low ground has been given over. Karasuno, sightline attempted, smoke out on the other side, and LTC, they recognize that neutrality is gone. They've done all the swapping, they've done all the boosting. There's no way they can take this, but they have to hold this spot anyway in order to skyward dive, sacrificing a little bit of health in the process, but they will get out.
And while that was happening, we saw TSS were taken out by Redeem. Redeem have now cleared their side of the zone. So a little bit more space starting to be made here. We've just got a couple of engagements on the eastern side. As we can see here, multiple Cyril's down, looking a little bit like Epcot in Disneyland. So we're, EA are going to back away because they're a duo, and Revival Games, who are, they're feeling good today. They're our leaders right now. They're feeling confident. They want to fight. They're using his experience just to maneuver away, to try and put as much advantage into their hands as possible when they're a man down by setting up, gatekeeping, and just trying to hold this team out instead of engaging and taking a full 3 versus 2.
But they can't take too much time with this, can they? Because Blackhand is already paying attention. Revival, though, if they rotate out the other way, then that could spell danger for them regardless. Good bit of splash done by Diff to keep that pressure going as Revival just press for the rotation. They're not exactly in a solid spot either, as they have teams both in front of and behind them. They'll opt to go for the ladder into bots and E8, who is still fragmented, and in comes the Rolling Thunder to help supplement that. As Revival on the run here, a little bit of damage done back and forth, but they'll try and find a way out. E8 gone, but Revival Games maybe close behind as both Bots and Blackhand still paying attention. It's Nice Koi that is able to find Sauce, but Senox that can find Sheeny back in the kill feed on the other end. Revival Games will fully fall, and Blackhand supersedes and will get an easy rotation in the next circle.
Yeah, Senox able to pick up some kills there because SCS, when they hit that Valkyrie, they took a spot. So lucky that they were able to take that spot because it's a fantastic power spot for this zone. As we're seeing, Blackhand still fighting. Katagami last alive, and he's going to clutch it up. Huge shots with the vault right there. And they're going to get a reset as well, it looks like. Nobody pressuring them right now. Maybe Mercy and Crummy coming in. But have they managed to reset and res?
Karasuno took their chances with the skyward dive.
Wow, I mean, good luck landing that one. But Riz and Rose, they've really made a home of this armory. We've seen they've been able to play in here the whole game. Blackhand did manage to get one up. And they're just going to reset here. But they are under pressure.
There's not much of it, though.
Oh,
yeah, it's just an amigo.
Wow, and I think that...
That's it. They can recover.
I think the randoms just took so much damage on the walk-up there. I think walking across the open, everybody looked at them. And Blackhand are having the game they needed. Look what happens. They were first in the Challenger circuit for a reason. When they win their contest, when they get loot, when they're able to rotate in, they are one of the most fearsome teams in this lobby.
How crazy is that, despite how bad of a position that they are still in, they are basically unchallenged until this zone comes through. Everybody else forced in their open but steep cover, and in the meanwhile, the few buildings that are left are the choices of solace for these other teams. SES, another favorite to potentially take this. Already 4 kills on the board, completely kitted out, has been winning majority of these skirmishes and has taken, or has given so much damage throughout the game regardless, but now a lot of sightlines gazing upon them as they will also be forced to move in. And with 2 other teams in or on the same building as them, the pressure is unending. Attempted respawn here from Bots, I believe, to go for the third, and they're going to make it happen.
And SCS have spotted it, but are they going to decide to push it? It looks like they're not.
They're looking for Litecoin instead.
Yeah, I think they're caught between a couple of mines here. Bangle into the open might pick up some KP, and the time is running out, and I think they are going to push in there to where we see Team Diverge, to where we see Team Cozy. Litecoin also chilling on the outside of the building. They're probably going to rotate past, and Blackhand have just not been able to make it across the open field. They're in danger here. Can they push through? They're not quite in zone yet. I tell you what, they're just going to get some kills on bots. And huge game. We have a new kill leader here. And this might be... No, they have some space. They're just in zone. Horizon ult, gonna get taken down. Can you find the cover? Knockdown shield now available.
There's no way Nice Boy gets away with this.
Nah,
KS has to move in.
Push him into the open.
They have to move in.
Brutal use of Horizon.
Yeah, I mean,
this been in this building the whole game, by the way. Absolutely great placement from them to be able to take this position early and hold it, because there's not a lot of cover in this building. This is not an easy building to hold. They don't have a Watson. They don't have a Newcastle. They don't even have a Bangalore or a Gibby. So they've done a really good job to hold this down and pick up some KP. Not many, but a couple of KP.
And they're one of the only teams left in that safe territory despite the open doors. So much natural cover to play with. SCS still has that cover too, but they'll have to get rid of it soon. Proficiency down next. We have 5 squads remaining. KSP tossed into the black hole.
Blackhand's still alive.
I know, despite the open rotation.
As well. Look at him.
I know.
This is unbelievable. And Risen Rose also managed to make that rotation. They're going to swing on Nice. Take him out.
Cube finds Blackhand. Now going to try and move in even more. Find some extra damage on a KSP, and the 1v3 is absolutely not going to get done. But that leaves it open for SCS to try and take the bite on KSP, which is what they're going to do. Now they move in, and in the meanwhile, Redeem just gets to sit back and watch the fireworks as KSP and SCS will duke it out. It's one down from KSP first. SCS still has all shields up, and they will make it work easily. Redeem may still have a difficult fight.
And look, they didn't take barely any damage there. They really benefited from, I think, what we can technically call a grief. Unbelievable shots. And Slayer, with the car, not going to quite get the damage off. It's all up to Senox, one of our most experienced players in the lobby. Can he do it? Oh,
the shield dodges. Redeem gets it done.
Unbelievable. How did they turn that around? That was such a big opening at the beginning.
Yeah. So much quick damage done. They played with the distance too, because SCS, even though they didn't take much damage, there was still that damage. So a lot of the shields were already burned away. And then that low ground that was retaken, they spread out way too quickly. And then KSP was able to take it out. But that was as close as it can be, all things considered, for the third party. KSP is lucky that SCS didn't take any or any less damage along the way. But man, a chaotic game, to say the least. Plugged Cube getting Risen Rose on the board just in time there to find some points, but it's on the absolute stars of the show for this game. Blackhand, 16 kills, along with top 10 placement. They are absolutely in the upper echelon, exiting Storm Point here for the winners.
And I think that's worth more than just the points. Obviously, it's a lot of points, and they really needed it. But actually, from a mental point of view, when you've been losing your contests and you might be starting to get a bit nervous, you really don't want to drop down into that loser's bracket. You'd much rather get a good night's sleep, prepare for finals, have Sunday, enjoy the Super Bowl if that's your thing, and be ready for Monday without feeling that pressure, and of course, have those seeding points. Now they've had that big game, they go, yeah, all right, we're in this. That's our game style, that's our plan. They've got 4 more games on World's Edge to really then rack up those points and sneak into that top 10 where they're not going to be contested as far as we're aware. I don't think we can continue this without talking about Redeem some more, because their positioning was immaculate. They held that choke down. They knew exactly when to push out. They could have overcommitted and taken a couple of third parties that maybe would have become fourth parties and got them killed. Instead, they held their ground. They played steady. They rotated in. They played that fence line. And we really saw the power of the knockdown shield there. I think Redeem are one of our best positioning teams in the lobby. IGL by Z Davis, who's been around... That one clip, that was unbelievable. But back to Z Davis, he's been around the scene for a really, really long time. He's played in the Pro League for Lazarus. He's been around, and he's also come through some real adversity this split. He's playing on controller now. Formerly an M&K player, was in a very unfortunate car accident and picked up an injury. Couldn't really use the mouse anymore, so has moved to controller and is still a top player in our lobby, as well as being one of the best and most experienced IGLs in the whole Challenger circuit. So props to him. That was a really good game from Redeem, and they're right up there now in the overall leaderboard.
I think that'll actually put them in first with the first place on top of the kills that they were able to get over the course of that matchup. They made it work, and it will show in the scoreboard, but I gotta see how the rest of that shook up after a great rotation from Blackhand after a stunning late-game recovery of Risen Rose to get on board after an insane run from SCS, along with that sedentary positioning that they got away with so much damage on over the course of that game. I gotta see who really comes out on top, because right now, it is all Greek to me. The numbers will speak far louder than I ever could All I know is that Redeem is on top when it comes to the leaderboard, but Blackhand is on top when it comes to this game. The monumental 16 KP boosts them up to the top of the leaderboard for match number 4, but Redeem will take that 19 points and carry it to a more long-winded victory out of Stormpoint.
Yeah, and we're still seeing 3 teams there having big games. Our lobbies have been competitive all the way through. This is a really tight and tense tournament, as we expected, as we predicted. And you've got SCS there who took a great spot. Will probably be slightly annoyed that the Risen Rose Rat launched himself into them and gave the opening for SCS. SCS hit that massive Valcult to position themselves and were able to raise stabilize and then take the opportunities when they were presented, and then Redeem who worked their way in from the other side of the zone. So we've got 3 teams there posting really healthy scores, and it just shows that these lobbies, they're open. Everybody here is here for a reason. We have some very, very talented teams here, and it's anybody's game.
And also, I mean, now the mill contests are finally over, too, because, who knows how far Blackhand could trek if Slept-On hasn't been contesting them just, like, up in their faces, guarding them so heavily along the way. This is the potential that Blackhand has to really succeed, and that'll reflect in the standings going forward. Still so many games to play, but let's take a look at where we are now. Indeed, Redeem up to 44 points. Revival Game has finally been dethroned. LTC, though, has been really silently making their way still up in the leaderboard due to, again, really consistent placement throughout all of these matches. Not necessarily lighting up the kill feed, but just staying alive for a long time, and it's given them 3rd place so far.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Blackhand now. For all the talk, we were saying they were not really impressing us so far. Obviously, been contesting. The one game they were able to play out, they didn't really, get going. But then the second they do get going, they're straight up into 8th. They've slipped all the way past a number of teams, and they're now in a much better position heading into World's Edge. There's a lot less pressure. They don't need anything huge. They just need to keep putting points down, keep ticking away, and they're going to make it into that finals at the first attempt.
But as always, the trail right behind them is ever so close. Karasuno guarding Team Intel in 11th by 1 point. Team Intel doing the same to 3 teams before them by 1 point, and so on and so forth. Halfway through the event, and still so much to be determined. So many teams can still make their statement, but they will have to do it on World's Edge, as we will moonlight Stormpoint until that loser's bracket. We're going to take a short break to prepare the new lobby and you guys for 4 more games of awesome ALGS PLQ action. We'll be right back with that. Oh my god. Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS North American Pro League Qualifier for Split number 2. I'm Tenra. With me is Tom, and we are now 4 games deep into the winner's bracket here in the PLQ. Just exiting Storm Point, Blackhand just had an absolute pop-off of a game that has boosted them to the top 10, but still so much competition rampaging among all 20 of these teams, and it now all changes, Tom, when we go to World's Edge.
Yeah, I think we're going to get some real tension here now because we're getting towards the business end of these 8 games. Teams, have been able to fill out the lobby. We've seen some real big comebacks, and we've seen how tight this leaderboard is. It's all to play for. There's probably only a couple of teams that can feel confident that they've made it at this stage, at the halfway point. Teams like Redeem probably can't be caught by 10 other teams. It'd be surprised if they got past. But that isn't to say that they could just kick their feet up because they're competing for those all-important points. I've seen teams win a game and be, on 49 points and just miss out on match point. Even an extra point, even just getting that one singular point of seeding can make all the difference. So people really, really want to push and they want to compete and they want to try and make it as high up the leaderboard as they can. I'm now looking towards these zone teams. Zone teams tend to do a lot better on World's Edge. There's a lot more spots to play. It's been in the game a lot longer, so people tend to know the zones a bit better, know what spots they like. It's much more suited to our legends that we've seen like Watson and Crypto. So are we going to see some of our zone teams like Team Intel, who are one of our best zone teams, currently sitting 11th? They'll probably be quite happy with that. They're right on the cusp. They've got 4 games of World's Edge, and their playstyle is really going to come into its own as we head into our final half of the games.
On that note, like we saw with Slept On and Blackhand, there are still some contests around, and while Blackhand doesn't have any, we have 2 potential contests happening this time around. Intel, one of them contesting with Slept On, actually, over at Landslide, while there is one more that I don't remember.
It's E8 down at Thermal.
Yes, E8 at Thermal. Yes, that is correct. I watched that against Risen Rose.
I watched that contest in scrims yesterday, and I think E8 will be feeling like they can win it. Definitely the vibes they were giving off. We'll see if Risen Rose have chosen to contest it again. I don't think they have. Risen Rose have actually decided to solo land Trials. So they've decided not to contest E8, and that is the benefit of scrims. E8, performed very well in the scrim contest yesterday, so they've earned the respect to have the POI to themselves, and they need it because they're down in 17th right now. But someone who hasn't decided to settle the contest is Team Intel and Team Slepton, and we are fighting for Landslide, which everybody knows has so much loot. Definitely enough loot for 2 teams. We definitely want to fight for this. This is such a good POI. It must be fought.
Hey, I mean, both these teams doing what they got to do, and Landslide a spot that now only 2 teams inhabit, as they are attempting to disperse and indeed having some trouble finding that loot, while both sides also taking some shots. But with such low shields on both sides, it's not like either side really wants to engage yet, because when you engage, you want to have that security, because surviving is always that priority ahead of that fighting. But speaking of fighting, it looks like there actually may be another contender entering the fray, as KSP has waltzed on down to Landslide early to see what the ruckus is about.
Yeah, and they've been able to loot up. Obviously, Kyne's on a purple shield. We never heard of purple shields in Landslide, so they really have an advantage here. And those 2 teams playing very cautiously. And it's whether they're going to back off now. Have they spotted the danger?
Intel's backed out already. Intel's south.
Yeah, and I think both of our contesting teams are playing Loba, which gives them the opportunity to back away because they can remotely loot using that black market. If they can thread the needle and avoid teams like KSP, they can survive. They can use Loba to gain extra loot. But it looks like KSP are going to catch one of our teams here.
They're looking for Slepton. They might find him, but they have to be quick with this, because once the rotation comes in, there are so many teams that are going to be above them heading down to this circle, and Synced falling first after Sung Win takes the off angle, but them and Psycho will fall next, and Slepton is down to just Zerbo, who is debating whether or not to run out of this. He's going to try and get the Horizon tack up to get a better sightline, but instead just walks into the LOS of 3 members of KSP, and Slepton will take 20th on the first game in World's Edge.
And I am wondering, I know we said this before about the mill and I was wrong, but that might put those teams off fighting Landslide again if KSP are just going to run at this every time, because it really, I mean, both the teams are playing Loba, not just so they can survive after their contest, but because you really don't get a lot of loot at Landslide. Landslide is a POI built for Loba teams, or more, Loba is a legend built for Landslide teams, because you need to be able to remotely grab that loot. You're not going to get much, but you do have a nice central location. You have nice, easy rotates, but you're not able to take advantage of the benefits of Landslide if you're having to contest. And you're not even able to pick up 3 points if you're getting third-partied immediately on contest. So we'll see if that one plays out, but right now, lots of teams rotating. It looks like our zone is pulling towards the bottom of the map. We're going to see a bit of tree, a bit of lava siphon. We're probably looking at something ending probably just north of tree in the open field there, maybe around the bridge between Lava Siphon and between Harvester.
Yeah, that's I think where we're looking, which means all of these thermal station drops are going to have to move away. E8 will be forced to head down through at least 2 teams, while Bots is taking a peek over at Team Diverge, but not necessarily any damage dealt or taken on either side that's really more than negligible. Bots actually choosing to back out, but continue to take those sight lines before finally choosing to burn and head down towards that circle.
And look at that, we are seeing a Wraith here. Sleepy Panther using that Wraith, the legend that he has used for a long time. He is going to be absolutely, he's going to be doing the worm when we get this on Tuesday, because Wraith might actually be viable again, and Sleepy Panda definitely knows how to use Wraith.
Diverge going to be able to escape Bots, but now head into a circle that is quite dangerous. Intel in the wings, but they are now looking towards Cozy, who's on the bottom, down here in Harvester.
That was a great ALGS star if somebody was up there.
It was, yeah, that would have been tight. But Cozy...
Look at the explosions.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Harvester's taking a battering.
Yeah, poor guy. But another burn. Cozy now gets to pay attention to this one. I believe this is No Name. That is currently heading out. Not going to take too much. Not too much pressure on these circles, other than the fact that you want to know where you're heading to next. And a lot of these teams already have an idea of where that's going to be. And thus, Southern End already getting quite saturated. Cozy, though, already getting pressured by Intel still, and also Diverge has made their way close by, so pressure on both sides. Cozy may have to wall themselves out and find a new way away from the squad, as Diverge, with this Wraith, with this Valkyrie, has several ways of escaping if need be.
What's really interesting here is we're seeing a real lack of Watson compared to what we'd expect. You can see Team Cozy, they're a real talented zone team, but they don't need Watson. They've decided that actually the heals that you can get from the Loba Black Market is enough to sustain you, and they can show presence purely with their gun skill. and they don't need those fences. That's a really interesting composition there to make sure you have that Valkyrie.
This is Randoms heading up to face off against Blackhand. An enemy gonna fall early on. Oh, excuse me, no, it's Risen Rose, actually. And that is gonna be Randoms taking that out pretty quickly. Having everybody up. Risen Rose gonna have to take a step back this game. Unfortunately, now dropping to 19th based off of the lack of KP. They were able to get this round. As the bottom of the pack getting a little bit fleshed out, but there is a suspicious amount of teams that have been relegated from the Pro League down there, slept on. Team Smiley at the very bottom. E8 also still down there as well. A crazy amount of teams coming down from the upper echelon, now getting potentially flushed out by teams like Randoms, like teams like Revival Games, like teams like LTC that are currently sitting atop. It's TSS, team that has had a pretty solid game on Stormpoint, but so far not a consistent enough approach to SP to have a solid point total. Need to look for their star-studded game here on World's Edge, and they're going to start looking for it in the southern end, avoiding teams like SES and Bots, instead heading down to sandwich against Revival Games and Deadass.
Yeah, and I think that was a really interesting observation there about how some of our Pro League, or ex-Pro League teams, I should say, are performing so far. You know, it could be a mixture of a couple of things, really. I think, you know, obviously the play style between Challenger Circuit and Pro League is very different. So you're playing against, you know, different things, different team comps. You might be facing teams that maybe, you know, don't quite do what you expect. You know, it's something you hear a lot from players, like, why would they do that? Well, they killed you, mate, and now you're dead. So, you know, sometimes you have to just, you know, you have to just deal with it. And it can be, you know, if the opposition don't know what they're doing, how are you meant to know what they're going to do? Right? But it might also be a little bit of an ego thing. You know, you might think, well, I'm a Pro League team. You know, I've killed Imperial Hell like 2 whole times. So I am a professional. And, you know, I could take on these Challenger Circuit teams, and they're very quickly coming to the realization that the gap between those levels is not as big as you might think. And that, you know, they need to actually maybe rethink their plans. But, of course, they are going to get a second shot. Even if they don't quite make it, they still have another shot at making it into that final through our losers bracket, which follows this evening straight after these games.
Deadass currently being walled away in the southern end of the circle by Drug Free. Another team looking for a breakout game after having some solid performances so far. Currently in 15th place. Another Seer attack to identify, but Deadass now making the approach. They're going to break this door down, and they're going to try and take this fight. Drug Free do not have the shields to work against it, and so they're going to choose to take some distance, try and run out and shield themselves, give themselves a little bit of fodder to work with. Deadass going to relegate that space, except that they may have to play a little bit longer. Drug Free safe for now, but perhaps not much longer.
Yeah, and that was a really interesting trade-off there. They chose to back out as we see E8 take to the skies here and push top Thermal. We're not quite making it. I don't know what we're doing.
Pressure?
Oh, only one goes up. I'd do this together if I were you guys. But when they get up there, they are going to shred because they're such a good fighting team when they get going. E8. They've got so much experience. Golden and Presley been through a whole split of Pro League. They know exactly what they're doing. They clearly have the mechanical skill, and you know, Turbo Havoc, possibly the best assault rifle in the game. As we head straight back to Tree, Deadass. They're struggling here. They're trying to fight for this building in Tree, and I think the fight's gone on just a little bit too long, and they're on the back foot now.
What a moment to get caught here from Drug Free, and Deadass, segmented for a crucial split second, is isolated and defeated, and there is no contest down here next to Tree. Drug Free now has all the space in the world to play with for the time being. A great play by them in such a disadvantageous situation, a kind of game that they need. With those few points, they are already up to 12th on that rampage. TSS, post-unfortunate fight up against Revival and SES, is the only one walled out in Storm right now on this southeastern end. SES is still keeping watch of Alizura. The only one remaining is Hambino. Will finally fall to the banner post-fight. Zura has to make a crucial decision. How to rat, maybe recover here, if lucky. But SES may have their sights set somewhere else after those two have been defeated. Just recognizing that Zura is not going to be worth their time instead. Setting their sights on Revival, and Slayer is actually pushing that front line a little bit. So Zura is going to be able to grab these banners, going to be able to get to a respawn beacon, and potentially have a full team for this next circle.
Yeah, there's also a crafter here, so if they need to craft some health heals, if they need to craft some med kits, some shields, they are going to have access to that. But it looks like he's maybe just going to get out Odge here. I don't think he knows that SCS have gone. They haven't fully gone. Xenox is still lurking, so probably the right decision. It looks like he picked up some syringes off his teammates' boxes there. So he's going to try and reset. He might go deep into Dome. He might head all the way out, maybe all the way do a full zone wrap here. He's got quite a few options at this point in the game.
Yeah, with only one person left from Revival as well after SCS has now grabbed a couple more KP. Revival in a bit of a tough spot. Going to be able to res, though, as well, potentially, but right now, every team, I think, just getting a grip again on how World's Edge is going to operate here in the PLQ, a little more similar to what we saw in the first game, where everyone just, getting themselves acquainted with how these teams will operate today on World's Edge. Elevate alone in the northern side, but everybody else basically taking Hovel inside this upcoming circle. Gonna nudge towards the southeastern side. Very little natural cover outside that farther building on Lava Siphon, which is currently controlled by bots.
Yeah, we've had some really interesting zone pulls today. They've predicted. They've been hard to predict. They've pulled quite traditionally for the first couple of zones, but we've seen some really weird Zone 3 pulls that have really flicked off to directions that teams weren't expecting. And there's now all of these teams here just outside of Tree that are all going to have to move towards Lava Siphon. Look at the space. Look how you can't see the map right now, but Stomps is literally in a different zip code to the rest of his team. They have the whole of the next zone right now to themselves. They have so much space, because everybody's predicted a slightly different pull here. So how are these zone teams going to adapt? How are they going to improvise? And how are they going to make their way into zone?
Well, Diverge currently being witness to some pot shots, I think, taken by No Name against LTC, as Den Pride has taken a step out. And Diverge is looking for a good time to third party. And actually, despite how condensed things are, that might actually be a good space, considering that's still a building. It's not like Blackhand is going to tail them all the way to that fourth party. That's too much of a risk with the open space that they would take. But Diverge already out here.
Out of heals.
Good work.
Sleepy Panda wasn't healing, so I don't know if they're out of heals and they're looking for a third party where they're saving heals.
Oh, that's a good point.
But they might be forced to third party that for some loot. But someone who is not going to be forced to grab some loot is Redeem. They've taken their time. They're on the edge. You can see they've got some pretty good shields. Z Davis going to take a little bit of damage. I can only see a couple of cells actually on Mollis. So they, again, resources running low here. And is that because we have so many Loba teams in this lobby slurping everything up?
Ooh, Intel in a rough spot. Currently facing off against E8. And Karasuno is also trying to maybe get in on the action too. But E8, quick work of Jet to start things out. Icy and Flinzar taking a step back outside of Ring. But still around Siphon to try and stay in this, and indeed, E8 gonna focus more on the front line for the circle, at least for the time being. They still want to keep their watch on their 6, absolutely, knowing that there's no incentive for Intel to really rotate any direction than towards them. But they will also meet up with Saw as the rat from Revival too, so a pack of rats that E8 could munch on, if need be, as they are the only ones really close to it until Icy is gonna extend a little bit outwards towards next circle where Bots is gonna be able to intercept. Stomps taking a couple precautionary shots on SES in the center of that circle as they try and maintain control while everyone rotates in.
Yeah, Bots showed some really good discipline there because, we made the quip about them, playing essentially the whole zone, but they have retreated. They focused on keeping that building, which is definitely the safest spot to keep, because once other teams worked out the zone was moving, and people have obviously naturally moved in towards this spot, and they haven't been caught out. I've seen it before where, you've had so much space, and then suddenly 3 people are coming out of the sky onto one player's head, and then you're short-handed and you're regretting playing with so much sort of freedom. So they've retreated back to that building. Redeem have taken advantage of that and are set up on this platform. And we can see teams now the zone's been revealed, they're making their way in, and everybody's slowly shifting east towards this Lava Siphon open field.
Rats now gone from Revival Games. Intel has made their way into the next circle inside the only building that provides cover. Bots' gamble has gone awry, and Redeem is now sitting atop another potential fight. LTC below them as randoms circumventing along the top side, trying to avoid Cozy. Redeem working with this natural cover still. A lot of angles to work with. A lot of teams that they could potentially choose to fight, but in doing so, a lot of action that they could procure for themselves, potentially unwanted. E8 rotating down the eastern end as Redeem continues to try and flesh out their own area, but Intel is the team to watch when it comes to positioning right now. And SES, for that matter, as well. They have a lot of space, too.
E8, I think, are probably going to feel confident taking this fight. They've got great armors. They're a really, really strong fighting team, but they do have to fight up the stairs, up the ramp. These teams might choose to coexist. They might not. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them. There's a couple of teams now joining them. We can see that the zone is getting really full now. So I think the window of opportunity to fight this might have passed. So E8 going to have to be happy with being on the bottom floor of this lava siphon building. Team Bot's going to have to be happy on the top floor. And they're just going to wait. And the zone is going to pull away from this building just a bit. So we're going to be interesting to see if anybody tries to force it later on.
Cozy's now landing in this same area, so the Seer attacks are going to start picking up a lot of traction as Coast falls first. And Cozy may have fallen into the wrong area. A lot of damage coming through. Divq is actually going to fall as well. And Randoms may have been flushed out too. Bots and E8 still duking it out passively while Karasuno watches from below. And this little clash is entering different states of neutrality at every twist and turn. And it's leading to a situation where no team really knows whether or not they can rotate to that side. And even so, it's not going to be encircled for much longer. Bots, E8, Randoms, they will all have to move just a little bit. Certainly Blackhand and Drug Free and what's left of Diverge will have to move a bit more, but everybody in a lot of danger right now. No one is safe.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a scuffle there, and Cozy lost a player but managed to reset, and E8 managed to get Divq back up. He's just resetting now with his health. And it just shows how, when you're in a 3-team situation, you have to be careful, because if you overcommit to something, you're just going to get third party, even if it's only a duo. If you take too much damage, then even a duo can wipe a 3-man if they have a health advantage. So everybody backed off. Everybody is just playing it safe, playing it calm. E8 and Bots know they have a clear walk into the zone. Cozy are going to have to probably take that zip, and maybe they'll get away with it. Maybe they'll be okay. But they're just living right now, and they're just trying to gain a couple of extra placement points. 11 squads up. If we can get to 10 squads, that's an extra point. And speaking of living, Team Diverge, also a man down. They're just chilling. They're hiding behind the rocks here we have in this field, and they are down bad, but if they can cling on, they can get an extra placement point, they might be happy with that.
And with Drug Free being pressured out by SCS as well, they might actually have a clean rotation in as long as they play slow. But Sleepy Panda gonna grab this death box really quickly from Kodagami and pick up some more of that kit. Still not assailed Drug Free whatsoever. This building now gonna be fully pressured as the circle begins to come in. Cozy, Randoms, Bots, and E8 will all have to move. The question is when, the question is how, and the question is who will come out on top of it. E8, already some solid pot shots to take. Impulse will fall first. Cozy, stuck down to just Vize, on the run, watching out for Randoms and Bots as they both decide to come in, while E8 continues to watch from on high, trying to find advantage now onto Intel, as well as Drug Free from Sorcerer, who is rotated up to that northern side as well. Intel still in this safe spot, will go down due to Redeem's invasion, and now they stand alone on that northern side.
Yeah, Redeem doing a really, really good job of cleaning out that spot. I thought Intel were on borrowed time when they took that train cart. It's really hard to resist in there. You're in such a small spot. And then E8 are being forced back into the zone. Divq goes down. Bots here with the high ground, but are they going to push into zone for the kills? No. Stomps thinks about it, decides not to. Divq might get picked up again. They're inside on the bottom floor. But do Bots decide to fight this? JQ going to peek it. He's going to take down Presley. 1 up now from EA on the bottom floor here. And Bots, they can swing this if they want to, but do they want to give up the high ground for an extra KP? CAQ just making sure nobody can res. They're thinking about it. You can see them going. Here we go. A big push. 3v1.
There it is!
They get it. It's not quite clean, but they're going to be able to reset. Stunny's going to pop a med kit. That was some good damage. Obviously, the zone dealing quite a lot of damage as well. E8 get taken out in 6th place. And Team Diverge thriving and surviving, zipline into zone, and Redeem are just waiting for them. Thank you very much. That will do nicely for Team Redeem.
Karasuno also going down this time to SCS as they sit inside their own exhibit. Redeem gonna try and find some shots onto both the remaining teams, but SCS and Redeem, the 3 remaining squads, one of which has already won, one of which has gotten second, but Bots, the outlier, is going to be the first to strike, and down SCS with not a moment's notice. Now it's a question of how Redeem can try to counter it, but there's only 2 online on the front line first. They they make it work regardless. Beam on beam, but 2 down already. Z Davis getting melted. This could still be a recovery by the bots as they remain in the packages. Z Davis alone, 1 remaining player.
Oh, the swap's only got 1 bar left. Z Davis is gonna pop a bat here. He's got knockdown shields.
And hide behind this.
He gets it off, he swings it with the R301.
OC Doan.
The R9. He's gonna push, he's gonna sweep round. Is he gonna do it? So tense. And he can. Z Davis with a huge 1 clip there, playing the knockdown shields to perfection. R99, R301, the R400 coming in clutch for Z Davis. Back-to-back victories for Redeem.
What quick thinking there by Davis, the shield swap, immediately having a bat, but barely having the time to do so. Bots were forced to disperse after Redeem had such a good early rise in there on the front line. They didn't even need the whole squad to do the majority of that damage, despite how little bots took from SES, an absolute masterclass in how to handle that third party, despite both teams being on such equal footing. But again, it came down to timing, and Redeem won it in the lion's share. Like you said, back-to-back champions, no doubt, still on top of the leaderboard, and now with an even bigger gap in tow.
I mean, Redeem just know how to play knockdowns. That's been the key theme there in both of the games. That even when shorthanded, even when left down to 1 player, they're getting that knockdown, they're disciplined, they know when to stay in and when to push out. That was a really great swing by Z Davis, knowing that if both players sit behind the knockdown, you're just not going to get anywhere. He's on controller now, he has the benefit of the aim assist. So he chose to reload the R99 because it has much better DPS, is much better in those close range situations, and then he pushes, he swings, he lets his weapons do the talking, and that was a great clutch up, and they are definitely booked in for Monday's finals.
Yeah, I got a feeling that these are the last 3 games Redeem will have to play today. But the question is, how far will they get along with it? I think that their work is still technically not done, but it's getting really close, because at the end of the day, it's not necessarily about making top 10 today. It's about making top 8 2 days from now and getting to the Pro League. That's what all of these teams are trying so desperately to do. But, I mean, a lot to speak on. That entire round, I mean, first of all, let's start with the obvious, the end of the room to begin that game, the landslide contest between 2 teams, followed by KSP, third party early to get rid of Slept On as the first team down to a POI that most players are in a blind eye to.
Yeah, I think that KSP, if these teams have been contesting it in scrims, KSP clearly have done their research. They know that this contest is coming, and they know what a landslide contest is going to be like. There is not going to be a lot of loot going between those 2 teams. And they've obviously prepared. They thought, right, we're just going to run at this. We're going to pick up some easy points. We're going to reset. And we can see that, some of our teams that really needed a performance were able to put down some points today. E8, they've been struggling on Storm Point, but much better. I think that Diff's experience really coming through here. Obviously, used to play in the EMEA region with Solo Q Goat back when it was just World's Edge. In competitive, his World's Edge experience is just a different level to his Storm Point experience. And I think we're going to see that shine through. I think E8 are going to do a lot better on World's Edge with his experience.
And how about just so many of these fights just being dictated by who is the better team it's specifically fighting? It mattered not who had that positional advantage or who was lagging behind. If you had the beam, if you had the damage, you came through. Bots proved that. E8 proved that. Redeem, no doubt, proved that. It came down to the better team each and every time. And once again, despite the map switch, it is still the same team. Redeem taking that dub after a very, very hefty knockdown shield dance that our last 2 players were deferred to, and it leads to Redeem and Bots and SES all taking massive chunks out of the kill feed. 22, 20, 18, 3 dominant teams yet again in one singular game, followed up by a pack that is just as hungry.
Yeah, I mean, once again, this has been the theme of every single game that we've watched today. It's multiple teams having, good games. Redeem and Bots both dropping over 20 points. And there they sit, right at the top of the overall leaderboard. Blackhand didn't quite find the first World's Edge game that they needed there, right on the bubble. So are E8, so are Team Intel, so are No Name. Dead Ass, Drug Free, Karasuno, Team Diverge, Cozy, all within literally 3 points of each other. 4 points between 13th and 6th. This is so tight. Anybody can qualify. Even all the way down, even teams like Risen Rose, Slept On, even Team Smiley, they're not that many points off. It just takes one big game, and you're right in the mix. We're playing 8 games today. We still have 3 games left to play, And getting 20 plus points is doable for every team in this lobby.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that a lot of these teams have to shy away from that potential top 5 spot because that upper pack is really being developed. Redeem an 18-point gap over bots in second place. But bots in SES, really great games themselves, able to boost themselves up to that top 3 spot. Revival Games in LTC, the victims of that downfall, now both in the top 5 rather than the top 3. Diverge, really solid game from them to finally bring them up to a solid point in the pack. But yeah, a lot of checkpoints to still develop. And 3 more games of World's Edge to play. We'll come with the first of those 3 after this short break. Once more, welcome back everyone to the ALGS and APLQ Split 2. I'm Tenrek, with me is Tom, and we're about to head into game number 6 here in the winner's bracket, the second on World's Edge. And Tom, the scoreboard has already been more than shaken up, but it's clear, Redeem is still on top. Can they continue the reign on the throne these last 3 games, or are there other sharks circling the boat?
Yeah, I mean, as tight as the middle of the leaderboard is, Redeem are on a roll, and momentum is so important in Apex. Especially for a team that play the way that Redeem do. Z Davis is going to be feeling so confident in his calls. He's been calling the zone really well. They've been fighting really well, and they're winning in such tense clutch-up moments. That gives you so much energy. That gives you, that gives you that adrenaline, and you're thinking, we're unstoppable right now. We're coming from situations that if they lost, I think fair enough. We took too much damage. It was just a 1v1, but they've won 2 1v1 situations in a row. I cannot put into words what that's going to do for their confidence, and they are going to be fully focused on achieving those 10 seeding points going into Monday's finals.
Well, before we get to the end, we have to start at the beginning, and dropping into World's Edge once more, there's still a couple contests on the table, but only one remained on the way into the first game here after the scrims had dictated where a couple teams were going to change where they ended up. And Landslide, still the hot button issue between Slept On and I believe E8, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it's somebody else. Am I wrong with that? Is it?
Yeah,
E8
are down at Thermal, but it looks like
right,
we're not having a Landslide contest now. We've seen Sense. Intel has got Landslide. Maybe there was a couple of Discord DMs or something. Maybe they just, found some sense, and they're now not going to be contesting at Landslide. And I think that actually the biggest factor there, and why I actually think this is a really good decision to be able to put egos to one side, is that KSP are just going to push you, and they're just going to kill you. You cannot benefit from that situation. And instead, we're seeing a team land the no-name of frag completely. But actually, when you're comparing that to Landslide and you have a Loba ult to loot the Geyser Vault, that is not a bad spot to land.
Exactly. You already saw Jet overextending to make sure that LTC, along with Drug Free, weren't invading that vault early on so they could get the maximum value after that landslide pickup was complete. KSP, I think, also recognizing that. Slept On is no longer in the area. They're going to head north instead, considering that that's what the circle's favoring right now. Skyhook presence is going to be a little bit longer as well, which currently has Team Diverge as well as randoms with Risen Rose waiting in the wings over on that corner. Still so much territory to claim, though, and where the circle ends up, these teams, like you said, more familiar with it than on Storm Point, but no team, I think, has gotten it exactly right so far, this PLQ. They've all come close, but every team has had necessitated rotations every single game, and it's led to great cutoffs, it's led to great chokes, and it's led to some incredible fights. Team Diverge, one of the teams waiting up in Skyhook, could actually be looking for a way in onto randoms early on.
Yeah, but I think both teams will be bearing in mind that we've actually got a whole team, Risen Rose, landing exclusively trials as well.
Yep.
So there's a lot of pressure up in Skyhook here. KSP, now they don't have to focus on the fighter landslide. They're now working their way into zone. They've got some pretty decent loot from Countdown, and they're going to set up here in Lava Fisher.
Solid decision, considering that it's not like Cozy's going to move anytime soon. There's just too much space to worry about with Lava Fisher. And at least one more rotation, I think, will suit them unless they get incredibly unlucky. Which tends to be the tail of the tape so far this PLQ, actually. So, don't count the chickens that I just did before they patched. As everybody pretty much, already gravitating towards that mild Skyhook presence. Just like, I could go there if I wanted to, but I won't yet. But we're going to see those Storm teams really play for Storm because of that. You're going to see TSS, you're going to see Deadass, you're going to see, not necessarily Slept On this time because they are in zone, but you're going to see these other teams take their time even more now because of how saturated those circles have already gotten.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting that, Slept On chose to move. They went to the no-name near Fragment in between Overlook and Fragment.
It might be redeemed
They also scooped up from the vault. Obviously, both of our local teams at Fort Landslide were able to have a vault, have a vault each, so a little bit of fairness there. Everybody gets at least a little bit of loot, and they've still made a pretty quick rotation because they have that Loba. Because they didn't have to spend too much time looting no-name frag. They put a black market down immediately because black market starts at 50% charge when you drop in, so you get that black market so quick when you land. They're able to quickly raid the vault, grab some loot, and now they're at Landslide and possibly going to take an engagement. They've been caught out on their rotate here. Maybe not as quick as I was projecting there.
I mean, they're in the middle of such a chaotic area of Countdown and Lava Fisher. There is, I want to say, like 8 or 9 teams in like a second circle's worth of space before the first circle's even really started. That being said, Storm has started to come in, so Deadass are starting to take their space. Diverge going to be walking through to grab some teammates, perhaps, and yeah, it's
Davis
really
getting knocked in the
chaotic
kill
over here.
feed there, down over at Landslide. Redeem actually 2 down. Joey Blackout last alive.
They got him.
It looks like the Redeem train is finally coming to a halt, and they ran into Slept On, who I was talking about on their rotate. They got bumped into by Slept On in Landslide. Right. Slept On obviously chose not to contest Landslide. They'll be feeling confident they have won a fight in Landslide now, so there's a little bit of revenge for them there. They rotated in from that no-name, as I mentioned, and Redeem Joey Blackout is going to have to do some inspirational solo ratting here if he wants to keep their win streak going.
Yeah, and outside such a bevy of teams as well. I mean, there's no safe way in. You have to wait for everybody to stop paying attention to you, and a lot of that is just honestly luck dictating it. Sometimes you just have to hope that no one's looking at you, and sometimes they aren't, sometimes they are. Being said, with Redeem having that point cushion, it's okay if they die here early, just not necessarily optimal. Team Smiley, a team that has almost refused to get off the ground, has, all things considered, a really good spot right now in Countdown. Needs points to make it to this finals without having to go through the loser's bracket to do so. And they only have 3 games left to do it, currently in last place with 9 points. I don't even think they've made top 10 a single time yet. If they have, it hasn't been far in. I think their best game was that third one on Storm Point where they got to play with Gate, but their flyout went a little bit awry there, and they unfortunately couldn't win the fight after the fact. But trying to farm up some solid damage across Countdown. They have a lot of different targets, but it looks like they're setting their sights on LTC more than anyone else on the other side of Countdown here, as other teams like Diverge, Slept On, Drug Free also try and scope out the area, as Skyhook is not where this circle will drag, and it is, in fact, entirely encompassing Countdown. And there goes Blackout. Somebody spotted Redeem. It was Diverge's Sleepy Panda. and we will not have a three-peat winner this time.
Yeah, I think that Team Smiley, will be sat there with a bit of a smile on their faces because this zone looks like it could be going right towards them. They have a really, really good composition for playing outside of that countdown room. They have Crypto. They can potentially reach a beacon if there is one in Lava Fissure. I can't see on the map if there is a beacon in Lava Fissure, but you can just about reach it from there. Then they have the Watson, so they have unlimited heals, a charge rifle, which is great for leveling up your Evo shields and improving your kit. And they're in a spot where they can't really get heavily pressured without other teams putting pressure on the team fighting. If you're inside the building and teams are pushing you from the platform, they're going to be getting peppered by scouts, repeaters, longbows, charge rifles. So they're in a really strong spot and they need it. They really do need some points here because you do not want to be leaving it to the last couple of games.
Now they're in the only building in Countdown that's going to be safe when this next circle comes along. It's close, but it is entirely manageable for them. As Deadass, making their way out of zone, has spotted SCS. And this is a fun skirmish between two teams that are absolutely goated when it comes to duking it out. We'll see if they actually take the bait. Both teams pretty secure right now, but Deadass has taken quite the fall after not a really great game the previous time on World's Edge. So just in the top 10, and again, with teams 1 or 2 points behind, basically for half of the bottom 10, there's a lot of guarding that Deadass has to do. So taking a fight against a team like SCS, very calculated, but also very risky if they decide to.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by SCS today so far.
Oh my god!
A lot of damage there. They're suddenly on the back foot. Slayer gonna have to maybe back out of the zero. He's gonna pop a bat. Senok's gonna take to the floor there. And Slayer's getting swung. He's stunned by the Valkyrie. He's stuck in between two players. He can't choose which gun to shoot with. And SCS get cursed. I'm so sorry, boys. I was just about to praise you, and now you're on your way out. Deadass picking up some much-needed points. That's going to move them nicely up towards the top 10.
And that is 2 of the top 3 teams right now, being the first 2 teams out. A very different game than we've been seeing lately. First game on World's Edge, it was mainly the bottom of the pack that was going out first. And a lot of these higher teams vying for that way out. Redeem was the team that found it, but Bot's now the only one out of the top 3 that are currently still alive. And they are also currently in kind of a bad spot themselves, blocked out by Risen Rose over near Trials and Skyhook, and Revival Games heading off the other end of that rotation. In fact, they're going to have to start a fight right about now with one of those two, and it looks like it's going to be Risen Rose that has to take the fall for it. Is Bots, if they get out right here, then Revival Games has an easy sightline on them as long as they're paying attention. But as this circle comes in and as more teams head over towards the other end of Countdown, that may not happen anyway.
Yeah, this is a pretty difficult position for Bots here.
They spot them.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling good because they're in second place. They've been playing well today. But they've got 2 really difficult pushes. You can either take a fight in Trials, a team inside, waiting. They have lots of cover. If they wanted to, they could zip up. I don't know if there's a team on top of Trials right now. I think there is. I think Riz and Rose are also on top. Yeah. So you've got a team that can drop down and immediately third-party you, has an immediate zip line to get back up, so it's not a complete commit if they choose to drop. You've then got the other side. You choose to leave. You choose not to fight. You've got teams looking
They're leaving.
at you. Yeah, they're going to have to go, and they're going to have to hurt. Oh, big Bangalore smokes, actually, covering that. It was like an overcast day in that building right now. They need to move, though. Those smokes are going to expire, but it looks like there's a team in the other building, so they're going to bide their time. Oh, it looks like they've gone, actually. Sorry, they've gone. Yeah, and it's randoms now looking and see if they can follow their way in.
Yeah, randoms are going to try and look for the next building, but now 2 of them have been taken instead of 1. Bots actually being the first to strike, actually leading to some success here. They'll be able to hole up in Skyhook for the time being. Again, even so, the rotation won't exactly be amazing as long as the circle doesn't drag towards them, which it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. But look at teams like Blackhand and Karasuno taking this bet on the lower end of the circle. Blackhand has no intention to move until it absolutely requires it, and honestly, there's a good chance they won't have to move that far.
Yeah, and I think we are really seeing the difference here in this game between our Stormpoint and World's Edge, because the teams are taking it very slow. We've still got 18 teams alive, 54 players up, and teams are having to work their way in. There's a lot of teams. That zone going to be pulling to the east of Trials.
Huh.
Sorry, not east, sorry, west. I don't know my compass, apparently. Never eat shredded wheat. I must have paid more attention in school. So pulling to the west of Trials into that open field. So Riz and Rose have a really good spot here. E8 have a potential decent pathing into zone if they can get past Cozy. Cozy have a good pathing into zone if they can hold out E8.
Smiley's chilling.
Yeah, Smiley's chilling. No Name also chilling there out in that building. They're going to have a decent rotate into zone if they can hold out both Cozy and E8. And TSS, a man down. They have a pretty difficult rotate here because they've got a number of teams in Skyhook to get past. They don't have a full complement of players right now, and they have to get past and through trials if they want to get into the next zone.
Yeah, Deadass is waiting on him too, as are Bots and Revival Games. In fact, they're already going to collapse upon each other. Revival Games and Bots going to duke it out in the exact same building. Bots taking a whole lot of damage. Stomps hit by that Rolling Thunder, forced to bat out before the fight really starts, and so Bots has to slow themselves down. But Revival Games has one down already, and in comes the Black Hole. A lot of damage done by Stunny, but it's traded out the other way. 3-on-2. They've almost gotten the job done. They're going to finish it off. Sauce will finally fall, as will the rest of Revival Games. Bots able to take it down, but now Deadass and Diverge waiting in the wings could potentially get this third party if they're quick enough, but no. Exhibit thrown down. Deadass too far out. Sleepy Panda too alone, and Bots are safe for now.
Yeah, Sleepy Panda there just showing why Wraith still has something to offer in these lobbies even before her big buff, because she, able to get in there, able to look. Are they fighting on the bottom floor? Can you maybe sneak a kill? Can you quickly clean up? No, nothing going. So I'm just going to phase back into my building and I'm going to reset.
Deadass now the greatest threat to Bots after the portal out from Diverge. They're going to head down towards Countdown, meeting Smiley there while Karasuno waits outside. As TSS will now make their way back into the part of Skyhook that is viable, at least for this circle. Still in some open space. Don't know which buildings are safe and which are not. They're going to try and get that established as quickly as possible. As Deadass taking solace in the part of Skyhook that is still in circle, which is now 2 buildings worth, as Bots has taken the other one, which includes that beacon, a powerful spot that Deadass no doubt wants to try and dethrone. They've already taken out one of the top 3. Can they take out 2? Or can TSS come from behind and grab something else? In the meantime, here's another team near the top. LTC, that is a bit stuck inside Countdown, as well as Dan Matic is going to be forced to run away, while Drug Free, as well as potentially Slept On, are going to pick up these pieces.
Yeah, and I think that a number of teams here have, once again, failed to predict the zone. There's barely any teams in zone. Teams like LTC do not want to be fighting on the edge of zone. That is not what they are built for. They want to be in that zone. They want to be set up with Loba. They want to get set, they want to get set nice and early. But this zone is just pulled in a way that, once again, I don't think people have predicted. We've even seen Team Diverge, rotated into Countdown, and they're just chilling there, but the zone isn't pulling there. They're just about to find out that it's not a Countdown zone. It's pulling all the way up to Trials, and people really weren't expecting that.
Except Smiley. Look at that. They literally moved from the perfect spot in Countdown, and then skyward dove up to the perfect crevice in this upcoming Northern Circle. Everybody's going to have to rotate outside of Trials anyway, but right now Smiley is just one cut ahead every step of the way so far. Really impressive stuff, and I'm excited to see if they can carry it into some extra points on top of just placement. In the meantime, Deadass finally pulling the trigger onto Bots' tower, but they have to come from the high ground, and Bots has a lot of natural cover on these other levels. A lot to work with as the Rolling Thunder comes through to clear the board. Bots looking pretty secure for the most part, all things considered, but in they head to the top level. Stomps, inting first, no support prior, and Bots getting burned to a crisp. Trades back and forth, but it is still Deadass that comes out on top, and that is 2 for 2 against the top 3.
Deadass just don't lose those. We've seen them all across the Challenger Circuit. One of our best fighting teams. Are they going to get a reset here?
They will. Karasuno backs out.
Yeah, they are. They're going to go back. And I think one of the biggest advantages for Deadass there, who are going to get the opportunity to turn and burn as that team walks up the hill, was how many shots were being sent from all directions. Shots from Trials. I even saw shots from Countdown. It looked like someone was using like a Mastiff or something just to spray and pray across the map. By taking that fight in the open, they just expose themselves to so many pot shots, and that's why sometimes just holding your ground and playing defensive really can pay off in these lobbies.
As of now, the top 5 teams in the scoreboard are not in this lobby right now. It is all teams vying for that upper echelon spot as Diverge skyward dives. Intel moves into this next circle. It is the southwestern end that we shall pay the most attention to, as No Name has a lot of space, but is also, in doing so, taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, check out this little standoff we have on that northern edge as Smiley finally has some competition in Diverge, and in they go. They're going to try and get something done. Sleepy Panda a little walled away, actually, here. Getting fired on all cylinders. As Blackhand is the next to fall. Diverge still trying to find a way in against this team. It's Randoms who are on this other side, while Smiley just kind of grabs some popcorn and sees if they can grab a third-party kill, maybe, but they don't want to reveal their position too heavily beyond the Watson fence standoff that they've already initiated. And remember, during this whole time, Risen Rose still also has to find a way out. In the meantime, though, Randoms is going to be able to stop the Diverge push and keep their corner.
Yeah, and E8 have managed to wrap their way around the zone, and they now have a completely clear choke and are going to have to work their way in. Team Smiley, one of our teams that predicted the zone slightly earlier and were able to Valkyrie into a really strong spot. They've made space. They'll feel much better now. Team Diverge aren't right behind them. There's still teams in trials that they have to worry about. They have to get past. They have to get past them. Team Diverge been taken out. There's still teams in trials though. Maybe they're going to try and play in the opposite spot that Team Diverge did. But we've just seen how quickly you can get naded out of one of those spots. But if they could get a Watson gen down, if Tempest does have another Watson gen ready, maybe he has an ult excel, or maybe that Watson gen's been down for a while, they might be able to live in that spot if they can make it.
And they have the EMP for when Randoms decide to exit. They don't have it ready for Risen Rose when they leave, though, which is why Risen Rose is looking for another way out as well, because they are getting blocked out by Randoms, and Randoms has no reason to move until Risen Rose moves. So both of them kind of stuck out against each other at the moment. No Name actually getting pressured by E8 across the way, while Cozy's Coast just coasts on by in the middle ground, unnoticed by either side so far, but that very well may change as Risen Rose's high ground is starting to get found out. They will get flushed away for the most part. But as of now, 2/3 of them safe in the circle for the time being. Fluxon gonna fall to Gyozi's pot shots. And No Name continuing to play for this distance. Randoms waiting for the right moment to strike outside of Trials. Again, no reason to move, and thus no reason for Smiley to move, so this north side is so silent until Randoms will get totally flushed out. Cozy's rat finally gone, and so now we are down to 5 full-fledged teams.
I'm going to go out on a whim here, and I'm going to say that I think that E8 have what it takes to win this zone. They have a really, really strong spot. They have a great fighting comp. But also, when Diff used to play with the solo queue goats, they landed in Skyhook. He knows trial zones like the back of his hand. They used to have such a good success rate in the EMEA Pro League when it pulled to this area of the map. He knows the spots, he knows the strats. Can he use his experience to really pull through for E8 here? I think they have a great shout.
Randoms exiting Trials, now burning away at the fence setup by Team Smiley. No Name looking to maybe contest here, but third partying early would lead to everybody dispersing and then Randoms having a much safer way out. So everybody taking their sweet time here as Randoms try and get rid of this pylon. Actually, good amount of damage done to it. They might be able to get rid of it before the circle fully comes through.
It's gone, and now the Horizon are going to come immediately down. And the ALGS stars
dragged in, good amount of damage. The EMP, though, so much wasted away, and so Randoms still have to play kind of slow even after that first down. Mercy only a bit low, going to throw Thermite down to continue pressure on the downs. But still, Smiley has 2 to go, and still has this space outside the door with Randoms ever-increasing pressure, ever-decreasing time to get out of here.
Yeah, they have literally 15 seconds left, and now they're going to make the swing. Enemy with the huge damage there. Major damage by the former Luminosity player, and he cleans up. Unbelievable. A nice little double wipe. They're going to reset. They have just enough time now to pop some heals.
And Smiley will only have to settle for the placements on top of those KP. Risen Rose still on this high ground and still actually quite a bit of time to play with it too. With less opportunities to peek up there, with less and less circle available. No Name can no longer get those pot shots up there. Intel's meds no longer can be wasted, and E8, recognizing that, are going to try and see that position while No Name watches from afar, and Randoms still wait to exit out of Trials until that barely last second. No Name, only too strong, waiting up against Randoms. That's an easy down for them. Even more KP going their way, and now Risen Rose trying to find the upper angle onto E8 and Randoms as this last circle comes through. A lot of space they'll have to move, so as long as Randoms and E8 stay safe, which they both are by staying under this cliffside rather than in the open, everyone's gonna have to move. But I have a sinking feeling that Risen Rose is going to get to be the last team that has to.
Risen Rose here, they have the Horizon who has that, gravity boots passive. That means she won't take a jumpstone when she drops, but they don't have a Valk. So they are going to have to slide off, and if both of these teams, if Randoms and E8, just hug this cliff, just crawl in with zone, then Risen Rose are going to have to jump into the middle of them. So this really is a game of cat and mouse. Who is going to blink first? Are Randoms Gonna maybe push E8, or E8 gonna push randoms? Or Risen Rose gonna jump on somebody's head? Yes, they are! Here they come, E8 and Risen Rose! The horizontal down, Diff with the PK, he's gonna throw Arc Stars.
Big
Horizon
Q.
Qs everywhere, they're up into the air. He's gonna get the butt off, I think. He's gonna drop onto their head.
Random sees this as the opportunity too.
Risen Rose are out. Diff Q all alone. Presley, last standing for E8. I think this is a randoms win. Big cleanup. Risen Rose there, choosing who wins and who dies. They are fuming. I can just tell. EA are fuming right there. Risen Rose really dictating fates. They took that position. They land at Trials. They played there the whole game. And they hand the win to randoms. Fantastic discipline from randoms to clear out their side, to take that fight, to destroy that Watson pylon with that tiny, tiny little angle, make room for their horizontal and their Cyril, clear it out, hug the cliff, and then just accept the victory.
Yeah,
great play by randoms.
Pick of the litter by Risen Rose there, eh? Just trying to find the right time to drop where they wouldn't have the pressure exacted among them first, but like you said, both teams could hug that cliffside till the bitter end, and EA just praying it wasn't them. Randoms, how about their team fighting, though? Their ability to just pump out that damage, stake out Smiley, burn through all that util, and then still win that fight outside the door, then exit, play procedurally, get a care package to help to bolster your natural cover, and then still make your way through. Just absolutely so much instrumentation going behind all of those, that entire sequence of plays, but making it work, and that's going to give randoms not only 10 KP, but a big boost in the standings. But I mean, this entire leaderboard has just been beyond shaken up. Again, the top 5 teams, 5 of the first teams to go. I don't think any of them got placement points this time around. The top 10 looking very different than what we're used to, and it's going to change everything in a second.
Yeah, this leaderboard was already so tight, but it's just been shaken up so much more. And I'm really excited to see who's in the top 10 as we head into our final 2 games. So tight, so competitive. This is everything you would want a Pro League qualifier to be. It's so hard to differentiate between these teams. They've been practicing, they've been scrimming, and we're just seeing how prepared these teams are. You know, anybody can be anybody here. We've had so many fun the way you wouldn't expect. You know, Deadass, one of our best edge fighting teams, really just... They pulled a fast one in SCS there. They got a big entry. They wiped it out. And teams have just been fighting all day. And the fights have been so clean.
Really? Sure. Yeah, a couple really, determined themselves to be absolute monsters when it comes to fighting things out. And yeah, here comes Deadass trying to hop in on bots after the SCS fight. Unfortunately, I don't think that Stomps was expecting all 3 members of Deadass to just be waiting up there behind the steps. They expected them to maybe take a floor or 2, but yeah, that extra presence leading to the early advantage in the fight. And now, yeah, this corner taken on that northern circle as well, absolutely insane.
This was a great moment. This was a great moment for randoms on their way to win, because they could have thought, oh my god, fighting, quick, let's push out. And they waited until all the other teams were short-handed, and they only committed slightly, because at this point in the game, Risen Rose could have dropped down behind them, taken that zip, and pinched them if they'd have overcommitted. So this was great discipline. They bided their time, and as we said, this was a great clutch up by Enemy.
Yeah, amazing micro Enemy, amazing team fighting there for a second there, but the entirety of randoms really getting in on the action after a really chaotic final team fight down there. The black hole thrown down as Risen Rose dropped, immediately countered by the Horizon tax, spread everybody out, and then everybody relegated themselves to that lower ground to get that extra cover. It just led to an even more staggered team fight that led to even easier pickups for randoms to take the dub. 22 points in tow along with it, and honestly, it's not that close, all things considered, as Deadass only taking 10th with the KP will bring them to just 12 points outside of that. I mean, that is kind of nuts for how much work they did. But yeah, randoms really rising above the rest. Point spread really strange among a lot of these teams. Smiley finally having a good game. No Name having a really solid game. Cozy staying in the fray. But again, the scoreboard really shaken up now.
Yeah, and even teams like bots, like Team Intel, like Team Smiley will be happy, because if you can average about 5.5 points a game, that's going to find you in the top 10 of most tournaments, most top 10 cut-off tournaments. All you need is about 5.5. So if you can keep having those consistent games, then you're going to find your way there. As we look at the overall leaderboard, it's still so tight. Look at that. 20, 23, 25, 26, 28, 28, 29, 30. It's like counting. It's so tight that honestly, I'm just having the time of my life. This is such a competitive lobby. It's so tense. And I mean, even teams like EA, who've just had a decent game, Random's just had a really good game, they've made themselves some space, but they still can't feel comfortable because they're not even 20 points ahead of 17th. That's how tight this lobby is. One big game from TSS, one big game from Risen Rose, and they're straight back in there, straight into the top 10.
There is no one out of the question right now, but teams like Redeem, Bots, SES, and Revival certainly happy that they all fell at around the same time, so their gap is a little more maintained among each other. Redeem, despite falling in 20th, super happy to see SES fall directly after. Bots not grab too much KP, so they will stay in second place, albeit only 12 points behind now, but that top of the pack becoming much more muddied because of the rest of the teams coming through. Now, 4th and 5th place, tied, deadlocked, and the gap between 4th and 18th place just 20 points across, and that is absolutely doable in one game. We've seen it before. We get 2 more. We get games 7 and 8 on World's Edge for these teams to make an impact. 2 more opportunities to secure your spot in the finals, to secure those starting points, to potentially make it to the Pro League. More and more on the line as we go. But we do keep going. Game number 7 coming back after this short break. We are back once more with the ALGS PLQ for Split 2 here in North America. I'm Tenrek. With me is Tom. Tom, to put it gently, round 7! And we still haven't figured out who's gonna win this thing. It's absolutely ridiculous. So much traffic, and if anything, it's gotten closer as time goes on. 2 games in World's Edge to go. Somebody's gotta come out on top here, but I have no idea who it's gonna be.
That was so gently put. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
I'm
very poignant like that.
I will go out on a limb and I will say that I think that someone's going to win this. And I think that that person who wins will get 10 seeding points. Yeah, that's my projection. I'm playing the lottery tonight and becoming a millionaire.
Well, we didn't have any contests in the previous game. And I don't think that's going to change yet. I think now that everybody's figured out, oh wait, I don't see Risen Rose at Trials. I see them going down to Lava City.
Well, I think that one team has been landing Maud and Lava City together. Risen Rose have clearly said. Risen Rose have clearly said, look, we've had our trial zone. Maybe we should go and get some real loot now.
Lava Siphon's empty.
They're moving down, yeah. Wait, Lava Siphon is completely empty? Wait, what is going on? Hello? Okay, everybody's fighting at this no-name now, apparently? Is this real? Is this real life? Everybody has got the memo about Lava Siphon being literally the best POI in, like, Apex Legends history, right?
Krasno and TSS are both now, like, getting the memo and heading down, maybe, but...
You could say
Slept
that
on!
Lava
Oh my
Siphon...
god!
Oh, wow!
Slept on! What is happening right now? They're fighting against no-name and they're winning! They've got some damage, they've got some good downs. Den Pride's gone. Gyozy is too. Slept On have a lot of space all of a sudden here in Frag.
CEOs are fighting for miserable POIs. I respect it. They are getting the KP here. Why everybody decided to drop the no-name of Frag, I don't know. Especially when Lava Siphon was free. If they're checking the VOD, you guys really missed a trick there. You could say that Lava Siphon was being slept on.
Hey-o! There it is.
Boom.
I've been waiting for that for 7 games now.
Yes,
oh my god.
We're back. We're back. We're here.
Yeah, you know it's Tenrek and Tom on the mic.
It sounds like we're about to drop the hottest mixtape of 2023 when you say that.
Climatizer and Epicenter circle here, Northeastern. That's, we haven't gotten to see Northeastern circles too often. It's mostly been on the Western end, so exciting to see a couple of these other rotations. Randoms will be forced to move, KSP will be forced to move, E8 forced to make an absolutely monumental rotation, and seething off of that previous game, I expect we may have a pretty mad griefing team on our hands at this stage, especially considering that E8 is really on the cusp of breaking through. They're in the top 10, but again, it is so unbearably close that you have to play the whole way through. You have to play really, really safe. You've got to play to survive. So I'm expecting, although a good amount of early rotations, is we're already seeing teams like LTC, teams like Intel, teams like Bots, teams like Slept On rotate towards that second circle. I don't know if we're going to see fighting for a while.
Yeah, I think that everybody's going to work their way in. We're obviously really getting to the business end now of our 8-game series. There are a couple of teams I could see slightly skirmishing. There was maybe a little bit of an inkling of a fight down at Dome, but apparently there is a line of what teams will fight for, and the line is the other side of Dome, because Blackhand just chose to back off there and will just craft at launch site and then make their way north. It's a long rotate for Redeem. They might, we can see that there's a lot of teams just working their way in, but people just aren't keen to take an engagement at this stage of the game. It really just doesn't benefit you. As we can see, that it looks like they're getting away, Redeem are getting away on that balloon. They're going to make their way north. E8 probably going to craft at staging. Bot's probably just going to craft a Skyhook. Everybody's just going to take their time. We're going to chill. We're going to fight our way in. And Climatizer zones can hold a lot of teams. We're going to see some crazy end circles.
Yeah, it's going to get chaotic, and it's going to get chaotic quick, but it's going to take a while before we get to that stage. Until then, it's all about staying alive. It's all about not getting caught out, and wow, what a catch by Icy. Hey, it may not come to anything, but that shot just spoke volumes for how to anticipate Intel going forward the rest of this game, as they're currently in the middle of this circle. SCS currently trying to escape a couple bits of fire from I believe Diverge and Revival primarily, but bots are also on their tail. Yeah, it's Diverge hunting them down. Synox is going to dive down into the lava itself. Crust soon to follow, as they will try and hide away here, as Slayer must be abandoned. And SES not exactly in a enjoyable spot either. For this to be a second game that they fall super early on, that would be catastrophic for the standings yet again. But here's Vize for Cozy, a team that has been performing pretty well throughout, but hasn't been able to do too much going forward. LTC, the first to grab a down or two. That is a KP going their way, and Cozy down to just that one player in Vize, having to rat it out.
Yeah, it looks like Cozy were just trying to get into that blue cart there, but it looks like they got caught out as they Valcotted in, I think. That's what I'm assuming. So they've lost 2 players. Vize going to have to work it out on his own. I don't know if he's going to be able to... look how many teams there are here. But I don't think Vize is going to be able to get the res. There's so many teams nearby. And LTC know he's a solo, so it seems like he's on borrowed time here. SCS living down here. They're on the low ground. They moved out from their comfy little corner. They've tried to work their way into Climatizer, into a nice spot. And if they could lose aggro here and they could just settle down, this is a spot that can be viable for a very long time if they can survive this initial rush of attention that they're going to get.
Yeah, if they play the waiting game effectively enough, they may be able to make it work. But so many angles could be found. Vize is down, so Cozy gone. They will have one more game to try and make their claim on the finals here before heading down to losers. Got to remember that none of these teams are immediately out of the running thanks to how well they either did in the Pro League or in those challenger circuits. The 10 teams that do not make the top 10 will be relegated down to the losers bracket, which again will be played right here, right after our 8th game on World's Edge. These teams, these players are all, other than the top 10 of course, gonna keep going, and 10 more teams vying for a spot in the finals just like them are going to be taking that place and joining the lobby as well. Should be a fun time, but still a little more to play, a little more to eke out. Revival Games, another team that has had a bit of a quiet lull for a little while now, despite their consistency, is in 4th place. As SES is also fully fallen. And so that is another big moment for them to get dragged down potentially in the standings. Their cushion should supply them well enough to keep them at least in the top 10, but it could be close depending on how some of these other teams may do. Teams like Revival Games, who are currently trying to rise up and find a better spot in the standings after having such a great beginning on Storm Point.
So many teams here in Climatizer. Everybody's found their little room, their little spot. We've got teams in all the buildings nearby as well. Teams who weren't quite quick enough to make their way up to the north of the map. Redeem holding the bridge across between Epicenter and Climatizer. There's teams all across the whole POI. It looks like there's someone in that train cart because that train cart's getting sieged. Every single spot is taken. We have still, like, literally 18 teams all up. Maybe, I think NM have got a couple of people missing, but otherwise we've got full teams. Everybody is going to try their best here, and this is going to be so much decided by where this zone pulls. If it pulls just slightly out into the field, or if it pulls just slightly south, or if it continues to hard pull all the way north, so many different teams are going to have to deal with it. One of the beneficiaries of a hard north pull would be Team Intel, who are here playing these back buildings, and they appear to be chasing Team Diverge. Team Diverge, who are a man down. GS Bird, yeah, they had the banner, though, so maybe they can get out. They don't have a Valk, because the Valkyrie's been knocked, so they don't have a Valkor. And that Wraith Portal, of course, still only 75 meters right now, hasn't yet been buffed. So not much distance able to be gained by that ability yet.
It's stuck, but so is every other team here. And the teams that are slow to rotate are very slow to rotate, recognizing the slight lack of Lobas, meaning that their looting paths can be a bit more fun on the way towards this Climatizer circle, which inevitably will be that dangerous. As E8 is going to spot Blackhand, but also Random, so this could be a little bit of a triple team showdown here. Now Blackhand gonna step away, back in a fragment, just take a better vantage point, while E8 attempts to disperse away, but Presley dislocating himself might prove bad for the squad. No, they'll be able to relocate as Randoms going to grab this care package and potentially take some cover fire coming from E8, and now Karasuno, who have come in from the north. They're going to meet them right here.
Yeah, this is not a good time to be on Team Randoms. You might have a good helmet, but you're about to get pinched if they can't quickly maneuver out of this situation. They've been CS scanned, so they're now aware that the third party's moving in. And E8 actually are going back through the tunnel towards Skyhook if I'm just looking at the map. So it's going to be a straight 3v3 if Randoms want to take it. But they might not know that E8 aren't still pressuring them. So they're probably going to choose to back away here. Looks like they are. They're going to head towards Epicenter. Although Crummy's pretty split right now, but he is on that Valk, he does have that jetpack, he does have a little bit more movement, so I think he's going to get away nice and safely.
Yeah, they should be fine, and E8 now, ISO'd, are going to be able to dive away. So everybody will get away basically unscathed. E8 going to head towards the northern end in order to rotate in and avoid this past action and wait about that future. And Blackhand, after not having to deal with one team, have to deal with potentially another who is really starting to stand in the way of a lot of these top dogs. It's Deadass, once again, meeting them over in frag. So a dangerous position for them for sure, as double exhibits have been thrown down for them. E8, the dive has worked out fully. They'll head to that northern end. And that is Blackhand down to just Yazto after Deadass, it appears, has taken yet another fight against another team that has just been running it down in the points. Randoms now searching for that rat in Yasto. Gonna try and pick them off themselves, and Deadass gonna let him have it. Blackhand is once again eliminated.
Time really is running out for Blackhand here, as we see Randoms have a great high ground on Team Deadass, but they're not gonna press it. They're gonna keep rotating. They want to work their way into zone. But time really is running out for Blackhand now. They were in 15th when they died. Probably gonna fall maybe down to 16th or 17th, maybe even 18th if results don't go their way in this 7th game. And they are gonna need a banger in Game 8. And it's one thing in the Challenger circuit needing a big game. It's, you know, they've done it. We know Blackhand have pulled it out of the hat when they've needed it. But you're playing with a lot of good teams here. There is a lot of teams. So now Blackhand might be thinking maybe it's time to take a chill, get prepared for that loser's bracket, because they've got 8 more games to play today, and 16 games is a lot in one day. It's going to be a long day for Blackhand, and they're going to be ruining that they haven't quite made the opportunity work to pick up seeding points and get a few less games on their schedule this weekend.
The northeastern push for the circle continues, as a good amount of Climatizer teams will be forced to rotate, but not the whole shebang. And we could potentially have some sardines packed in over on that southern edge of the Climatizer.
I don't think they're safe here.
Backed away. Oh, Redeem in a bad spot here after the drop down. So much pressure from Diverge as well as Intel. And Redeem will fall in 16th. Once again, a little bit early at the top by a good amount of points. So still a cushion to bolster them. But bots, Revival, excuse me, randoms, all seeding, trying to look for this way in. Redeem has 2 wins on them already. They have a great guarantee. But that guarantee has still got to last another game and a half here. As this circle will begin to come in. Randoms looking to meet Deadass at the respawn beacon potentially. Down here on the southern side, while LTC takes and lobs some nades and shots against Revival as well as Drug Free. They might try and make this push, but there's no pressure to, so neutrality tends to seed a lot of decision making.
Yeah, and we can just see from the minimap here, LTC obviously getting a remote beacon scan using crypto there. There's a beacon on top of Climatizer, so they're able to get the zone. They know that they're not under much pressure. Their building is going to be in. It's probably going to pull back into the platform near where the crafter is. Another team absolutely, flossing right now is Team Intel. It's pulled all the way north. They're set up really nicely in those buildings. They just got a couple of KP when Team Redeem flew in between themselves and Team Diverge. So there's a lot of teams on the south who are thinking, well, we're going to have to work our way in. But actually, if they don't have a crypto, they probably don't realize the situation that they're about to find themselves in.
Oh, Risen Rose waiting literally just outside,
tense.
And so is E8, and so are randoms. Deadass caught in the middle of so many teams, but they're gonna go north to evade all of them, and they will get out nearly scot-free, at least to start. Risen Rose spots randoms spot E8, E8 spots Deadass, but no one can pull the trigger yet, because this entire time people are still pushing through. Crummy, the rat from the randoms, after looks like Enemigo has gone down, is heading over to that north side, and E8 may go for the chase, which leaves it open for Deadass to have some control back, and Risen Rose to have all the space in the world on that southern side.
Yeah, Deadass got so much control. They have a nice high ground. He's got the wingman with the skull piercer, so he can do big damage if he lands just one headshot. And E8 here also going to get involved here. Seer exhibit goes down. No one detected inside it, but it just gives DivQ the confidence to know that there's no one directly in front of him. Nice little throw of the Horizon Q there, and they're going to pick up that kill on the last member of randoms, and he's going to drop back down and try and reset.
Karasuno now getting in there as well, as Deadass has gone back over to Risen Rose, and they're duking it out too. But E8 is under far more pressure, as Deadass is already taking care of Risen Rose like clockwork. These guys are so good at fighting. And now they have the entire southern edge of the circle to themselves, as E8 and Karasuno still try and scope out each other, while Slept On takes a step back on the competition from a solid vantage as well. But it's all about this northern edge of the circle, Tom. There's still so many teams that are going to be so reluctant to move into this next circle, and the following one as well. A painful rush towards the northeastern side that, once again, Intel is in the safest spot for as of now, but we saw what that could turn into before.
Yeah, Game 7's final zone, Intel inside. Absolutely fantastic positioning from them. They're the only team in there right now, and I think they've been playing both buildings. Now, I don't think they're going to be able to hold both of those buildings, but if they put fences in both of the buildings, teams aren't going to know that that building is free. They can't get close enough to scan it with Seer. All they're going to see is fences. So it looks like Intel are definitely controlling both buildings. I'm sure that a team as experienced as Intel, competing in Series E for such a long time, one of the most experienced T2 teams in our lobby, has held both buildings down. Teams aren't going to know. All these teams in Climatizer will have no way of knowing that that is the situation. And they've made a fantastic zone call. They've done that all Challenger circuit. They've missed out on a couple today, but to be fair, so has everybody. We've had some really strange zones today, but they've predicted this one perfectly, and it's definitely pulling all the way north.
Teams, once again, still not quick to rotate forward, though. And there's not much that teams have to do yet. E8, gonna dive, split up here, scope out some good spots, recognize there really aren't that many, and instead they'll just take the high ground of Climatizer for the time being to get the best vantage of all among LTC, Revival, and drug-free, as well as Diverge,
Team
who they're
Diverge
going to
getting
actually
sieged.
aggress.
Yeah, they're getting sieged in that car. The Bangalore smokes are down.
Wow, good eye by Diff.
Don't think that they knew there was a team in that car when they landed, when they hit the Valkyrie, when Stomps led that Valkyrie there, because they weren't a Watson team. There was no fences down, they were crouched, they were hidden, and they managed to take the fight, but I think they've been short-handed, and they've now started a little bit of a collapse here. It looks like they're probably going to get a reset. FQ picking up a kill with these excellent R31 skills. And they're going to get the revive right now. They're going to be able to reset, but that was really sketchy, and when there isn't a Watson fence, people tend to assume nobody's in there.
Everybody on Climatizer. Oh, man.
Great spot to have a charge
Yeah.
rifle. You couldn't
It's
ask for a
such
better spot.
Yeah, they're in such a comfy spot right now. They can look at basically whoever they want across the entire zone right now, including Deadass, who is currently going blow for blow with Slept On outside this corner.
Huge
and
grenade,
with the help of that
huge
black
grenade.
hole, yeah, that's already Orioles down. Karma and Goat forced to bat up. No aggression from the other end this time, because they know that if any team extends to try and take this fight, then they will get pounced on. But it looks like E8 is going to take the bait and try and go for this fight. A lot of damage done by Deadass, though, but it's just down to Goat in the 1v3. Can he manage it? So many knockdown shields to Do through, and Goat makes it work! Deadass will survive! E8 gets fully punished!
Was it a bird? Was it a plane? I'll tell you what, it definitely was. That was such a strange decision to leap off that high ground when you had that charge rifle to push. I guess they got a knock with the Oxstar. Did they realize it was a full 3-man? That was such a strange decision. But let's not take away from Goat. Unbelievable knockdown playing right there. He was, I mean, look, how do you even see what you're shooting in that situation? That is an unbelievable play. And they're going to get a full reset as well. Huge. They now have 9 team KP. And Deadass are really pushing to catch up with Bots and Redeem and take those maximum seeding points as they rotate in now.
Immediately after the fact, though, they will be immediately stopped again. But Deadass is willing to take this fight after having that bevy of death boxes to work with. So many angles taken up. Goat losing all those shields, but so much damage done. Everybody on the Reds now going to try and take 1 or 2 more. And it's Smiley that are the next victims of Deadass yet again. Falling before they can make a true impact. That is more KP for the Goat and Co. They're still getting pressured, but it's down to the top 6, and every other team is too occupied with everybody else coming from Climatizer. Leads to LTC, Intel, Bots, and Deadass, and LTC will fall next. It is all of a sudden just 3 teams. Deadass is so worse for wear, though, after taking fight after fight after fight, and Stomps knows it. Intel knows it. Either one of them could converge and turn it into the final fight, but Intel was here before in the first game, and they have learned their lesson. Will they show that this time, or can Bots take the victory? Deadass, still more shots. Stomps closer and closer, inching more forward as the black hole will expire. Intel still scoping out this competition, slowly but surely pushing a little more forward to make sure that the third party is so quick and painless, like a band-aid getting ripped off. But Bots also not chomping at the bit just yet, waiting for the bitter moment for them to have to attack. Stomps, non-committal damage done with the PK. Still no rotation coming through from Deadass just yet, after there's just one member of it left, but a purple knockdown shield that they have to burn through means that this is ever so tough. That's why they rotate outside, but Stunny will now get punished by Intel, who was rotated in, and we have a true 3-man scuffle.
This is unbelievable. Intel have once again waited. We've seen it so many times today. Teams wait for the other 2 teams to commit, and then they swing in. Intel have held the back buildings the whole game. Both buildings. And Deadass gonna get taken out, and we now have a straight 3v3. Bots and Intel. Bots are 3 up. They have double gold and a red shield. Team Intel have been playing back there. What loot do they have? I'll tell you what they do have. The element of surprise. That's a really big swing. Stomps with the PK, though. Stunny's going to go down. Stomps. Not very healthy. But can he take it? He has a great angle here. It's a 1v1. Going to get swung. He's so unhealthy. And he's Team Intel. The perfect game. They rotate to the back of the zone. They hold down both buildings. Then they just bide their time. Unbelievable.
Great patience. Great teamwork. Great corner play, and great shots taken by Team Intel to finally get the victory that they had been bragging so heavily about in scrims before. They prove it in Game 7, and I do believe that'll take him to the top 10, but let's not forget how many other teams lit up the kill feed. Deadass, of course, the highlight of that entire matchup after E8 fed themselves to the dogs. Not only did Deadass pursue even more fights, but win one more against Smiley, and then still got some more damage across the way, ending in 3rd place, a massive amount of points coming their way.
Yeah, I just want to take a second to process exactly how Intel played that zone, because that was absolutely inch perfect. They called the zone correctly. We know they've been so good at doing that. Teams today, the zones have been slightly strange, but they called this one exactly right. And then they're so brave. With that Loba, they know there's not a lot of pressure. They can sit there. Even when they killed a team like Redeem, who Velcro it in, they don't have to overextend for the loot. You just put the black market down, you put what you need, and they were able to put fences and control both buildings at the back, meaning they had no neighbors. No one's going to take a chance, right? There's no windows in that building. You see fences when you're in the Valcourt, you're not going to get scans because they're inside. So just by putting a couple of fences down, you've bamboozled everybody into thinking there's 2 teams back there. And Intel, they just cleaned it up. They delivered. They won their 3v3 when they had to. Because let's be fair, that wasn't a true third party. It was a full 3v3. They pulled it out with their fighting skills. And that was an absolutely inch-perfect game. And they really needed that.
Yeah, they absolutely did. But, talking about Deadass, talking about what happened to Side from Deadass, their absolute run through the other corner of that map, we didn't really get a chance to see all the chaos that happened when everybody had to rotate out of Climatizer. E8 may have left, but 5 or 6 teams still hadn't. They still had to make their way into the western side, and by the time they got there, there were only 2 teams remaining, an absolute swarm, a frenzy of KP. But look at Goat, the follow that he took on that rotation through the knockdown shield play. Incredibly done. But yeah, when it came down to brass tacks, Intel and Bots able to survive after the push from Climatizer, and then Deadass, the rotation, couldn't make it work after so much was lost along the way. And while Bots were able to play really safely the whole way through, when it came down to the 3v3, Intel played even safer, and Stomps wasn't able to manage it in time. Intel taking that victory, giving themselves 18 points, but that's not even the most points that a team got this game. Deadass takes that birthright with a stunning 15 KP on top of their 3rd place to give him 22.
I mean, Deadass just went on an absolute rampage. I mean, I would have died when the Horizon came flying out of nowhere. That was an actual jump scare when EA just descend from the heavens. Like, how do you even jump that far? I need some jumping lessons from EA, clearly, because that was a leap and a half. And then you saw just as they won that fight, they put the knockdown shield up just at the last second to block an ARG star. Deadass would have died. If he didn't dip behind that knockdown shield at the last second, that would have been game over. And instead, they were able to rotate in and take shots on everybody else rotating in. Goat was the definition of 1 HP for about 20 years on Flesh, but he still was able to rotate in, and they were just able to pick up kills because I don't think anybody knew they were there. Nobody was factoring them into their rotates, and Deadass just curved their way through the middle of all these teams. Shots left, shots right, and were able to pick up so many kills. And even though they only got 3rd, considering the situation they were in, they're going to be so happy with those 22 points.
Yeah, a precedent has really been set, I think, for the real top of the pack is Bots were able to take a lot of points there thanks to their 2nd place. So they are now at the top as Redeem has finally fallen thanks to the consequence. SCS the same, down to 7th place after LTC had a solid game. Revival Games had a solid game to remain alive. And of course, Intel and Deadass finally breaking through into that top 5. E8 also that survivability, able to keep them up there. Diverge, solid game to keep them up there. But there are some glaring names, Tom, that we need to pay attention to going into Game 8. Slept on in Team Smiley, 2 teams coming from the Pro League. The bottom 2 teams right now is 23 and Smiley. An unfortunate 17 points right now. And of course, the elephant in the room, friggin' Blackhand is 15th.
Yeah, I think that, obviously, okay, asterisks that they have been contesting on Stormpoint, but you'd honestly expect them to win their contests, and World's Edge just isn't going very well for them right now. They've not been able to find the games, but they are still capable of making it into that top 10. You can drop a big game, and if anybody is capable of it in this entire lobby, I would give it to Blackhand. We've seen them really pull it out, but there's so much pressure on them right now. How strong are their mentals? How are they feeling? Are they regretting some of their decisions in previous games? Or can they shake it off? And can they push through and deliver a huge game in Game 8?
One more chance to deliver and clinch a spot in that finals lobby in 2 days. We will be back with the 8th and final game in the winner's bracket after this short break.
Bro, that Horizon came out of nowhere.
What the One final time, welcome back to the winner's bracket here in the ALGS NA Split 2 PLQ. I'm Tenrek, with me is Tom. It's been a wild ride these past 7 games, but it comes down to this. One more trip to World's Edge to determine which 10 teams are moving on to the finals and which 10 teams will have to play just a little bit longer in the loser's bracket later tonight. Tom, we got to talk about a couple of the outliers, but let's talk about some of those top dogs going into this. SCS, they've held on deadass. They've grappled their way up. Redeem, they've fallen to second, but they're doing okay. But it's bots who have surged above it all. By far the most consistent team so far today that currently sits on top of everyone.
Yeah, I think the theme across all of those teams that you've just mentioned is they've been able to deliver consistent results on both maps. They've found a way to win, even if it isn't the same strategy, even if they're not using the same legend compositions. They've clearly been preparing, they've been working in those scrims, they've been working across the Challenger circuit or the Pro League to work out exactly what's going to work for them, and then they've delivered. They've executed perfectly, and they're going to be feeling so good going into tomorrow. I've been particularly impressed by SCS as we drop in here, because, you know, they've been on a really difficult ride. You know, they won the Pro League in year 2, the split one, and then it's been a downward spiral. They just missed out on the ALGS LAN in Sweden, and then they missed out on Raleigh. Then they've been relegated out of the Pro League, and they've had to pick up Slayer at the very last second, and it seems to be working. Instant success, instant click. And they'll be feeling really confident about getting back to the Pro League, which is truly where they belong. So yeah. Risen Rose back to trials. Apparently that experiment is over. We are back to trials, and maybe if there's another trial zone, I'm calling cheats.
And Karasuno has also gotten to Siphon, so we're safe there too.
Thank you.
We're
Someone
good.
has gone to Siphon.
Exactly. Yeah, no contests this time around, actually. Absolutely zero. Everyone has their own POI, which is, I think, the first time that's happened since, what, like Game 5 or Game 4?
Yeah, I think people are feeling the pressure. You know, you really don't want to lose your opportunity to qualify for the finals with seeding points on some RNG.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a good decision.
You're talking about teams that are now, you know, their scores are now going to be locked once that game is done. I mean, there are 10 teams that literally cannot die right now. Otherwise, they're automatically losers, and it's that simple. So a lot riding on this last game for so many of these teams, even before they have to start really playing.
Yeah, there's been some early poking here because Crummy had done 25 damage. I'm not sure who to, but fair play. I don't know if that was across the map or whether somebody was flying in late or they've been poking across Skyhook. But, you know, teams clearly not afraid to make their presence known. And Mercy with the Prowler R9 with a Digi. That is like a controller player's dream loadout. That is unbelievable. What a combination for close range fighting. And you've got the digital threat. Oh, there's the Golden Prowler as well. What a day for close range fighting.
Circle, a little more northern once again. So, Blackhand, E8, Karasuno, Deadass, TSS will all have to rotate, but it's going to be minimal rotations for just about everyone, at least this first time around. So not too much panicking will be done by everybody, unless you're looking for teams that really need that KP, which we're getting to a point where there are some of those teams that absolutely need them, and that's why Slept On is starting to prowl and may search for No Name over here on Fragment East.
Yeah, I think that it's really this last game is going to be so interesting because you've got a whole group of teams in the middle of the pack that just want to have a safe game. They just want to put down those 5.5 average points. You're looking for a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-point game, which is very, very achievable to really lock in their place in the top 10. Then you've got a group of teams that are really pushing for a win, so they can lock down those maximum ceiling points. And then you have teams sort of from Blackhand and below that desperately need to put down a good wedge of points, and we might see them being quite aggressive. One of those teams is Slept On. They are going to need a big game. We've been talking about how easy it is to jump up, how it just takes one game. Well, this is the last game. You can't do it now. That's it. You're in the losers bracket. You've got 8 more games. You're not getting an early night's sleep. You have to rip a coffee, maybe rip a energy drink of your choice, and then head straight into that losers bracket. So they're going to want to avoid that, and they're going to need a big game.
Intel, one of those teams that does not necessarily have to worry about that, has a little bit of security if they lose here, currently in 4th place. And with one member of the team already down here, that might be dangerous. Karasuno looks to be chasing away a bit of drug-free. Good amount of damage, but doesn't seem to be any kills coming out of it just yet, but Karasuno going to be able to gain that space back. But look at how many teams have already come to Fragment, searching for maybe some kills, maybe a safe building for the next rotation, but nevertheless, this city is quite populated.
Yeah, and drug-free are in that list of teams that really will have expected better from themselves. They picked up Asura, who formerly went by the name of Pride, one of the most experienced players, been competing in Apex for such a long time, played for teams like Atlanta Premier, Charlotte Phoenix. He took a bit of a break, he's come back to comp, and this is not the re-entry he will have wanted. He will be expecting finals. He will be expecting Pro League, as will his teammates, so they're going to want to find a big last game and move above 11th place, which is where they sit right now.
Fragment presence, a dangerous one for the lower teams in particular, as once again the volatility could have some collateral victims. And if you lose, if you die in this bottom 10, while in the bottom 10, then you are done. You are in the loser's bracket, guaranteed, and that is one more team that the remainder of the top 10 will not have to worry about going forward in the game. Every team having some semblance of a target on their back. The one outlier seems to be Team Smiley. Currently at 17 points, which is, all things considered, pretty behind a lot of the pack. Some unfortunate finishes in these early games have led to some unfortunate waiting games in World's Edge where they've gotten some good placement, but really nothing much outside of that. And it's led to some unfortunate interactions that have just not gone their way. Here's Blackhand and E8, two teams that are usually a cut above, but Blackhand needs KP and placement points in order to make it to this winners. They are currently in 15th. And E8 looking to be the first victims is Presley and Golden already taking a heap of damage, and Blackhand not letting up.
Yeah, Blackhand here. Diff Q used to play with Blackhand, so these two teams will know each other well. Diff will know all about them, but they will know all about Diff, and they're on the back foot here. However, they might be able to put it. What a cheeky angle from the stairway. Blackhand were absolutely steamrolling, but are now being forced to back off and just take a little bit of a reset.
This is Risen Rose also potentially hopping in on the third party, and in the meanwhile, that means that E8 may have a little more time to retreat, and Blackhand has now missed their opportunity to fight one team, but now, as one door has closed, another has opened, and Plugged Cube and Fluxon may be the next two meals on Blackhand's plate if they can make it work, but already playing for the distance, playing for the option out, and Blackhand is going to take that as a sign, hand over the space, and let this game continue on.
Yeah,
Redeem is falling. Redeem is down.
Oh. Wow, so that means that they're not going to be earning those maximum seeding points. They're pretty much locked into our top 10, so I don't think they're going to be sweating too hard.
Yeah.
But will they come to regret? They were in a great position to lock down all of those points. If they just miss out by a couple of points, this might come back to haunt them, but they'll still be pleased with their day's work. I don't want to be too harsh. They performed excellently today. Z Davis, one of the best zone RGLs, known as Zone Davis, according to Twitch chat. which I think says everything about his game plan and his game style. They'll still be pleased with their day's work. They're in the top 10. They're in finals with some points. We don't know how many yet, but there will be some bonus points for them. And they're going to be really happy. So CE8 have also chosen to back off from that fight in Lava Siphon. Risen Rose able to revive here. Trev Stack says Rose again from the ashes. He's going to grab in one of those armors that spawns in the middle of Countdown. And they're going to craft up and they're going to take their time. And unless E8 choose to push them, which I think they're thinking about.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, look at my map. Here they come.
That's already one down. And E8 is working with fragmented shields. Risen Rose did not expect this early a contest, and honestly, I wouldn't have either. E8 had such an easy rotation, but instead they'll get the easiest kill of all on to Fluxon. And another extra bit of cushioning to make sure E8 cement a spot in this top 10. They are still vying, and they will continue to have to this whole game, as there are still so many competitors looking to dethrone anybody they can. Drug Free is down. They are locked, and I do believe that means that they will be in this loser's bracket.
I mean, just look at this map. Risen Rose literally hitting the wildebeest strategy there. Separate, serpentine, hide. Are they is Trev going to go for the 1v3 pinch, or Plug Cube is just chilling? Is he maybe hitting a Valkyr? But we'll see if he starts to move at high speed across the map. But they have gone completely separate ways. They are completely split up, and I do not know how Risen Rose are going to get their second reset of the game. But looking more broadly at the map, what a zone this is for a final game. So many buildings in Fragment, so many teams able to take a position. This is so tense. I'm literally nervous and I'm not even playing.
Yeah, this is kind of nuts how many teams are able to get away with a lot. It's, much like a Skyhook circle, there's going to be a lot of hesitation, but on the outskirts, it is going to be nothing but chaos. And Deadass,
CEO
as always,
being 1 HP.
In the center of it. Once again, Goat on 1 HP. Deadass waiting for the right time to strike once again against Revival, as they have let the double exhibit fly. But Deadass still doing the damage as they find the Horizon Q and going to continue to move this in. They just do not let up.
Here they come. Go popping his 98th Phoenix kit of the hour, moving in, trying to push that building. That guy is like, he's a liver. He's a cockroach of the Challenger circuit. But they're going to get shot from across. There's so many teams alive, and he's not 1 HP this time. He is 0 HP. And they're going to be able to get a revival here. There's so many teams around them right now.
This is TSS ratting back from the zone, and they invade on the Revival! No attention paid to the immediacy of Hambino, who will get lasered down by Revival. Still 2 members to fight, though. And TSS has the same. A clash that Deadass can't even be a part of right now. But TSS desperate to make it work. And they may have to duck out after losing that first member in Hambino. Especially considering that they are 18th. And Zura's still getting fired on. So much danger this team is in to not have to go to the loser's bracket. But they will survive for now.
And no name taken out. One of our teams that were on the bubble, they're not going to be playing. They're going to be able to get set up. They're going to be, popping some coffee, ready for 8 more games of our losers bracket. As we see, Hambino probably going to get revived there in the Fragment no name. So many teams.
Yeah, this is
unbelievable.
Nuts how many are packed in right now.
Everybody is playing like it's the last game of the winner's bracket of the Pro League qualifier. There's so much at stake. Everybody's tense. Hambino going to try and get a reset here, and maybe they could just ape that team again. Why not? Round 2.
It's going to be a Fragment circle. As Zura takes down Goat. And TSS will re-engage. At least a little bit. And that'll let teams like Revival, teams like Slept On have a little more space. But Revival, still only 2 members strong, now getting pounced on by Slept On. But they laser him down! Slept On! Relegated to losers!
Unbelievable. Revival games showing that, 2 can sometimes be equal to 3. But they're going to get third in here. They're going to get pressured. They're going to play the roof of this diner. Oh, no. No, they're just going to go back. Apparently, they've managed to survive any pressure that other teams have put on them. They're going to grab that loot. They can't yet craft the banner of their fallen teammate. We're not yet in Season 16. But honestly, with all due respect to Shinny, they don't need him right now. They are frying as a duo.
They may not need to do any more of it anyway, as their one threat in Fragment East and Deadass is just Orioles strong. And so he will head back out to the lower end of Fragment East. Karasuno safe in a building. LTC safe in a building. Diverge. Randoms. Bots. Team Smiley still in. So many players, so many teams still vying for these spots, and nobody wanting to buckle first. But TSS has monopolized this open territory that they may have to rotate to. Smiley is going to be dropping in and potentially contesting KSP across the buildings in Fragment West.
I'm just going to take a pause here. We need to have a talk about this flatline skin. Could you not have found a slightly less obtrusive skin when you're aiming? Do you have to have the skin with the biggest cylinder sticking out? How could you see anything? If you would fry me in any 1v1, you could play blindfolded with one hand and you would absolutely roll me. But please change that flatline skin. Oh my lord.
This top 10 bridged by Team Diverge. 1 point ahead, while Randoms is 8 from Cozy. And right now, there are only 7 teams that can make it through. Deadass will not be one of them, as they will finally fall. Orioles has been found by Blackhand, who will finally make one of their moves, as they are now in this lower right corner, close to Fragment East. No contesting just yet, but there is still a lot of work that they have to do in order to make it into the top 10.
I'm just looking at that live leaderboard, and we can see, okay, there's a couple of teams in that bubble that have been eliminated, but it's so tight. 10th place, 36. 11th place, 35. 12th place, 35. Blackhand on 28. They really do have a shot here, Blackhand, if they can stay alive. So many teams here with a chance. So many teams staying alive. Team Smiley doing what they can. They need a big game here, and they've lost Tempest. This is not looking good, but even if they can't make it into the top 10, they could still impact who does.
Very true. As KSP is locked out regardless of who killed who. So Smiley, they have the potential to fully recover. It would just be a very long-winded process, and they'd have to do a lot of waiting for these other teams to move away from Frag West, which you know no team is going to be happy about doing anyway. As all of these buildings have been claimed, save for one, the exhibits will expire, and everybody is going to find a place they can call home, except SCS, who has disfavored the buildings in favor of this slightly higher ground closer to Epicenter. But that may be their downfall as the circle calls towards the south.
This is one of my favorite zones in the whole game.
Yeah.
This is going to be such an amazing ending. You've got teams that can play inside the tunnel. You've got teams that can play on streamer building. I mean, we all know streamer building, right? We've all landed there at least 100 times. We've all died there. We've all been one clip there. So this is going to be a really intense ending, but we've got intensity right now. E8, they're in that building. They're not comfortable right now. They've got a little bit of a cushion, but it doesn't take much to lose it. And still also, of course, going to want to fight for those seeding points, and they're just holding upstairs right now. We've got a couple of players below them. Diff going to use that focus of attention from Sia there to work out that it's a duo underneath him. It's Riz and Rose, and they're going to get pushed here, but it's a difficult push. Those railings will provide some protection.
Randoms is waiting outside too. They may be able to third party this before Riz and Rose can even be finished off. And that's taking time despite the knowledge of the duo. E8 still does not want to strike.
Dip on the Sia is going to know that there's teams nearby. So he's going to take his time. Horizon ult goes down. They're going to peek, but they're on scan. They're just going to wait. You can see they really want to force it. They know they need these kills.
KSP is coming in too.
Carefully, and there's a team above them now, and they're going to do surprise turn and push the height. Crummy gets taken down and thirsted, and then we're back to the middle floor. He misses a PK shot. He misses another PK shot. He's half health. And Gold is going to get taken out. But they're going to trade it. Presley able to recover. So many teams around. They need to reset here. Diff, he's been able to swap. Golden's still down. And E8 getting pushed by KSP. Kai with the huge shots at E8. They're going to be left to watch carefully. They should have enough to make it into the top 10. Rez gets cancelled. And KSP in 14th place. Can they find the big game they need?
Still getting pressured by Diverge and also Randoms. Now Risen Rose's plugged Q forced to vacate as KSP will be able to get the revive down on this other floor, but they're immediately going to get contested. Proficiency down once again. Kind forced to run after Sync has been dislocated, and now the storm is coming. KSP burned to a crisp. It's down to just Kind, and they cannot make it out. KSP has been eliminated by the storm of all things, and Diverge close behind as they will also fall.
Wow, wow. That zone just picked up more kills than I will ever achieve in ALGS. That was absolutely brutal. You saw a little shake of the knockdown shield there. I think he knew that they weren't going to make it. And KSP, even with all their experience with, talented players like Kine, experienced Pro League players like Synced, they're going to be forced to compete in the losers bracket, and they're going to have to be getting ready for what is going to be 8 really high-pressure games.
Diverge is 10th with 40 points, and they have been eliminated. 11th place is currently 35 points. Still a big breakthrough that has to be made, but with the help of placement points, it could really shake up this leaderboard, and Diverge is not even close to safe. One team that is absolutely safe for the winner's bracket is Bots, as they have not only made the top 10, but still have all 3 of their members up. Good Arc Star to dissuade a lot of Sunny's recovery. And Stomps and Jake, you are forced to play this long game with the knowledge of where they are. From Plugged Cube, from SCS, who has remained alive this whole time, from Cozy inside these other buildings too, and Stunny will fully fall. 2 members of Bots remaining to try and take on the world. Intel, as well as Karasuno, duking it out on this lower end, while Cozy tries to stifle themselves from taking on teams like Bots, like TSS, try to keep themselves alive for the placement points first, because they are just that close, now only 2 points away from tying up with Diverge and making that top 10 threshold.
Yeah, this is where Vize's experience and all of his knowledge that he's gained from competing for Lazarus in Pro League, from being around the scene for so long, from being a leader of the scene, organising all the scrims, he knows this game like the back of his hand, and playing a building is difficult. This is, this nickname Broken Building, because you can see it's not in great shape, and there's certain angles and certain spots that you have to hold. And it's a difficult spot, and they're making it work, and that could just sneak them past Team Diverge. I tell you, I'll teach you a new phrase. In UK football, we call this squeaky bum time. We are absolutely in squeaky bum time right now.
I'm going to use that all the time. SES has made a huge slide down. They could pay dearly for that, but no, TSS instead going to dive over to the other end of the circle. Karasuno finally dipping their heads out to try and find some damage onto Intel first, as Risen Rose will fall next. They will also be relegated to losers. Bots is finally gone. SCS
should mean that they're
stuck where they should be. They will
made it now.
Yeah, they should be good. As now it's TSS, Karasuno, and LTC all in the same building, but refusing to fight each other fully just yet, while Cozy waits around the other bend, but Intel already taking those pot shots, and SCS sitting pretty the whole way through, trying to stay hidden, but Crust just cannot help himself, and is going to find a little bit of damage, along with some aggression from Cozy.
Yeah, SCS there got great shots onto Cozy, but they're under a lot of pressure themselves. We're really getting to a standoff. This is basically just a glorified Fragment pub game right now. Everybody's in the streamer building. There's so many teams around, and it's a real standoff now. But teams like Cozy, they actually don't have as far to move as it looks, because that zone is going to end right on the edge of the bridge. They're going to be on the slightly slower side, and this roof is not going to be in the whole game. So people are going to have to move. There's so many teams here. It's a look. I mean, look at that. There's so many people in that building. Everybody has to move. There's gaps in the building. There's gaps in the floor. Team Intel, I would say, probably have the best spot here, and they really do know their zones. And they have double gold armor as well, so they can heal so quickly. They have the Loba. They don't even have to loot bats. They can just loot cells. 4 cells a time, 8 cells per Loba ult. They're in a really good position.
Karasuno, a team still trying to break into that top 10. The placement points should get them there as well. But they are hungry for more. They want to make sure they're secure, because they know that there are some other teams that are also as close as they are, that they need to be ahead of to make sure that that threshold is fully crossed. TSS has been slowly but surely making their way up there as well.
I think they have no healing left. I think TSS is completely out of shields.
I think you may be right. They are completely dried out because they've had to play in Storm for so long. They haven't been able to take that many fights, and when they do, it's distance play too. And now streamer building has to be vacated. SES has to make their move. Cozy going to start slowly waltzing down, but SES in a bit of a bad corner. They have to move in on Cozy first, and indeed, they're going to try and bridge this high ground and actually make it all the way over. That's going to be Cozy finished off, and SES stealing the spot back, but they are now being pressured as well from the Seer attacks from Intel, moving in on Karasuno, while the streamer building remains intact technically with LTC and TSS. SES EMP'd away, a lot of damage done. Intel takes it as well. They're stopped a little bit, but there's so much rubble as natural cover. All these teams still trying to stalemate.
Yeah, Intel here, they really have the best spot. Great swing out there to pick up that kill. Can they get it? Yes, they can. Get back in, get healed. Gold shields, you healed so quickly, but the zone is going to cut them off. They're on limited time here.
Oh my god.
Have to swing out. Everybody's fighting. I don't know what's going on. This
James
is so
Fearless?
tense.
James just blocked the knockdown shield for SES's rotation in order to make it longer, and Intel's just going to get handed the win. all the work was done for them.
Unbelievable. They just crashed in, that gold armor, healing up quick, swinging out. Everybody had to basically just mosh pit outside of that streamer building and fight. I don't think they knew who they were shooting. I certainly didn't know who they were shooting. But what I do know is that Intel, they know how to call their zones. They know how to rotate. They know what positions to take. And they have found another victory. And they are going to be looking so good going into our winner's bracket.
Well, based off of that, I really have no idea who made it through, because I think Karasuno may have had enough points by the end of that, but they may have been the only team to break through by the end of that, because every other team, Intel, SES, E8, LTC, they were already up there. They were already in that top 10. They were already comfy. So it all comes down to how the rest of those points will break through, but Intel taking the win again, and a lot of that, again, I just think had to do with the patience that they had, because SES did a lot of that early work, taking care of Cozy, getting into that bad position, and then taking on Karasuno after they re-entered, but then Karasuno stalling SCS so then LTC could have the better entryway, but it's still a fight that they have to take, and then Intel can just come pick up the pieces. They don't even have to worry about KP at that point. They're just like, okay, easy dub here on the frag circle, and they get it. They get it again, Tom. And that'll boost them to a really solid spot, far greater than they already were, which, as a reminder, was 3rd place. So we'll see if they're able to get even higher than that, but the gap's certainly maintained, certainly tough to bridge. I think bots may still be in 1st place through this, but it is all going to be so close.
Yeah, it depends how many KP Team Intel were able to pick up during the game. Did they get any poke? That building isn't really notoriously known for having great sightlines, lots of kills, because you're kind of just surrounded by buildings. And then the other side is lava, so you're really shooting quite far away. But I'm really interested to see who's made it into those last couple of places. You know, Team Cozy, I think. I want to curse them. I guess it's finished, so I can't. But it's so close on that edge. I think teams like E8 have probably just about managed to sneak in here. But I mean, look, it's not just about getting in the top 10, because every placement means an extra point. It's so important, and even if there's a tie break between 7th and 8th, that could make all the difference come the end of the weekend. Nice throwback, by the way. What a 2v3 by Revival Games. Get absolutely one clip.
I mean, that was a single file line right there. That was an elementary school fire drill from for Revival Games to just pick up that easy W. That was absolutely nuts. But the Storm killing 2 squads in tandem directly after that as well. Diverge falling after the pressure from TSS forced them into Storm, and then they fell too. I mean, Fragment, what a chaotic last 3 circles that everybody had to endure. I almost feel, I feel more than honored to have been along for the ride for that. But yeah, checking out this final circle, SES first making that rotation onto Cozy, and then Intel trying to grab that better position. SES couldn't properly contest because Karasuno was already on the way there, and from then on, Intel was just like, I mean, whatever, if you guys want to fight this out, that's cool, we'll just wait. And they do, directly under them too, until the rotation has to come through, and then from then it's just an easy pickup on ALGS. Intel, back-to-back champions.
They're so patient. To be able to see all that opportunity, 8 kills. That's a big game. That is a big game for his own team. You know, when you're getting guaranteed higher placement points, you don't have to go so crazy. And they really trust themselves to find the kills at the end. They take the good spots. They just relax. They sit there. But let's have a look at some of our bubble teams. Team Diverge, 6 points. E8, 5 points. Blackhand, 2 points. Blackhand is straight into the losers bracket. They aren't going to make it. No Name, losers bracket. Slept On, losers bracket. Randoms, Risen Rose, 3 points, probably still not. I don't think that's going to be enough.
No, they're not going to make that.
Let's see who made it. Let's throw it to the overall leaderboard. Here we go. Hold on to your hats.
Oh!
Cozy don't make it.
Cozy do not make it. Karasuno. Yeah, Karasuno had a nuts game there. I think that was 10 kills along with 2nd place. So grabbing a solid, I think, 19 or 20 points there. Boost them up to 5th, is able to bridge that. Team Diverge will fall, and Cozy was not able to keep up. They didn't get enough kills in time. They were forced to rat too early on. And so Karasuno, the only team to enter the top 10 after that final game. All the other pieces in place, but some highlights. Intel up to 2nd place. That is now 9 points instead of 8 going into that winner's bracket. Deadass up to 4th. That is now 7 points going into that finals bracket. LTC and Revival able to keep their spots along with SCS. That is 5th, 6th, and 7th for you. And like you said, E8 and Randoms barely able to hold on. And so those are your top 10. Those are your first 10 teams in the finals. But Tom, our work may be done, but these teams, they still have so much more to do. The bottom 10 teams will now be relegated to that losers bracket to fend off the other 10 teams that have been chomping at the bit all day.
Now, I have to say, Team Intel and Team Redeem, they both won 2 games each. They both play zone. They both know exactly how to win final circles. And they've already got a large advantage going into match point. I would be keeping my eye on both of those teams because our finals on Monday, they are match point format. Look at that. Average placement, first. Point, second. Damage dealt, second. Average time survived, third. Average shots taken, not as high because they're playing chill. They're relaxing. They're not taking lots of risks. Team Intel and Team Redeem are both set up so well for match point. So they're going to be really excited to get into Monday. They now have some time to rest, some time to VOD review, some time to watch the losers bracket tonight. And I think both those teams are real big shouts because of that match point format that will change things up so much on Monday.
Well, we still have a little bit more Apex to play before Monday comes. We indeed have one more bracket to go through. Those bottom 10 teams, their action is not done yet, and we'll get to bring in the other bottom 10 teams from the Challenger Circuit qualifiers who have made it to the PLQ. 20 more teams, 8 more matches. Tom and I thank you for watching thus far. Dia and Mellowcrit are going to take you guys through the rest of your night, and we cannot wait to see you there. We'll be right back.